The betrayal did not come with a blade. It came with laughter. Selena Austen pressed her back against the cold stone of the corridor wall and held her breath. Through the crack of the council chamber door, candlelight flickered across the mosaic floor, casting long shadows that swayed like ghosts. She had come to deliver the Border Patrol reports herself because the servants were already dismissed for the night, and because she trusted no one else with documents that bore her family seal. She had not expected to hear her own name spoken in the voice of the man she was supposed to marry in 11 days. "The Austen lands will fold into my holdings the moment the ceremony is sealed," said Lord Aldrich Voss. His voice was smooth, unhurried, the way it always was when he was certain he had already won. Selena knew that voice. She had loved that voice. She had pressed her ear against his chest to hear it rumble through his ribs, while he read old poetry to her in the library of her father's house. Back when her father was still alive, back when the world still made sense. 11 days, said a second voice. Female. Low. Familiar. Lady Margot Delane, Aldrich's closest advisor, and Selena understood in one sickening instant, his mistress. Margot had held Selena's hand at her father's funeral and whispered, "You still have us." Now she sat on the arm of Aldrich's chair with his hand resting openly at her waist. On Margot's wrist glittered Selena's mother's sapphire betrothal bracelet, the bracelet Aldrich had claimed was being cleaned for the wedding. Through the narrow crack in the door, Selena watched him lift Margot's hand and kiss the blue stones as if they already belonged to her. "You expect me to watch you marry her in 11 days, Margot said. Aldrich turned his head and kissed her mouth. It was not a stolen kiss or a first mistake. It was slow, familiar, practiced. "I am marrying a door, Margot. You are the woman I intend to keep." "And when the door opens?" Margot asked. "Selena will have an unfortunate accident before the first harvest," Aldrich said. "The mountain pass, a carriage, a broken axle, tragic." Silence. Then Margot laughed. It was a small, careful laugh, the kind that tested whether the other person was serious before committing to amusement. "You make murder sound like estate management. I am always serious about land." "And about me?" "You will have her rooms, her jewels, and her chair before the first harvest." "She trusts you, Aldrich." "I know. That is what makes it so clean. She will not suspect a thing. She will climb into that carriage with flowers in her hair and a smile on her face, and she will go over the edge of the Thornwall Pass, and the entire duchy will weep, and I will inherit everything her bloodline ever touched. The northern silver mines, the eastern grain valleys, the port authority her grandfather built from nothing, all of it." Selena's fingers tightened on the rolled parchment in her hand. The wax seal cracked. She did not notice. "And if she does not die in the fall?" Margot asked. "Then the men I have stationed below will ensure she does not climb back up." Another silence, longer this time. "Did you ever love her?" Margot asked quietly. "I loved what she represented. There is a difference." Selena closed her eyes. The parchment fell from her hand and hit the stone floor with a sound so faint that no one inside the chamber heard it. She stood there for 3 full breaths, letting the words settle into her chest like stones dropping into still water, each one heavier than the last. He had held her face between his hands 6 days ago and told her she was the only woman he had ever wanted. She had believed him. She had believed him because his eyes were steady and his hands were warm, and because she had been in love with him since she was 17, when he had ridden into her father's courtyard on a black horse and dismounted with a grace that made every maid in the house press their noses to the window glass. He had kissed his mistress while she wore Selena's mother's bracelet. He had promised that woman Selena's rooms and chair, and he was planning to kill Selena for her land. Selena opened her eyes. She picked up the parchment. She straightened her spine. She turned on her heel and walked back down the corridor without making a single sound, because Selena Austen had been trained since childhood to move through her own castle like she owned every shadow in it, and she did. She did not cry. She would not cry. Crying was a luxury for women who had time, and Selena Austen had just discovered she had 11 days to live unless she acted first. By the time she reached her private study on the East Wing, her hands had stopped shaking. She locked the door, lit 3 candles, spread a map of the duchy across her desk, and began to plan. The problem was not complicated. Aldrich controlled the southern garrison. He had installed his own men in every key military post over the past year, slowly, carefully, always with a reasonable excuse. She had noticed, of course. She had even mentioned it to him once over dinner. He had smiled and said, "I am only trying to help you, my love. You carry too much alone." She had been grateful. Grateful. The memory made her stomach turn. The northern garrison was still loyal to the Austen name, but it was 3 days' ride away, and she could not reach it without passing through territory Aldrich's men patrolled. The eastern merchants owed her family debts, but debts did not stop arrows. The western border was lawless, controlled by no duchy, bordering the Ashreach Mountains, which bordered nothing at all except legend and smoke and the territory of a creature that most people preferred to pretend did not exist. The Black Dragon King. Selena pulled a second map from the locked drawer beneath her desk. This one was older, drawn on hide rather than paper, and it showed the Ashreach range in detail that no modern cartographer dared replicate. At the heart of the mountains, marked with a sigil that looked like a flame swallowing a crown, was a single word written in old script: Viserion. Every child in the duchy grew up hearing stories about the Black Dragon King. He was ancient. He was monstrous. He burned armies for sport. He had not been seen in human form for over a century, and the last emissary sent to negotiate passage through the Ashreach had returned without his left hand and with a message scorched into the leather of his satchel: "Do not come again." Selena stared at the map for a long time. Then she opened her ledger and began to calculate exactly what she had left that was worth bargaining with. She worked through the night. By dawn, she had packed a single travel bag, hidden the Austen family seal in a compartment sewn into her riding corset, transferred the deed to her mother's jewelry collection into a trust that Aldrich could not touch, and written a letter to her head steward instructing him to lock the East Granary and answer to no one until he heard from her directly. She also burned every love letter Aldrich had ever written her. She fed them to the fireplace one by one, watching the ink curl and blacken, watching his promises dissolve into ash. The one that burned longest was the first one, the one he had written the night after their first kiss, the one that said, "I did not know what it meant to want something until I wanted you." She watched that one burn all the way to nothing. Then she stood up, brushed the ash from her fingers, and walked out of her own castle through the servants' passage before the household woke. She took nothing that would slow her down. She took everything that would keep her alive. She took her father's dagger, her mother's ring, the Austen seal, a pouch of gold, a smaller pouch of silver, a compass, a flint, dried meat, a water skin, and a very bad attitude. The road to the Ashreach Mountains was not a road at all. It was a series of deer trails and dried riverbeds that wound through pine forests so dense the canopy blocked the sky. Selena had studied these paths on her maps but had never ridden them. By the second day, her horse was limping from a bruised hoof. Her cloak was torn from a branch she had not seen in the dark, and she had eaten the last of her dried meat. By the third day, she was walking, leading the limping horse by the reins, climbing a slope so steep she had to grab tree roots to pull herself forward. The air grew colder. The trees grew thinner. The sky, when she could see it, was the color of iron. She was halfway up a ridge of black rock when she heard the sound. It was not thunder. Thunder rolled and faded. This sound arrived all at once, a deep, resonant vibration that she felt in her teeth and her chest and the soles of her boots, as if the mountain itself had inhaled. Selena stopped walking. The horse stopped walking. The horse then very calmly turned around and began walking in the opposite direction with a speed its bruised hoof should not have allowed. "Oh, wonderful," Selena said to no one. She let the horse go. She could not blame it. She wanted to run too. But Selena Austin had looked at the map, done the math, calculated the odds, and determined that her best chance of survival lay in the one direction every sane person would flee from. She had always been better at strategy than self-preservation. She climbed. The sound came again, closer. The air smelled like char and metal, the way the air smelled after a blacksmith quenched a blade, but 1,000 times stronger. Small rocks skittered down the slope past her boots. A crack appeared in the ridge ahead, wide enough to walk through, and through it she could see a plateau of dark stone, open to the sky, scattered with what she first thought were boulders. They were not boulders, they were bones. Enormous bones, bleached white, half buried in volcanic ash. Rib cages the size of banquet halls. Skulls with eye sockets she could have stood inside. Dragon bones. Old ones. The remains of wars fought before her family name existed. Selena stepped through the crack and onto the plateau. The wind hit her hard enough to snatch the hood from her head. Her dark hair whipped across her face. She pushed it back and looked up. He was perched on the highest point of the plateau, a spire of black rock that jutted from the mountainside like a broken tooth. His body was the color of obsidian, so dark it seemed to absorb the light around it, and his scales caught the gray sky and threw back flickers of deep violet and midnight blue, like oil on water. His wings were folded against his back, each one large enough to shade a village square. His tail coiled around the base of the spire, thick as a castle tower, ending in a barbed tip that rested beside a pile of shattered stone. His eyes were open. They were the color of molten gold, and they were looking directly at her. Selena's heart was beating so hard she could feel it in her fingertips. Every instinct she had was screaming at her to run, to drop to her knees, to beg, to make herself small. She had read about the paralysis that prey animals experienced when faced with an apex predator, the way the body simply stopped obeying the mind. She understood it now. But Selena Austin had not walked 3 days through wilderness to die on her knees. If she was going to die, she would die standing up, making a proposal, because that was what she did. She made plans, she executed them. She had never met a negotiation she could not structure, a deal she could not frame, an opponent she could not outmaneuver. Although, to be fair, she had never negotiated with anything that could eat her in a single bite. She cleared her throat. The sound was absurdly small against the wind and the vastness of the plateau and the sheer biological impossibility of the creature in front of her. "My name is Selena Austin," she said. Her voice did not shake. She was proud of that. "I am the sole heir to the Austin Duchy. I have come to propose a contract." The dragon did not move. His golden eyes blinked once, slowly, the way a cat blinks when it is deciding whether something is food or furniture. "I have lands," Selena continued. "Silver mines, grain valleys, a deep water port. I have enemies who are trying to take them from me. I need an ally powerful enough to make those enemies reconsider. In exchange, I am prepared to offer terms that would benefit your territory. Trade access, mineral rights, border agreements, whatever you require." Still nothing. The wind howled. A bone somewhere on the plateau shifted and clattered against another bone. "I am also," Selena added, because she believed in full disclosure during negotiations, "currently scheduled to be murdered in 8 days, so I would appreciate a timely response." The dragon moved. It was not a lunge, it was not a strike. It was a descent, smooth and unhurried, his massive body uncoiling from the spire with a grace that should not have been possible for something so large. He slid down the rock face like a shadow flowing downhill, his claws finding purchase on stone that crumbled under his weight, his wings half spreading for balance, and he came to rest on the plateau floor no more than 30 feet from where Selena stood. Up close, he was even more terrifying. His head alone was longer than she was tall. The heat radiating from his body hit her like opening an oven door. She could see the individual scales now, each one the size of her palm, layered like armor, etched with faint patterns that looked almost like writing. He lowered his head until one enormous golden eye was level with her face. His pupil was a vertical slit, and it contracted as it focused on her, the way a hawk's eye contracted when it spotted a mouse in tall grass. Selena stood her ground. She did not flinch. She did not step back. She locked eyes with the dragon and waited, because she had said her piece, and now it was his turn. And if there was one thing Selena Austin understood, it was the power of silence in a negotiation. The air between them shimmered with heat. A low rumble built in the dragon's chest, deep and resonant, not a growl, but something closer to consideration. Then the fire came. Not at her, around her. A ring of black flame erupted from the stone in a perfect circle, 10 feet in diameter, with Selena at its center. The flames were not orange. They were dark, almost purple, laced with veins of silver, and they produced no smoke, only heat and a strange, sweet scent like burnt honey and iron. Selena looked at the ring of fire. She looked at the dragon. She looked at the ring of fire again. "I assume this is not how you decline," she said. The fire contracted. The ring shrank, drawing closer, tighter, until it was a thin circle barely a foot beyond her boots. The heat intensified. Her cloak smoldered at the hem. And then the fire went out, all at once, like a candle snuffed, and where the dragon had been standing there was a man. He was tall. That was the first thing she noticed. Not merely tall the way soldiers were tall, broad and imposing. He was tall the way a tower was tall, upward and absolute, as if height were not a physical trait but a statement of intent. He was dressed in black, head to foot, a long coat that fell to his knees over dark leather and dark metal, and his skin was pale, almost luminous, the way the inside of a shell was pale, as if light existed just beneath the surface. His hair was black, longer than fashion dictated, pushed back from a face that was all sharp angles and dangerous geometry, cheekbones that could cut glass, a jaw that could cut something harder than glass, and eyes that were still gold. Dragon eyes in a human face. He looked at her with the same expression the dragon had worn, focused, assessing, unhurried. As if he had all the time in the world, and she was the most interesting thing that had happened in centuries, which, Selena reflected, she might very well be, given that his last visitor had left without a hand. "You walked into my territory," he said. His voice was deep, textured, with a faint rasp at the edges, like a fire that had been burning for so long it had become part of the architecture. "Alone, without armor, without an army. You stood on the bones of creatures that could level kingdoms, and you said, I would appreciate a timely response." "I did," Selena said. "You are either the bravest woman who has ever lived," he said, "or the most foolish." "I am the most practical," Selena said. "I have a problem. You have power. I have resources. You have isolation. This is a simple exchange of complementary assets." He tilted his head. A faint trace of something moved across his face, too quick to read. It might have been amusement. It might have been hunger. With those eyes, it was hard to tell. "You said someone is planning to murder you," he said. "My fiancé, in 8 days, on the Thornwall Pass. He wants my land." "And you want him dead?" I want my land back. His death is negotiable. That almost expression crossed his face again. Definitely amusement this time. Selena had spent her life reading faces across negotiation tables, and she knew amusement when she saw it, even on a face that clearly had not practiced the expression in a very long time. "What is your name?" she asked. "You know my name. You said it when you read the map to find this place." "Viserion." He inclined his head, a courtly gesture, oddly formal, as if he were greeting her in a ballroom rather than on a plateau littered with dragon bones. "Viserion Blackflame," he said, "and I do not make alliances, Lady Austin. I do not make trade agreements. I do not make border negotiations." Selena's stomach dropped. She had calculated for this outcome. She had prepared counter-arguments, alternate offers, secondary proposals. She opened her mouth to begin her fallback strategy. "I make contracts," he said. "One kind, one binding, unbreakable." He let the word hang in the air. "What kind of contract?" she asked, though something in the way he was looking at her told her she already knew. "Marriage," he said. The word hit the plateau like a dropped stone. Selena stared at him. He stared back. The wind blew. A dragon bone somewhere behind them creaked and settled. "You want to marry me," Selena said flatly. "I want a contract that binds us with sufficient permanence to justify the deployment of my power on your behalf. In my culture, there is only one such contract. All others can be broken, renegotiated, or betrayed. A marriage bond between a dragon sovereign and a human consort sealed in the old fire cannot. It is the only currency I accept. I came here to negotiate a trade deal. And I am offering you something more valuable than trade. I am offering you the full military, territorial, and political protection of the Black Flame Throne. In exchange for a binding that ensures you cannot betray me and I cannot abandon you. I do not even know you. You knew your fiancé. He is planning to push you off a mountain." Selena opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "That is not the compelling argument you think it is." "It is exactly the argument I think it is." He took one step closer. The air warmed, not uncomfortably, but noticeably, as if he carried his own climate. "You came here because you had no other option. I am offering you the best option you will ever receive. My army, my name, my territory, my fire, in exchange for a bond that neither of us can break." "Why?" Selena demanded. "Why would you offer this to a stranger? What do you gain?" Something shifted in his expression. For the first time, the sharp, analytical mask slipped, and she saw something underneath it. Something old and vast and unexpectedly raw. "I gained someone who walked through my territory without flinching," he said quietly. "Do you know how long it has been since anyone did that?" Selena looked at him for a long moment. She looked at his gold eyes and his sharp face and his black coat and the plateau of bones around them and the sky full of iron clouds. She thought about Aldrich's smooth voice saying, I loved what she represented. She thought about the mountain pass. She thought about the carriage. She thought about the flowers she would have put in her hair. Then she thought about her father's duchy, her mother's ring on her finger, the silver mines, the grain valleys, the port, the people who lived on her land, farmed her fields, worked her docks, the people who would fall under Aldrich's control if she died. I have conditions, she said. The amusement was back, unmistakable this time. Of course you do. First, this is a political marriage. I am not your possession. I retain full authority over the Austin lands. Agreed. Second, I lead the strategy against Aldrich. You provide the force. I decide how and when it is used. His eyebrow rose 1 millimeter. You wish to command a dragon. I wish to command the military response to a threat against my duchy. You are part of that response. If that bruises your ego, we can discuss it further after I have a duchy to return to. The eyebrow stayed where it was. Agreed, he said, with the tone of a man who was already planning to be extremely difficult about this particular agreement. Third, if at any point I determine that this marriage is causing more harm than benefit to my people, we discuss dissolution. The bond cannot be dissolved. Then we discuss renegotiation of terms. Agreed, reluctantly. Fourth, you do not set anything on fire without my approval. This time he actually smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of something very old and very powerful that had just been told it needed a permission slip to use its own lungs. No, he said. I expected that. We will revisit it. We will not. We will. Now, is there a ceremony, or do we just shake hands? He extended his left hand. His fingers were long, precise, and as they opened, a flame appeared in his palm. Small, dark, the same purple-silver fire that had circled her moments ago. It burned without burning him. It cast shadows that moved independently of the light source, flickering against his coat, against the stone, against the air itself. The flame reads intention, he said. If your intent is genuine, the bond seals. If you intend betrayal, the flame will know, and it will refuse. You cannot trick Dragonfire. Selena looked at the flame. She thought about her intent. It was genuine. She intended to use this marriage to save her duchy, destroy Aldrich's plans, and reclaim everything her family had built. She also intended to remain in full control of her own life, make her own decisions, and answer to no one, including the extremely tall, extremely sharp-faced man standing in front of her. She was not doing this for love, she was not doing this for romance. She was doing this because it was the best strategic option available, and Selena Austin always took the best strategic option. She placed her hand in his. The flame flowed over their joined fingers like water. It did not burn. It was warm, searingly warm, the kind of warmth that sank through skin and muscle and bone and reached something deeper, something she did not have a name for. She felt it settle into her chest, a weight, a presence, a thread that connected to something vast and ancient and alive. She gasped, not in pain, in recognition, as if something inside her had been waiting for exactly this. Viserion's gold eyes widened, just barely, just enough for her to see. He felt it too. The flame faded, their hands remained clasped. The wind had stopped. The plateau was silent. Well, Selena said, and her voice was slightly breathless, which she found annoying. That was efficient. His fingers tightened on hers, just briefly. Then he released her hand with a controlled precision that suggested he had been thinking about not releasing it. Welcome to the Ashreach, Lady Blackflame, he said. Austin, she corrected. I am keeping my name. Of course you are. And that was how Selena Austin, sole heir to the Austin Duchy, scheduled murder victim, and woman who had never in her life made a decision based on emotion, married the Black Dragon King on a plateau of bones under an iron sky, with no guests, no music, no flowers, and absolutely no idea what she had just gotten herself into. Chapter 2. The Ashreach fortress was not what Selena expected. She had expected a cave, a lair. Perhaps a vast cavern filled with gold and bones, the kind of thing the stories described. Instead, Viserion led her through a pass in the mountains that opened onto a hidden valley, green and warm despite the altitude, heated by volcanic vents that turned the air soft and smelling faintly of mineral springs. At the valley's center stood a fortress built from the same black stone as the mountains around it, but shaped with an elegance that suggested hands rather than claws had done the work. Towers rose in spirals. Bridges arched between them, thin as threads from a distance, but wide enough for two people to walk abreast. Windows glowed with warm light, though Selina could see no candles behind them, only the steady amber pulse of what she suspected was dragonfire contained in glass. There were people here. That surprised her. Not many, perhaps 100, but they moved through the courtyards and corridors with the ease of long residence. They wore dark clothing, practical but well-made, and they looked at Selina with curiosity but not hostility. Several of them looked at Viserion with an expression Selina recognized from her own household staff, the long-suffering patience of people who had been working for a difficult employer for a very long time. "You have servants," Selina said. "I have subjects," Viserion corrected. "This valley has been inhabited for centuries. The people here are descendants of those who chose to live under dragon protection rather than human politics. They manage the fortress, the farms, the forges." "And they serve you?" "They tolerate me. There is a difference." A woman appeared at the entrance to the main hall, older, with steel-gray hair pulled back in a practical braid and a face that suggested she had never been impressed by anything in her life. She looked at Viserion. She looked at Selina. She looked at their hands, which were not touching but which had been touching recently, and something in her expression shifted from neutral to dangerously interested. "Viserion," the woman said, "you have brought a guest." "A wife," Viserion said. The woman's eyebrows rose so high they nearly joined her hairline. "I see. And does this wife have a name? Or did you simply collect her like you collect interesting rocks?" "I do not collect rocks." "You have 412 rocks arranged by color in your study. I dust them." Selina looked at Viserion. He looked, for the first time since she had met him, slightly uncomfortable. "This is Marin," he said, gesturing to the woman. "She manages the household." "I manage him," Marin corrected. "The household runs itself. He is the one who needs managing." She turned to Selina and executed a bow that was precisely correct and entirely devoid of deference. "Welcome, my lady. May I ask what drove you to marry the single most emotionally constipated being on this continent?" "Strategic necessity," Selina said. "Ah, a practical woman. You will need to be." Marin turned on her heel. "I will prepare the North Tower. The bed has not been aired in 60 years. He did not warn me." "I did not know I was getting married until an hour ago," Viserion said to her, retreating back. "And yet the rocks are dusted," Marin called over her shoulder. Selina watched her go. Then she looked at Viserion. "I like her." "Everyone likes her. It is her most weaponized quality." He led her through the fortress, and despite everything, Selina found herself cataloging the space with the eye of someone who had managed estates since she was 15. The structure was sound. The heating system, volcanic vents channeled through stone pipes in the walls, was ingenious. The kitchens were large, well-equipped, and staffed by 2 cooks who looked at Viserion the way one might look at a large predator that had wandered into the pantry, with cautious respect and the unspoken hope that it would leave soon. The library was extraordinary. 3 floors of books, scrolls, maps, and documents, some of them so old the ink had faded to ghosts. Selina paused in the doorway and felt something loosen in her chest, the first time anything had loosened since she had stood in that corridor and heard Aldrich plan her death. "You may use the library freely," Viserion said, watching her face. "All of it." "I intended to," she said. "I was not asking permission." That almost smile again. "No, you were not." Her quarters in the North Tower were spacious, cold, and desperately in need of attention, but the windows looked out over the valley and the mountains beyond, and the fireplace was large enough to heat the entire room once Marin sent someone to light it. Selena stood at the window and looked down at the green valley with its farms and its forges and its people, and she began, as she always did, to plan. She needed information. She needed to know Aldrich's timeline, his troop movements, his alliances. She needed to know which of her own people were still loyal and which had been bought. She needed maps, intelligence, messengers, and time. She had 8 days, now 7 given the 3 days of travel. She turned from the window and found Viserion standing in the doorway, watching her. He had not made a sound. For a man his size, he moved with an unsettling silence. "I need messengers," she said. "Fast ones. I need to get word to my steward in the duchy without Aldrich's patrols intercepting it. I can provide faster than messengers." "Carrier birds?" "Dragons." She paused. "You have other dragons?" "I have drakes, smaller, not sentient in the way I am, but loyal, fast, and very difficult to shoot down. They can carry a sealed message across 3 duchies in half a day." Selena stared at him. Then she sat down at the writing desk, pulled parchment and ink toward her, and began composing 3 separate letters with the focused efficiency of a general opening a campaign. Viserion watched her for a moment. Then he left without a word, and when Selena looked up 20 minutes later, she found a tray of food beside her elbow: bread, cheese, dried fruit, and a cup of something warm that tasted like spiced honey. She did not know who had brought it. She suspected it was Viserion himself, which she found simultaneously irritating and unexpectedly thoughtful. She ate without stopping work. By the time Marin came to tell her the fire was lit and the bed was aired, Selena had written 7 letters, drafted a preliminary military strategy, and outlined a 3-phase plan for the reclamation of her duchy. "Do you ever stop?" Marin asked, looking at the scattered parchment. "No," Selena said. "Wonderful. You will fit right in." He does not stop either, except his version of not stopping involves sitting on a rock in dragon form for 14 hours staring at the horizon and calling it thinking. Selena almost smiled. Almost. She slept poorly that night. Not because the bed was uncomfortable, Marin had made it up with surprising luxury, but because every time she closed her eyes, she heard Aldrich's voice saying, "I loved what she represented." And she had to open them again to remind herself that she was not in the castle corridor anymore. She was in a dragon's fortress, married to a creature of myth, and she had a plan. She always had a plan. By dawn, she was up, dressed, and in the kitchen. This was a mistake. Selena Austin could plan a war. She could read a contract and find the hidden clause in 30 seconds. She could negotiate a grain tariff that would feed a duchy for a winter. She could calculate supply lines, troop movements, and siege durations in her head. She could not cook. This was not a minor deficiency. It was a spectacular, almost artistic incompetence, as if the universe had given her every strategic gift and then, for balance, had made her entirely unable to operate a stove. She had tried to learn multiple times, and each attempt had ended in either smoke, small fires, or food so inedible that the dogs refused it. She had come to the kitchen because she wanted to make herself useful, because she hated depending on others for basic needs, and because she had a stubborn conviction that cooking was simply a process, like any other process, and that if she approached it with sufficient logic, she could produce an adequate result. She was wrong. The first sign of trouble was the smoke. The second sign was the smell. The third sign was the sound, a sharp, aggressive sizzling that suggested the eggs were not so much cooking as waging a defensive war against the pan. Selina stared at the stove with the expression of a general watching a battle go sideways. The bread she had attempted to toast was black. Not dark, not well done. Black. The kind of black that suggested it had passed through toast, through charcoal, and had arrived at a new state of matter entirely. The two kitchen staff members were standing at a safe distance, watching with expressions that combined horror and fascination in roughly equal measure. Viserion appeared in the doorway. He looked at the smoke. He looked at the blackened bread. He looked at the eggs which had fused to the pan in a formation that resembled a small volcanic eruption. He looked at Selina. "What," he said, "are you doing?" "Making breakfast," Selina said, with the dignity of a woman who was not going to admit defeat to poultry products. "You are making a fire hazard." "It is under control." "It is literally on fire," he pointed. The bread, which she had assumed was past the point of combustion, had in fact found additional reserves and was producing a small but enthusiastic flame. Selina grabbed a cloth and smothered it. She turned back to him with the cloth still smoking in her hand. "As I said, under control." Viserion looked at her for a long moment. Then he walked to the stove, moved the pan off the heat, scraped the eggs into a bin with one smooth motion, and cracked 4 new eggs into a clean pan with the casual precision of someone who had done it 10,000 times. "You can plan a military campaign," he said, adjusting the heat with a small twist of his wrist, "but you cannot fry an egg. Everyone has limitations." "This is not a limitation. This is a hazard classification." "Are you going to help, or are you going to critique?" "Both." He slid the pan to the cooler side of the stove and turned to the bread. "Rule 1. Bread toasts. It does not undergo metamorphosis." Selina crossed her arms. "I know how toast works in theory." "In theory, you are the greatest strategist of your generation. In practice, you nearly set fire to my kitchen, and we live inside a volcano." She opened her mouth to respond, found that she did not have a response, and closed it again. Viserion, with his back to her, made a sound that might have been a laugh. It was so brief and so quiet that she could not be sure, but the line of his shoulders shifted in a way that suggested suppressed amusement. He cooked. She watched, furious. The eggs emerged golden and perfect. The toast emerged toasted, not cremated. He plated it, set it in front of her, and leaned against the counter with his arms crossed, mirroring her posture exactly. "Eat," he said. "I do not take orders." Consider it a strong suggestion from someone who would prefer his fortress not burned down before the war begins. She ate. It was infuriatingly good. Chapter 3. The first reply from her duchy arrived before noon, carried by a drake, a creature the size of a large eagle, with scales the color of smoke and eyes like tiny black gems. It landed on the tower windowsill with the letter in a leather capsule strapped to its leg, shook its wings, and then proceeded to steal an apple from the fruit bowl on Selina's desk. Selina watched it eat the apple. The drake held the fruit between its front claws and bit into it with sharp, precise teeth, turning it as it ate, like a very small, very scaly person eating at a table. When it finished, it licked its claws, belched a tiny puff of smoke, and looked at Selina expectantly. "You are not getting another one," Selina told it. The drake cocked its head. It had an oddly expressive face for a reptile. Its current expression communicated clear skepticism about her authority to deny it fruit. "Fine." She gave it a second apple. The letter was from her steward, Old Haddon, a man who had served 3 generations of Austins and whose loyalty was written into his bones. His handwriting was shaky but precise. "My lady, Aldrich announced your disappearance this morning. He is telling the court you fled in a fit of madness. He has declared himself acting regent and is preparing to seal the Austen estates under his authority within the week. Your eastern granary is locked as instructed. The northern garrison sent a rider asking for your orders. I told them to hold position and await your word. Several of your tenants have begun asking questions. They do not believe the madness story. They remember your father. Be careful. Be quick. Hold it. Selina read the letter twice. Then she folded it, locked it in the desk drawer, and went to find Viserion. He was in the library, sitting in a chair that was slightly too small for him, reading a book that was slightly too large for the chair's armrest. The book was a treatise on volcanic mineral deposits. He had a quill in one hand and was making notes in the margin with handwriting so precise it looked typeset. Aldrich has declared me insane and is seizing my estates, she said. Viserion did not look up from the book. Expected. I need to return within 5 days with enough force to challenge his claim publicly. If he seals the estates under his authority before I can contest it, the legal process to reverse it could take years. Also expected. Are you going to say anything that is not expected? He looked up, the gold eyes fixed on her. What would you like me to say? I would like you to say, here is my plan for deploying significant military force within 5 days. I do not have a plan for deploying significant military force within 5 days. Selina felt something cold settle in her stomach. Because, Viserion continued, turning back to his book, I am not deploying military force. I am deploying myself. I do not need 5 days. I need 1 afternoon. She stared at him. You intend to fly to my duchy alone? I intend to fly to your duchy with you. You said you lead the strategy. I provide the force. The force is me. 1 dragon against a garrison? 1 dragon against a garrison of men who have never seen a dragon. The psychological effect alone will collapse their formation. After that, it is simply a matter of you walking into your own great hall and declaring your rightful authority, while your husband stands behind you looking dangerous. That is not a strategy, that is theater. All power is theater, Lady Austen. The question is whether your audience believes the performance. She wanted to argue. She opened her mouth to argue. But the strategist in her, the part that calculated odds and weighed outcomes and always chose the most effective path, that part was already running the scenario and finding that it worked. A single dragon appearing over the Austen lands would not just frighten the garrison. It would send a message to every noble house in the region. Selina Austen was not dead. She was not mad. She was not running. She was married to the Black Dragon King, and she was coming home. Fine, she said. But we do it my way. We do not burn anything. We do not kill anyone unless they draw weapons first. We land outside the city walls, we walk to the Great Hall, and I make my claim with witnesses. And if Aldrich draws a weapon, then I will deal with Aldrich. Viserion looked at her for a long, assessing moment. Then he inclined his head. As you say, wife. Do not call me wife. We are married. It is a contractual arrangement. Call me by my name. Selina. He said it like he was tasting it, like it was something he wanted to hold in his mouth a little longer than necessary. She felt the sound of it in the bond between them, a faint pulse of warmth in her chest, and she hated how much she did not hate it. Lady Austen will suffice in public, she said stiffly. And in private? There is no private. We are allies. This is a campaign. He turned back to his book. Of course it is, he said. And the way he said it suggested he was filing away her response for future reference in a mental ledger she did not have access to. The rest of the day was preparation. Selina spent it in the library, studying maps of her duchy. marking Aldrich's likely troop positions, identifying the roads and gates they would need to secure. She sent 3 more letters via Drake, one to Haddon, one to the northern garrison commander, and one to a merchant in the eastern port, who owed her family a debt significant enough that she was confident he would risk Aldrich's displeasure to honor it. Viserion came and went. He brought her food twice without being asked, left it on the desk without comment, and disappeared before she could thank him. The 3rd time, he brought tea and stood in the doorway watching her work for several minutes before she looked up and caught him. "What?" she said. "Nothing." He set the tea down. "You have ink on your face." She swiped at her cheek. He reached out and redirected her hand, his fingers closing over her wrist briefly, adjusting her aim by 2 inches. "There," he said. His hand was warm, not normal warm, dragon warm. The heat from his fingertips sank into her skin and traveled up her arm, and she felt the bond between them pulse again, stronger this time, a thread of gold connecting her ribs to something ancient and vast. She pulled her wrist free. "Thank you," she said, and it came out more clipped than she intended. He withdrew his hand. "You are welcome," he said, and it came out more careful than he intended. He left. Selena stared at the doorway for 5 seconds longer than was strategically necessary. Then she went back to her maps and did not think about the warmth on her wrist for the rest of the evening. She absolutely did not think about it. At all. That evening, Marin brought her a dress. Not a war dress, not riding clothes, but a gown, deep midnight blue, embroidered with silver thread at the cuffs and collar, made of fabric so fine Selena could feel the quality before she touched it. "What is this?" Selena asked. "His mother's," Marin said. "He had me alter it for your measurements. He took your measurements by looking at you once." She paused. "Dragon's spatial perception. They can judge the dimensions of anything they consider important." Selena held the dress at arm's length. It was beautiful. It was also exactly her size, which meant that Viserion had looked at her once and memorized the exact proportions of her body, which was either impressive or unsettling, and she could not decide which. "He also asked me to tell you," Marin continued, "that the dress is for the return to your duchy. He believes you should arrive looking like a duchess, not a refugee." "He is right," Selena said, and hated that he was right. "He usually is. Do not tell him I said that." Marin left. Selena hung the dress on the wardrobe door and looked at it. In the candlelight, the silver embroidery caught the flame and glimmered like starlight caught in dark water. She did not think about the fact that it had belonged to his mother. She did not think about what it meant that he had given it to her. She went to sleep. Chapter 4. They departed on the morning of the 5th day. Selena stood on the plateau of bones in the midnight blue dress with her father's dagger strapped to her thigh beneath the skirt and the Austin seal in a pouch at her waist. The wind was strong, pulling at her hair and the long hem of the gown. She had braided her dark hair into a crown around her head the way her mother used to wear it, the style of the Austin women, practical and regal and older than the duchy itself. Viserion stood beside her in human form. He looked at the sky, at the wind, at the clouds moving fast over the peaks. "Have you ever flown?" he asked. "I have ridden horses at full gallop." "That is not an answer." "No, I have never flown." He nodded. Then the change happened, faster than the first time, his body expanding, darkening, the human shape giving way to the vast obsidian form of the dragon. Scales rippled into existence like water freezing into crystal. Wings unfurled, blocking the sky. The plateau trembled under his weight. He lowered his shoulder to the ground, and a ridge of spines along his back flattened to form something almost like a saddle. Selina climbed on. She did not hesitate. She had spent 3 days in this creature's home, eaten his food, used his library, argued with him about military strategy, and watched him make perfect toast. She was not afraid of him anymore. She was still slightly afraid of the height. He launched from the plateau with a single beat of his wings, and the world dropped away beneath them. Selina pressed her body flat against his scales and held on. The wind was impossible. The speed was impossible. The altitude was impossible. Below them, the Ashreach Mountains shrank to a rumpled gray blanket, and beyond them, the world opened up in every direction, green and brown and blue, rivers like silver threads, forests like dark moss, and far to the east, barely visible through the haze, the pale stone walls of her duchy's capital city. The flight that would have taken 3 days on horseback took less than 2 hours. Selina spent the first 20 minutes gripping Viserian's scales so hard her knuckles turned white. She spent the next 20 minutes forcing herself to loosen her grip and breathe. She spent the remaining hour watching the landscape unfold below them with the sharp, strategic eye of a woman who was memorizing every road, every bridge, every troop encampment she could spot from above. There were soldiers on the eastern road, Aldrich's men wearing his colors, dark red and bronze. They were positioned at 2 of the 3 bridges leading into the capital. The third bridge, the oldest one, the stone arch over the Whitewater River that her great-grandmother had built, was unguarded. Aldrich had always dismissed it as too narrow for military use. He was wrong. It was narrow, but it was sturdy, and it led directly to the merchant quarter, which led directly to the Great Hall's servants' entrance, which Selina had been using since she was 8 years old. She pressed her palm flat against Viserian's scales in the signal they had agreed upon. He banked left, circling wide around the city, and descended toward a clearing in the forest 2 miles south of the unguarded bridge. The landing was surprisingly gentle. He touched down in the meadow like a vast black bird settling onto water, and the ground barely shuddered. Selina slid from his back. Her legs were unsteady. She locked her knees and refused to let them buckle. Viserian shifted back to human form. His black coat settled around him as if it had been waiting. His gold eyes swept the tree line, the road, the distant walls. "We walk from here?" he asked. "We walk from here, through the old bridge, through the merchant quarter, to the Great Hall. Haddon will have the north doors open. The northern garrison riders should have arrived last night, if my timing was correct." "And Aldrich?" "Aldrich will be in the Great Hall. He has been holding court there every day since I left, establishing his authority. He will not expect me to walk through the front door." "You are not walking through the front door. You said the servants' entrance." "I changed my mind. We are walking through the front door." Viserian looked at her. She looked at him. The wind moved through the meadow grass between them. "You want theater," he said. "I want my duchy to see me walk into my own hall in my own right, through my own doors, with a dragon king at my back. That is not theater. That is a statement." "It is the same thing." "Then let it be both." They walked. The road was quiet, mourning travelers scattering at the sight of the tall man in black with gold eyes walking beside the woman in midnight blue. Word would travel ahead of them. Selina counted on it. By the time they reached the city gates, she wanted every person in the capital to know she was coming. The gate guards saw them first, 2 young soldiers in Aldrich's red and bronze colors, stationed at the main entrance. They straightened when they saw Selina approaching. They faltered when they saw Viserian. One of them put his hand on his sword. The other put his hand on the first guard's arm and shook his head very slightly. "Lady Austen," the second guard said. His voice was carefully neutral. "Lord Voss has declared you." "Lord Voss has declared many things," Selina said, walking past them without breaking stride. "I am here to correct the record." They did not stop her. Viserion passed them without a glance, and both guards took an involuntary step back, the way animals stepped back from a predator they could not quite see but could absolutely smell. The crossbow snapped from the gatehouse above them. Selena heard the string and saw the second guard's eyes jump toward the murder slit. She did not have time to turn. Viserion moved before the bolt finished leaving the bow. One arm locked around her waist and turned her behind him. His other hand closed around the shaft less than a handspan from her throat. The iron point smoked between his fingers. His gold eyes lifted to the gatehouse, and for one terrible second, the scale marks along his cheek and throat showed through his human skin. "Take the archer alive," Selena ordered. Her voice remained steady, even though Viserion's arm was still around her and the bolt had been meant for her heart. "I want his orders read aloud at trial." The younger guard dropped his sword and raised both hands. "Lord Voss ordered the gatehouse to kill you if you returned, my lady. The archer is his man." Viserion broke the bolt in one hand. "Your lord already tried to kill my wife once," he said, his voice quiet enough to make both guards blanch. "He will not receive a second attempt." Selena looked up at him. "You can release me now. I am considering whether the city has earned that privilege." Viserion. His arm loosened, slowly and reluctantly. Selena stepped forward, took the broken bolt from his hand, and carried it with her toward the great hall as evidence. The streets of the capital were waking. Market stalls were opening. Carts were rolling. People stopped and stared as Selena and Viserion walked the main avenue toward the great hall. Selena heard her name whispered. She heard dragon whispered. She heard alive whispered. And she heard the relief in it, and something in her chest that was not the bond and not strategy and not anger tightened with a feeling she did not have time to examine. The Great Hall of the Austin Duchy was an old building, stone and timber, built by Selena's great-great-grandfather with wealth from the silver mines. Its doors were 20 feet tall, oak reinforced with iron, carved with the Austin crest, a tower beneath a single star. They stood open. The morning court was in session. Selena stopped at the base of the steps. She straightened the midnight blue gown. She touched her mother's ring on her finger and her father's dagger under her skirt and the Austin seal in her pouch. She took one breath. 2. Then she climbed the steps and walked through her own doors. The great hall was full. Aldrich had packed it, filling the benches with his supporters, his soldiers, his allies, all the people he had been cultivating for the year he had spent slowly taking control of her duchy from the inside. They lined the walls in red and bronze, and at the far end of the hall, seated in the Austin chair on the Austin dais under the Austin crest, sat Aldrich Voss. He was handsome. That was the cruelty of it. He was exactly as handsome as the day she had first seen him ride into her father's courtyard. Tall and broad-shouldered and golden-haired, with a jaw that could carry a crown and eyes the color of winter sky. He wore white and gold, the colors of legitimate authority, and on his finger he wore a ring that Selena recognized as her father's signet, the ring that should have gone to her. Margot stood at the right side of the Austin chair in a pale gold gown chosen to resemble bridal silk. Selena's mother's sapphire bracelet still circled her wrist. All warm, the voice of a man who was very good at sounding reasonable while doing unreasonable things. "Thank the gods, we feared the worst. Guards, help Lady Austin. She has clearly been through an ordeal." "Sit down, Aldrich." Then Selena looked at Margot. "And you will take off my mother's bracelet." Margot's hand flew to the sapphires. Every person in the hall followed the movement. For the first time, the secret was no longer secret. The mistress, the stolen heirloom, and the usurped chair stood together in full daylight. Margot unclasped the bracelet with shaking fingers. Haddon stepped from the side aisle, accepted it without looking at her, and carried it to Selena. Selena fastened it around her own wrist. "Now the room is arranged correctly." Her voice was not warm, it was not smooth. It was the voice of a woman who had walked through dragon territory, married a myth, and flown across a continent in 2 hours, and it cut through the great hall like a blade through silk. Aldrich stopped mid-gesture. His guards, already moving forward, hesitated. I said, "Sit down." Selena walked up the center aisle. The crowd parted. They could not help it. Something in her bearing, in the set of her jaw, in the midnight blue dress that caught the light like dark water, something pushed them aside the way a prow pushed water. "You are in my chair, in my hall, wearing my father's ring. And you are going to explain yourself to every person in this room, or I am going to explain it for you." Selena, you are confused. You have been through a difficult. I overheard you. 3 words. She let them land. 5 nights ago, the council chamber, you and your mistress, the kiss, my mother's bracelet, the promise that she would have my rooms, the mountain pass, the broken axle, the men stationed below. She raised the broken crossbow bolt. And this morning, one of your men tried to finish the work at my gate. She paused and let the silence do its work. Half the faces in the hall shifted toward Margot. The other half turned on Aldrich. I am not confused. You betrayed me in my own home, planned my funeral for my land, and then put your mistress beside my chair before my body was even found. The hall erupted. Voices, shouts, denials, Aldrich's supporters scrambling, Aldrich himself opening his mouth to speak and then closing it and then opening it again, searching for the right lie, and for the first time in her life, Selena saw him fail to find one. And then Viserion walked through the doors. He did not need to announce himself. He did not need to speak. He walked into the great hall of the Austin Duchy with the slow, measured stride of something that had been alive for centuries and found the urgency of mortals mildly entertaining. His black coat moved behind him like a cloak. His gold eyes swept the room, and every person those eyes touched flinched. The hall went silent, not the silence of attention, the silence of prey. Viserion walked up the center aisle, past Selena without stopping, and came to rest 2 steps behind her and 1 step to her left. He clasped his hands behind his back. He said nothing. He looked at Aldrich, and the look contained everything. I know who you are. I know what you did. I am the reason she is still alive. Make your next choice very carefully. Aldrich's face had gone white, not pale, white. The blood had left it so completely that his lips looked gray. Who? He started. My husband, Selena said. Viserion Blackflame, the Dragon King of the Ashreach. The whispers were a storm. Every person in the hall was looking at Viserion, looking at Selena, looking at the space between them, trying to understand what they were seeing. A Dragon King. A marriage. The Austin heir standing in her own hall with an alliance so powerful it made Aldrich's garrison look like toy soldiers. That is impossible, Aldrich said. The Black Dragon has not taken a human consort in 3 centuries, Viserion said. His voice was quiet, conversational, entirely devoid of emotion, and it somehow filled the entire hall without effort. That is correct. I was waiting for someone worth the bond. He paused. Let the silence build. She walked into my territory alone, unarmed, and demanded a negotiation. In my experience, that kind of courage is rarer than dragonfire. Selena did not look at him. If she looked at him, she would see those gold eyes on her, and she would feel the bond in her chest pulse, and she would think about the warmth of his fingers on her wrist, and she could not afford to think about any of those things right now. She was in the middle of a reclamation. Romance, or whatever this contract was masquerading as, could wait. Aldrich Voss, she said, and her voice held the authority of 4 generations of Austins. You conspired to murder the rightful heir of this duchy. You installed your own men in our garrisons. You seized our estates under a false declaration. You stole my father's ring from the vault and put it on your own hand." She held out her hand, palm up. "Give me the ring, remove yourself from that chair, and submit to the judgment of this court. Do these things now, and I will allow the legal process to determine your fate. Refuse, and I will let my husband determine it instead." Behind her, Viserion did not move, did not speak, did not need to. His presence was the argument. His existence was the threat. Every person in the room understood what "let my husband determine it" meant, and every person in the room had seen the bones on the Ashrich Plateau in their nightmares. Aldrich looked at Selena. He looked at Viserion. He looked at the room full of people who were rapidly reassessing their allegiance with the speed of professional survivors. He looked at the ring on his hand. And then he did something that surprised everyone, including Selena. He knelt. Not a quick, pragmatic kneel. A slow, deliberate descent to one knee, head bowed, hand extended with the ring offered on his open palm. The posture of complete surrender. It was too clean, too practiced. Selena knew him well enough to know that when Aldrich Voss knelt, he was already planning how to stand back up. She took the ring. She put it on her finger. It fit perfectly, the way it had always fit, because it had been made for Austen hands. "Take Lord Voss to the East Tower," she said to the guards. Her own guards, the two Northern Garrison men who had arrived the previous night and who now stood at the hall's side entrance, exactly where Haddon had positioned them. "He is to be held comfortably, but securely, until his trial." Aldrich rose. As the guards approached, he looked at Selena one last time. His winter sky eyes held something that was neither anger nor defeat, but something more complicated. The expression of a man who was realizing far too late that the woman he had dismissed as a strategic asset was the most dangerous person in the room. "You were magnificent," he said quietly, and the worst part was that he meant it. Selena did not answer. She watched the guards lead him away. She watched the heavy doors close behind him. She stood in the center of her own great hall, in her own light, wearing her father's ring and her mother's hair and a dead dragon queen's dress, and she let herself feel, for exactly 3 seconds, the weight of what she had just done. Then she turned to face the court. "The Austen Duchy is under my authority. All orders issued by Lord Voss in the past 5 days are void. All military appointments he made in the past year are under review. The Northern Garrison will secure the borders. The Eastern Granary will be opened for distribution." She paused. "There will be questions. I will answer them. Tomorrow. Today, I have work to do." She stepped down from the dais. She walked past Viserion, who fell into step beside her without being asked, and together they walked out of the great hall and into the courtyard, where the morning sun hit them both, and the people of the capital, gathered in clusters along the walls and in the streets and on the balconies of every building that had a view, watched their Duchess come home. In the courtyard, out of sight of the crowd, Selena stopped walking. She put her hand on the stone wall and leaned against it and took 3 breaths that were deeper than any breath she had taken in the great hall. Viserion stood beside her. He did not touch her. He did not speak. He simply stood there, a wall of dark silence, while she reassembled herself. "That went well," she said after a moment. "You were extraordinary," he said. She looked at him. The gold eyes were steady. There was no amusement in them now, no calculation, no predatory focus. Just a clear, direct honesty that hit her harder than anything Aldrich had ever said, because it expected nothing in return. "Thank you," she said, and she meant it. He inclined his head, the courtly gesture again, formal and ancient and oddly tender. "You are welcome, Selena." Her name in his voice, the warmth in her chest, the bond between them humming like a plucked string. She pushed off the wall and straightened her spine and walked toward the east wing to begin the enormous, unglamorous, absolutely necessary work of putting her duchy back together. The Sarian followed, 2 steps behind, 1 step to her left, exactly where he had positioned himself in the Great Hall. She wondered if he knew that was the traditional position of a ducal consort, standing behind and beside, never in front, never overshadowing. She suspected he knew. She suspected he knew far more than he said, and said far less than he meant, and that every single thing he had done since she walked onto his plateau had been precisely calculated to give her exactly what she needed without making her feel like she owed him anything. She found this infuriating. She also found it impossible to stop thinking about. Chapter 5. The first week of the reclamation was chaos. Not violent chaos. Viserian's presence ensured that no one was stupid enough to start a fight, but administrative chaos, the kind that came from untangling a year of careful sabotage and putting every thread back where it belonged. Selena worked 18-hour days, reviewing ledgers, meeting with garrison commanders, interviewing the men Aldrich had appointed, and determining which were complicit in his plot and which were simply following orders. The answer, as it usually was complicated. Most of Aldrich's appointees were not villains. They were soldiers and administrators who had taken positions offered to them by a man they believed to be the future Duke. They had not known about the murder plot. They had not known about the stolen seal, the manipulated accounts, the systematic undermining of Austin authority. They were, in Selena's assessment, guilty of ambition and naivety, not conspiracy. She reassigned them. She did not punish them. She moved them to posts where they could be useful and watched, and she did it with a calm efficiency that made the people who expected a purge reconsider their understanding of what kind of ruler she was. The ones who had known, the inner circle of 3 men and 1 woman who had actively participated in Aldrich's plot, she charged formally and held for trial. The woman was Lady Margot Delane. Margot was brought before Selena in the private audience chamber on the 2nd day. She was still beautiful, dark-haired and sharp-featured, dressed in the plain gray shift of a prisoner, but wearing it with the composure of someone who had always known this was a possibility. "You held my hand at my father's funeral," Selena said. "You told me I still had you." "I did." "Was your grief at my father's funeral a lie?" Selena asked. "Was Aldrich's bed the lie? Was wearing my mother's bracelet the lie? Tell me which part I am supposed to believe." Margot looked at her for a long moment. The grief was real. The rest was weakness, envy, and ambition. A useful collection of excuses. "They are not excuses." Margot's composure tightened. "Aldrich showed me the debt records. Your father had hidden 10 years of loans. The mines were failing. The port was pledged 3 times over. Aldrich told me the duchy needed 1 ruler with enough capital to save it. He told me you were too proud to accept what had to be done. So you became his mistress." Yes, the word cost her something, but she said it. "I wanted him to choose me. I wanted your rooms, your title, and the life everyone assumed would be yours. I told myself I was helping save the duchy because that story sounded better than the truth." "And when he planned my death?" Margot looked down at her hands. "I did not invent the carriage. I did not hire the men. But I heard the plan, stayed beside him, and did not warn you. That makes me part of it." Selena let the admission sit between them. It did not repair anything. It did, however, remove the last convenient lie. "You will serve 12 months of supervised labor in the Eastern Granary," Selena said. "You will lift the sacks, count the rations, and deliver grain to the villages Aldrich stripped. Your jewels and private accounts will be sold to reimburse those families. Your title is suspended. After the year is complete, the village councils, not I, will decide whether you have earned the right to serve this duchy again." Margot stared at her. "You are not exiling me. Exile would let you walk away from the damage. You wanted my place. You will begin by learning the weight of the work you tried to steal." Margot lowered her head. For the first time since entering the room, the gesture contained no performance. "I understand." "You will. By the end of the first week, the grain sacks will make certain of it." Margot was taken away. Selena sat in the audience chamber alone for 5 minutes, looking at the wall, thinking about debt records and hidden mines, and the fact that her father, for all his greatness, had left her a duchy balanced on a knife's edge. Then she opened a new ledger and began to audit every single financial document in the Austin archives, starting from 10 years back. She found the debts. Margot was right. They were significant, cleverly hidden in layered obligations and deferred payments that her father had been juggling like a court entertainer. The duchy was not bankrupt, but it was overextended, and without the silver mines producing at full capacity, the balance would tip within 2 years. "You look like you are planning either a war or a funeral," Viserion said from the doorway. Selena did not look up. "I am planning a budget. They are equally painful." He crossed the room and looked over her shoulder at the ledger. He smelled like the volcanic springs, mineral and warm, and the heat from his body reached her back like standing near a hearth. She did not move closer. She did not move away. "Your mines are underproducing," he said, reading the numbers upside down with casual ease. "By 40%. My father was covering it with creative accounting and merchant loans. The ash reach has mineral deposits that have never been tapped. The volcanic soil produces rare metals that surface kingdoms have been trying to access for centuries." She looked up. "Are you offering me access to your mines?" "I am offering my wife access to shared resources. That is what marriage is. This is a contractual arrangement. Contracts have terms. The terms include mutual benefit. The minerals in the ash reach could cover your duchy's debts 3 times over and fund expansion besides. In exchange, your port gives my territory access to sea trade for the first time in 300 years. She stared at him. The strategic part of her brain was already running the numbers, calculating the trade routes, estimating the revenue. It was brilliant. It was exactly the kind of alliance that would stabilize the duchy for a generation. "You thought about this before I came to the plateau," she said slowly. "I have been watching your duchy for decades. I knew about the debt. I knew about the mines. I knew about Aldrich's appointment and his gradual takeover. I knew what he was building toward. And you waited. I waited for you to choose." The words sat between them like a stone dropped into water. Selena heard what he was not saying. He had known she was in danger. He had known her duchy was failing. He could have intervened at any time, and he had not, because he wanted her to come to him freely, not because he had rescued her. She did not know whether to be grateful or furious. "You gambled with my life," she said. "I gambled that you were smart enough to save yourself. I was right. And if I had not been, if I had not overheard Aldrich, if I had climbed into that carriage..." Something moved behind his gold eyes. Something dark and vast and very, very old. "Then I would have caught the carriage." The silence that followed was so complete, Selena could hear her own heartbeat. "You were watching the pass," she said. "I was watching you." She stood up. The chair scraped against the floor. She was standing very close to him now, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body, close enough to see the fine grain of his skin and the way his gold eyes had flecks of darker amber near the pupils. "You should have told me," she said. "Would you have believed me?" "No." "Then I made the correct choice." You made a unilateral choice about my safety without consulting me, which is exactly the kind of arrogance I expected from a dragon? Expected from a man. That hit him. She saw it land, a flicker in the gold eyes, a tightening at the corner of his mouth. He did not look away. He held her gaze with the steady intensity of someone who was accustomed to being the most powerful presence in any room, but was not accustomed to being challenged. You are right, he said. It was arrogant. She blinked. She had not expected him to concede. It was also, he continued, the action of someone who had been alone for 3 centuries and had finally found something worth protecting and did not know how to protect it without controlling it. I am learning. The process is slow. Selena looked at him. The afternoon light from the window caught the planes of his face and made the sharp angles look softer. Or maybe she was just seeing them differently now that she knew he had been perched on a mountain somewhere, watching, waiting, ready to catch a carriage on a mountain pass if the woman inside did not save herself first. Learning is acceptable, she said. Control is not. Understood. And you will consult me on all future decisions that affect my safety. Agreed. And you will stop bringing me food without asking if I want it. No. She almost laughed. Almost. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she saw him see it, and she saw the way his eyes tracked the movement with an intensity that was entirely disproportionate to a minor facial expression. Fine, she said. The food can stay, but I am choosing the menu. You burned toast 2 days ago. I am choosing the menu, not cooking it. Thank every god in every pantheon for that. She did laugh then. Just a small one, just a breath of sound that escaped before she could stop it. And Viserion Blackflame, the Black Dragon King, the most feared creature on the continent, the man who had not smiled in 3 centuries, looked at her laugh the way a drowning man looks at the surface of the water. Chapter 6. The trial of Aldrich Voss was held on the 7th day after Selena's return. The great hall was packed. Every seat was taken, every balcony full, every doorway crowded with people standing on their toes to see. Selena had deliberately made it public. She wanted witnesses. She wanted the duchy to see justice done in daylight, not in dungeons. Aldrich was brought in under guard. He was still handsome, still composed, still carrying himself with the easy authority of a man who believed the world owed him a seat at its head table. He had been treated well in custody. Selena had insisted on it: proper food, clean clothing, access to a legal advocate. She would not give him the excuse of claiming mistreatment. The charges were read: conspiracy to commit murder, fraud, theft of ducal property, abuse of authority, unauthorized seizure of estates. Aldrich's advocate, a thin man with nervous hands and a surprisingly sharp legal mind, presented a defense that boiled down to 2 arguments. First, that Aldrich's conversation with Margot was hypothetical planning, not actionable conspiracy. And second, that his seizure of the estates was legally justified by Selena's unexplained absence and the duchy's need for stable governance. Selena dismantled both arguments in 20 minutes. Haddon confirmed that Aldrich had begun replacing loyal officers 6 months earlier. The captured gatehouse archer testified that Aldrich had ordered him to kill Selena on sight if she returned. Selena placed the broken crossbow bolt on the evidence table. She presented the financial records showing that Aldrich had redirected ducal funds to his own accounts, and the letter recovered from his quarters ordering the men below Thornwall Pass to ensure she does not survive the descent. Finally, Margot testified that she had been Aldrich's mistress, that he had promised her Selena's rooms and chair, and that she had heard the murder plan without warning its intended victim. The hall went very quiet when that letter was read aloud. It grew quieter still when Margot described Aldrich kissing her while she wore Selena's mother's bracelet. The betrayal was no longer an abstract dispute over law or land. Every woman in the gallery understood it. He had used one woman's love to finance another woman's ambition, then planned to bury the first before the wedding flowers wilted. Aldrich's composure broke, not dramatically, not with shouting or tears. It simply cracked, like ice on a river, a network of fine lines spreading across his expression until the smooth surface could no longer hold. He looked at Selena, and for the first time, she saw the man she had loved, not the schemer, not the thief, but the man who had read poetry to her and held her hand and made her believe that love was a thing that could be trusted. "I did love you," he said. It was not part of the defense. His advocate flinched. "I know," Selena said. "That is what makes this unforgivable." The court found him guilty on all charges. Sentencing was deferred for 1 day to allow the legal advocates to make final arguments. Aldrich was returned to the East Tower. That night, Selena sat in her study and did not work. She sat in the chair by the window and looked at the dark sky and felt the weight of every decision she had made in the last 10 days pressing down on her like stone. There was a knock at the door. Soft. She knew who it was before she opened it. Viserion stood in the corridor. He had a cup in each hand, the same spiced honey drink that had appeared on her desk on her first night in the Ashreach. He held one out to her. She took it. She stepped back. He entered, folding his tall frame into the chair across from hers, with the careful precision of a large predator navigating furniture designed for smaller creatures. They sat in silence for several minutes. The fire crackled. The drink was warm. The night was quiet. "He loved you," Viserion said. It was not a question. "He loved the idea of me, the duchy, the name, the access. But somewhere under all of that, yes, I think part of him loved me, the real me, the person." "And you loved him." "I loved who I thought he was, which was someone who did not exist." Another silence. Longer this time. Viserion held his cup between his hands and looked at the fire. "When the bond formed," he said, "on the plateau, you felt it." "Yes." "You know what it means?" "I know what it means in your culture. I know it means compatibility, resonance, a connection that the fire recognizes as genuine. It means more than that." He turned the cup in his hands. His voice was careful, measured, as if he were navigating terrain more dangerous than any battlefield. "It means the fire found something in you that matches something in me, something fundamental, something that cannot be manufactured or faked." "Are you telling me the fire thinks we are compatible?" "I am telling you the fire knows we are. I have lived for a very long time, Selena, longer than I will burden you with knowing, and in all that time, the fire has never responded to anyone the way it responded to you." She looked at him. In the firelight, his face was half lit, half shadowed, the sharp angles softened, the gold eyes dark and warm. "That is a large claim," she said. "It is a true one." "And what do you want me to do with this information?" "Nothing. I want you to have it. What you do with it is your choice. It will always be your choice." She held his gaze. The bond in her chest was a steady, warm pulse, like a second heartbeat, and she had stopped pretending she did not notice it. She noticed it when he entered a room. She noticed it when he left. She noticed it at 3 a.m. when she could not sleep and lay in the dark feeling the faint, distant rhythm of his presence somewhere else in the castle, awake, watching, alive. "I am not ready," she said. "I do not know if I will ever be ready. I was lied to by the last person I trusted with this kind of feeling, and I do not know how to trust it again." "I know. And you are not going to push." "I am a dragon, not a fool." She almost smiled. The two are not always mutually exclusive. I will concede that point in theory, but deny it in practice. She looked at him for a long time. Then she said, "Thank you, for the drink, for the honesty, for not pushing." He stood. He paused beside her chair. For a moment, just a moment, his hand hovered near her shoulder, not touching, just close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his palm. The bond pulsed. She felt the pull, the gravity of his proximity, and she did not lean into it, and she did not pull away. His hand withdrew. He walked to the door. "Viserion." He stopped. "The rocks in your study, the 412 rocks arranged by color. What about them? Why?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Each one is from a place I found interesting. A battlefield, a ruined city, a shoreline after a storm, a garden that no longer exists. You collect memories. I collect evidence that the world is worth paying attention to." He left. Selena sat in the chair and drank the rest of her spiced honey and thought about a man who had been alive for centuries and who collected rocks to remind himself that beauty existed, and who had looked at her and seen not a duchess or a strategic asset or a woman to be owned, but someone worth waiting for. She did not sleep well that night either, but for entirely different reasons. Chapter 7. The sentencing hearing for Aldrich Voss took place the following morning. The legal advocates presented their arguments. Aldrich's advocate argued for exile, a ban from the duchy with forfeiture of lands and titles. Selena's advocate, a formidable older woman named Duchess Corrigan, who had served as judicial arbiter for 30 years, argued for life imprisonment. Selena listened to both. Then she delivered her own sentence. Lord Aldrich Voss is found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, fraud, theft, and abuse of authority. The conspiracy to commit murder, specifically the planned assassination of the ducal heir, is a capital crime under Austen law. She paused. The hall held its breath. However, the conspiracy was not carried out. The assassination was planned but not executed. No life was taken. She looked at Aldrich. He looked back at her with the expression of a man standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting to see if the ground held. The sentence is permanent exile from the Austen Duchy and all allied territories. Forfeiture of all lands, titles, and properties held within this jurisdiction. Forfeiture of all personal assets obtained through fraud or misappropriation. A lifetime ban on holding any position of authority, military or civilian, in any territory that recognizes Austen's sovereignty. The hall murmured. Some thought it too lenient, some thought it fair. Selena did not care what they thought. She cared about what was just, and she cared about what was strategic, and permanent exile accomplished both without making a martyr. Aldrich stood. The guards moved to escort him. He looked at Selena one last time. "You would have been an extraordinary wife," he said. "I am an extraordinary duchess," she said. "You were simply not paying attention." He left. The doors closed. The hall exhaled. That afternoon, Selena began the real work. The debts were the priority. She spent 2 weeks in the archives with Haddon and a small team of accountants tracing every obligation, every loan, every deferred payment her father had hidden. The picture that emerged was not catastrophic, but it was serious. The duchy owed significant sums to 3 merchant guilds, 2 noble houses, and a banking institution in the Western Territories. The silver mines, which had been the backbone of Austen wealth for generations, were producing at reduced capacity due to a combination of aging infrastructure and a vein depletion that her father's geologists had identified but not reported publicly. Selena looked at the numbers and saw 2 paths: slow decline or radical change. She chose radical change. She called a meeting. Not a court session, not a formal audience, but a working meeting around a large table in the library, with maps and ledgers and cups of strong tea. The attendees were Haddon, the Northern Garrison Commander Captain Brennan, the Portmaster Alara Voss, no relation to Aldrich, a coincidence she found darkly amusing, the head of the Miners' Guild, and Viserion. Viserian's presence at the table drew stares. He ignored them. He sat in a chair that was again slightly too small for him, with his long legs stretched out beneath the table and his arms crossed, and he listened while Selena outlined her proposal. The Ashreach Mountains contain mineral deposits that have never been commercially exploited, she said, pointing to the map. Volcanic rare metals, fireglass, obsidian ore. These materials are in high demand in the coastal cities and have no current supply chain. I am proposing a joint mining operation between the Austin Duchy and the Ashreach territory, administered by our Miners' Guild, with extracted materials shipped through our port. The room was silent. The Miners' Guild head, a burly woman named Thessa, with arms like tree trunks and a skepticism that could have stripped paint, leaned forward. "You want us to mine a dragon's mountain," she said. "I want you to mine my husband's mountain, with his permission and cooperation, using our expertise and his territorial resources." "And the dragon's cut?" Viserion spoke for the first time. 30% of refined output, payable in finished goods, not raw material. I have no use for raw ore. I have use for tools, building materials, and trade credit at your port. Thessa looked at him. "You're serious?" "I do not joke about mining rights." "He really doesn't," Marin muttered from the corner where she had installed herself with a cup of tea and a knitting project, having apparently decided that this meeting was her business whether anyone had invited her or not. Thessa looked at Selena. The fireglass alone would cover the duchy's debts in one season. "I know. That is why I am proposing it." "And the logistics? We are talking about mining operations in volcanic terrain, at altitude, in territory that no human crew has worked in 3 centuries. "I have already surveyed the primary sites," Viserion said. He produced a rolled document from inside his coat and spread it on the table. It was a detailed geological survey of the Ashreach mining zones, hand-drawn in his precise, typeset handwriting, with notations on mineral composition, vein depth, structural stability, and access routes. It was the most thorough geological survey Selena had ever seen. Thessa studied it for several minutes. Her expression shifted from skepticism to professional interest to something that looked suspiciously like excitement. "This vein," she said, pointing, "the one you have marked as deep fireglass, how pure?" 93%. Thessa sat back in her chair. "I need a team up there within the week." "You will have passage through the mountain passes and housing in the Ashreach Valley," Viserion said. "My people will assist with navigation. The terrain is not dangerous if you know where to walk." "And where not to walk." "Everywhere I tell you not to walk." The deal was struck. Contracts were drawn. The first mining team departed 3 days later, led by Thessa herself, who rode toward the Ashreach Mountains, with the gleam of a woman who had just been told there was a 93% pure fireglass vein waiting for her pickaxe. The port expansion was next. Alara, the portmaster, was a compact woman with salt-bleached hair and a vocabulary that consisted primarily of shipping tonnage and dock fees. She listened to Selena's proposal for expanding the port to handle Ashreach mineral exports and responded with a single word: "When?" "Yesterday," Selena said. "I'll have the dock plans by morning." Selena liked Alara. She liked her brevity. She liked her competence. She liked that Alara had looked at Viserion once, nodded, and then treated him exactly the same way she treated everyone else, as a person who was either useful to her port or standing in her way. The third member of Selina's inner circle was Captain Brennan of the Northern Garrison. He was younger than Selina expected, perhaps 30, with a broad, honest face, auburn hair that refused to stay in regulation cut, and a tendency to stand up straighter whenever Selina entered a room. He was also the only person in the duchy who had responded to her emergency letter, not with a formal reply, but with a hand-drawn map of every one of Aldrich's troop positions, annotated with the words, "I have been tracking this bastard for 6 months. Tell me when." Selina had promoted him on the spot. Brennan was earnest, loyal, slightly too eager to please, and deeply, obviously, hopelessly transparent in his admiration for Selina. He did not flirt. He would not have dared. But he had a habit of bringing her tactical reports that were 3 times more detailed than they needed to be, and he lingered after meetings to ask if she needed anything. And once, when she dropped a quill, they both reached for it at the same time, and his hand touched hers, and he turned the color of a ripe tomato, and excused himself so quickly, he walked into a bookshelf. Viserion noticed. Of course Viserion noticed. Dragons, Selina was learning, were observational creatures by nature, and Viserion in particular had the unsettling habit of tracking every person who came within 6 feet of Selina with the focused attention of a predator monitoring the perimeter of its territory. He said nothing about it. For 3 days, he said nothing. Then, on the 4th day, Brennan brought Selina a report on the eastern border patrols and stayed to discuss it for 20 minutes longer than necessary, during which time he asked about her health, her sleep, her opinion on the weather, and whether she had tried the new bread from the market baker. And Viserion, who had been reading a book in the corner, stood up. "Captain Brennan," he said. Brennan snapped to attention so fast his heels clicked. "Lord Blackflame." "The Eastern Border Report. How many patrol units are currently deployed?" 12, my lord." "And how many would you recommend?" 14, with the increased trade traffic from the mining operations." "Excellent analysis. I suggest you go deploy them, now." Brennan looked at Selina. Selina looked at Viserion. Viserion looked at Brennan with an expression of pleasant neutrality that somehow communicated an entire library of unspoken threats. "Of course," Brennan said. "Right away, immediately, my lady." He bowed to Selina. "My lord." He did not bow to Viserion so much as slightly retreat in his direction. Then he left, bumping the doorframe on the way out. Selina watched him go. Then she turned to Viserion. "Was that necessary?" "Was what necessary?" "You just terrified my garrison commander." "I made a staffing recommendation." "You bared your teeth." "That is my face." Viserion. He looked at her. The gold eyes were perfectly innocent, which meant he was guilty of absolutely everything she was accusing him of. "He likes you," Viserion said. "He admires his commanding officer. There is a difference." He turned red when your hands touched. "People blush. It is a physiological response." He asked about your opinion on the weather, Selina. The weather. No one cares about the weather that much unless they are a farmer or in love. Or making conversation. Or making very poor conversation because they are distracted by the person they are talking to. Selina crossed her arms. "Are you jealous?" "I am a dragon. We do not experience jealousy." "What do you experience?" "Territorial awareness." That is jealousy. It is a cousin of jealousy, a more dignified cousin. It is jealousy wearing a fancier coat. I take offense at that characterization. He paused. My coat is already the finest in any room. Selina stared at him. Then, against every strategic instinct she possessed, she laughed. A real laugh, not the controlled breath of sound she had allowed herself before, but a full, startled, genuine laugh that came from somewhere below her ribs and caught them both off guard. Viserion looked at her as if she had just set the room on fire, and he was trying to decide whether to put it out or let it burn. Captain Brennan is a valuable military asset, Selena said, recovering herself. You will not intimidate him. I will not intimidate him aggressively. You will not intimidate him at all. That may be beyond my capabilities. Then develop new capabilities. That is an order. You are ordering a Dragon King to develop emotional restraint. Yes. You are aware that no one has successfully ordered a dragon to do anything in recorded history? Then I will be the first. Add it to my list of accomplishments. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said very quietly, "It is already a long list." And there it was again. That honesty, that clear, direct, unadorned honesty that bypassed every defense she had built and landed somewhere she was not prepared to protect. She felt the bond pulse. She felt the warmth. She felt the pull. She did not lean into it, but she did not look away. "Go away," she said. "I have work to do." "As you wish." He left with the particular grace of a man who knew he had won a small, important victory and was choosing not to gloat about it. Selena sat at her desk and pressed her hand against her chest where the bond lived and breathed and refused to be ignored. "Damn," she said to no one. Chapter 8. 3 weeks after her return, the duchy was stabilizing. The first shipment of fireglass from the Ashreach arrived at the port and sold in 2 days at 3 times the price Selena had estimated. Alara, who was not given to displays of emotion, actually smiled, which alarmed several dock workers who had never seen her do it before. The debts began to shrink. The trade routes opened. The merchant guilds, who had been circling the duchy like vultures over a dying animal, found instead a very alive animal with very sharp teeth and a dragon standing behind it, and they adjusted their terms accordingly. Selena was having a working lunch in the Great Hall when a commotion at the main doors drew her attention. Guards were arguing with someone. She stood and crossed the hall to find a girl standing at the entrance, perhaps 17, thin and sharp-faced and filthy, with tangled brown hair and clothes that had seen better decades. She was holding a small wooden cage, and inside the cage was a bird. Not a drake, not a hawk, a crow. A large, bedraggled, one-eyed crow that was gripping the cage bars with its talons and making a sound that was less a caw and more a sustained commentary of rasping, clicking irritation. "I need to see the Duchess," the girl said. Her voice was hoarse but steady, the voice of someone who had been shouting for a while and was prepared to continue. "The Duchess is in session," the guard said. "The Duchess is right here," Selena said. "Let her in." The girl was brought forward. She stood in front of Selena and executed a bow that was technically correct, but performed with the air of someone who was doing it under protest. "My name is Pip," the girl said. "I am from the Thornwall village. Your father used to send grain carts to us twice a year. When he died, the carts stopped. When Lord Voss took over, he sent tax collectors instead." She held up the cage. The crow inside glared at Selena with its single eye, tilted its head, and made a sound like a rusty hinge opening. "This is Magistrate," Pip said. "He's a crow. He's awful. He bites everyone except me. He steals anything shiny, and he learned to mimic the tax collector's voice and screams, 'Pay your dues,' at 4 in the morning until the entire village wakes up." The crow opened its beak. "Pay your dues," it said, in a voice so eerily accurate it could have been a middle-aged bureaucrat standing in the Great Hall. The entire room went silent. Then someone in the back row laughed. Then someone else. Then the laughter spread, rolling through the great hall like a wave, because the absurdity of a one-eyed crow screaming tax demands in a human voice was the kind of thing that broke through decorum like a stone through glass. Selina did not laugh. She was too busy pressing her lips together very hard. "Why have you brought Magistrate to me?" she asked. "Because I walked 4 days to get here, and he wouldn't stay behind. He followed me for 2 miles, flying into my head, until I caught him and put him in the cage. He's been screaming the entire way." Pip looked exhausted. "I came because the Thornwall village is starving. Lord Voss took everything. The grain, the livestock, the seed stores. He told us it was emergency requisition for ducal security. We have nothing left for the winter planting. I need grain, I need seed, and I need someone to tell me whether the Austin name still means something, because my grandmother says it used to, and she's the smartest person I know." Selina looked at the girl. She was 17, starving, exhausted, and she had walked 4 days with a deranged crow to stand in front of a duchess and demand help. There was something in her that reminded Selina of herself at that age, before the letters and the contracts and the negotiations, when justice was simple and courage was walking until your feet bled, because someone needed to. "Sit down," Selina said. "Eat something. I will send grain carts to Thornwall within the week, and I will personally review every requisition order Aldrich issued to the border villages." Pip's composure cracked. Not much. A shimmer in her eyes, a tightening of her jaw. She blinked it away with the fierce determination of someone who refused to cry in public. "Thank you, my lady." "Do not thank me. Your grandmother is right. The Austin name means something. I intend to make sure it keeps meaning something." Pip sat. She was given food. The crow was released from its cage and immediately flew to the highest rafter of the great hall, where it perched with the imperious dignity of a judge overlooking his courtroom and proceeded to stare at everyone below with its single, gleaming black eye. It also stole a silver button from a guard's uniform, a quill from the scribe's desk, and a decorative pin from Haddon's collar, all within the first 10 minutes. "That bird," Haddon said, looking up at the rafter where Magistrate was arranging his stolen goods in a neat row, "is a menace." "That bird," Selina said, "walked 4 days with a starving girl to make sure she was not alone. He is staying." Magistrate looked down at her. "Pay your dues," he said. Pip looked mortified. "I am so sorry." "Do not apologize," Selina said. "He has better comedic timing than most of my courtiers." And that was how Pip and Magistrate became part of the Austin household. Pip was given a room in the servants' wing, which she initially refused. "I'm not charity," and then accepted when Selina reframed it as employment. "I need someone to run messages, and you can clearly walk 4 days without stopping. That is a skill I intend to use." Magistrate took up residence in the great hall rafters, from which he dispensed unsolicited commentary on court proceedings, stole approximately 1 shiny object per day, and became, somewhat inexplicably, the most popular figure in the duchy's social calendar. People came to court just to hear what the crow would say next. This was because Magistrate, in addition to "pay your dues," had rapidly learned several new phrases by listening to the people around him. His vocabulary within 2 weeks included "order in the hall" from the court crier, "more tea" from Marin, "bring the ledger" from Selina, and most alarmingly, "I am not jealous," from a conversation Viserion deeply wished had not been overheard by a bird. The first time Magistrate screamed, "I am not jealous," across the great hall during a trade negotiation with a visiting merchant guild, the silence was profound. Viserion, who was leaning against a pillar at the back of the room, went very still. Selina, who was in the middle of discussing tariff rates, paused. The merchant guild representative looked confused. Pip, who was standing by the door with a message pouch, covered her face with both hands. Viserion looked at the crow. The crow looked at Viserion. The crow tilted its head, opened its beak, and with exquisite clarity said, "I am not jealous." Then it stole the merchant's hat clasp and flew back to the rafters. The negotiation had to be paused for 5 minutes because Selena could not keep her composure. She disguised it as a coughing fit. Viserion was not fooled. "That bird," he said later in the corridor, "is a security risk." "That bird," Selena said, "is the most honest creature in this castle. He repeats things without context. He repeats things with devastating accuracy. There is a difference. I would like to revisit the question of whether I am allowed to set things on fire. No. Specifically one thing. One small, feathered thing." Viserion. It was a theoretical question. It was a threat against a crow. It was a negotiation opening. She stopped walking. They were in the east corridor, the one with the tall windows that looked out over the courtyard. The afternoon sun slanted through the glass and fell across the stone floor in long golden rectangles, and Viserion was standing in one of them, and the light caught his face and turned his gold eyes into something almost unbearable to look at directly. "You are not setting fire to my crow," Selena said. "Your crow. He lives in my hall. He eats my food. He steals my courtier's jewelry. He is, for all practical purposes, my crow." He told an entire trade delegation that I am not jealous. "Are you?" "I am not jealous," Magistrate screamed from somewhere overhead, because the crow had at some point followed them into the corridor. His single eye gleamed from a window ledge 3 floors up. Viserion closed his eyes, took a breath, opened them. "I am going to the ash reach for the afternoon," he said, with the measured calm of a man who needed to go sit on a rock in dragon form for several hours and stare at the horizon. "Take your time," Selena said. He left. Selena looked up at the crow. The crow looked down at Selena. Then it fluttered down from the window ledge, landed on her shoulder with surprising gentleness, and rubbed its head against her jaw in a gesture so unexpectedly tender that Selena, who had not cried since the night she overheard Aldrich's plot, felt her eyes sting. "You are a terrible bird," she told it. Magistrate clicked his beak softly. Then he stole her earring. Chapter 9. 1 month into the reclamation, Aldrich came back. Not physically. He had been escorted to the border and exiled as sentenced, but his influence remained like smoke after a fire, seeping through cracks that Selena was still finding. The first sign was a letter. It arrived at the port, addressed to Alara from a merchant guild in the Western Territories. The letter offered extremely favorable trade terms for Austin exports, contingent on the duchy entering a shipping alliance that would, buried in the fine print, give the guild exclusive control over the port's deep-water berths. The guild's primary investor was listed as a holding company that Selena traced, through 3 layers of legal obfuscation, to Aldrich Voss. He was trying to buy back control of her duchy through commerce. Selena read the contract 3 times. She found 4 hidden clauses, 2 conditional overrides, and a penalty structure that would have bankrupted the duchy within 18 months if she had signed it and then tried to exit. "Clever," she said, which was the highest insult in her vocabulary when applied to an enemy. She drafted a counter-proposal that dismantled the guild's position clause by clause, sent it back with her seal, and included a handwritten note that said, "I read faster than you write, Aldrich. Try harder." The second sign was more concerning. Brennan's patrol reports indicated unusual troop movements along the southern border, too small to be an invasion, too organized to be bandits. The soldiers wore no colors, carried no banners, but they were well equipped and well trained, and they were probing the duchy's defenses with the systematic patience of a commander preparing for something larger. Aldrich does not have the resources for a military campaign, Selina said, studying the patrol reports spread across the library table. Not after the forfeiture, unless someone is backing him. Someone is, Viserion said. He was standing at the window, looking out over the valley with the focused stillness of a predator who had spotted movement in the distance. The soldiers on your southern border are carrying weapons forged in Drakenhold. Selina looked up. Drakenhold? A territory in the far south, ruled by Lord Cassian Thorne, a man who has been trying to expand his borders for 2 decades and has been waiting for exactly this kind of instability to exploit. You know him? I know of him. He is ambitious, competent, and willing to back men like Aldrich if it serves his expansion. He does not care about your duchy specifically. He cares about the port. Whoever controls the Austin port controls the coastal trade routes. Selina sat back in her chair. The strategic picture was forming in her mind, the way it always did, pieces sliding into position like a puzzle assembling itself. Aldrich had found a backer. Cassian Thorne was providing soldiers and weapons. In exchange, Aldrich would promise Thorne access to the port once he regained control. We need to cut the supply line, she said. If we can prove Thorne is backing Aldrich's incursion and present that proof to the regional council, we can invoke the mutual defense accords. The neighboring duchies will have to respond. That requires evidence. That requires someone inside Thorne's operation who can get us documents. She looked at Viserion. He looked at her. They were both thinking the same thing. I am not sending you, Selina said. I did not offer. You were about to. I was considering it. You are a dragon. You cannot infiltrate a human court. You are 8 feet tall in human form. You have gold eyes, and you radiate heat. You are the opposite of inconspicuous. I was thinking of a more direct approach. You were thinking of flying over Drakenhold and setting fire to things until someone produced the documents. That is an oversimplification. It is an accurate summary. He did not deny it. I will send Brennan, Selina said. He is the right profile, young, unremarkable, trained for reconnaissance. He can travel as a merchant's escort and gather intelligence without drawing attention. Brennan, Viserion repeated. His voice was neutral, perfectly neutral, suspiciously neutral. Do not start. I did not say anything. You said his name like you were chewing on something unpleasant. It is a perfectly serviceable name. I have no opinions about it. You have opinions about everything. I have opinions about strategy. Brennan is a competent officer. He is an excellent choice for this mission. I support it completely. Then why do you look like you just bit into a lemon? This is my face. It is not. Your face has at least 3 distinct settings: calculating, amused, and whatever expression you make when I accidentally set things on fire. This is a 4th setting, and I do not trust it. Viserion was silent for a moment. Then he said, Captain Brennan asked about your health 7 times last week. He is a considerate officer. He asked about your favorite flower. He is making conversation. He asked Marin what color you prefer to wear. Selina paused. He did what? Marin told him midnight blue. He then appeared the following day wearing a midnight blue cravat. Selina opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That is, she said carefully, a coincidence. That is a man who is trying to match his neckwear to your wardrobe, and I say this as someone who has lived for centuries and has never once chosen clothing based on another person's preferences. You gave me your mother's dress in midnight blue. That was strategic. That was thoughtful. Strategic thoughtfulness. Viserion. Selena. They looked at each other. The late afternoon light was doing things to the room again, golden and warm and entirely unhelpful for maintaining professional distance. Viserion's gold eyes in this light were less predatory and more like honey, which was a comparison Selena refused to make consciously, and yet had just made anyway. Send Brennan, Viserion said at last. He is the right choice. I will monitor the southern border from the air during his absence. If Thorn escalates before Brennan returns, I will respond. Without burning anything. Without burning anything that is not already on fire. That is not the same thing. It is a meaningful distinction in combat situations. She gave up. She had learned in 4 weeks of marriage to a dragon that Viserion would agree to approximately 80% of her requests, and that the remaining 20% were immovable, non-negotiable aspects of his nature that she could either accept or spend energy fighting to no effect. The fire thing was in the 20%. Brennan was briefed the next morning. Selena gave him the mission parameters: travel to Drakenhold under cover as a commercial escort, observe Thorn's military operations, identify evidence of the alliance with Aldrich, and return within 3 weeks. Brennan listened with professional attention. He asked smart questions. He took precise notes. And at the end of the briefing, when Selena said, "Be careful, Captain," he looked at her with an expression of such unguarded, earnest devotion that Selena felt genuinely bad about sending him away, not because the mission was dangerous, but because she knew, with the clarity of someone who was very good at reading people, that Brennan was in love with her, and she was never going to love him back, and there was no kind way to say that. "I will come back, my lady," he said. "I promise." "I expect a full report," she said, which was the most she could offer. He left that afternoon. Selena watched him ride out from the east tower window. Viserion was behind her, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, watching her watch Brennan leave. "He will be fine," Viserion said. "I know. He is competent." "I know. And he is in love with you." "I know that too." A pause. "Does that concern you?" "It concerns me because unrequited feelings are painful, and he does not deserve pain." "Unrequited," Viserion repeated very softly, and the word had a quality to it that Selena did not have the emotional bandwidth to examine. She turned from the window. He was closer than she expected. They were in the narrow space between the window and the wall, and his height and breadth filled the corridor the way his dragon form filled the sky, completely, with no room for escape. "You need to stop doing that," she said. "Doing what?" "Standing close to me and saying meaningful things in a quiet voice." "Would you prefer I shout them from a distance?" "I would prefer you give me time." His expression shifted. The sharpness softened. The gold eyes went from predatory focus to something gentler, something patient, something that looked like it could wait another 3 centuries if that was what she needed. "You have all the time you want," he said. "But I am not going to pretend I do not feel what I feel, Selena. I spent too many years pretending to be made of stone. I will not do it again for anyone, not even you." He stepped back. The air between them cooled. He gave her a slight, formal inclination of his head, the courtly gesture that she had come to recognize as his way of closing a conversation on terms that respected both of them. "I will be on the southern border tonight," he said. "If you need anything, send a Drake." He left. Selena stood in the corridor and breathed, and put her hand on the wall and felt the stone, cold and solid, against her palm. The bond in her chest was warm. It was always warm now. She had stopped noticing it the way she stopped noticing her own heartbeat, not because it had faded, but because it had become so constant, so woven into the rhythm of her body, that its absence would have been more shocking than its presence. She was falling for him. She knew it with the same clinical precision that she knew trade figures and troop numbers and mining yields. It was happening, it was accelerating, and she was powerless to stop it. And the strategist in her, the part that controlled everything, the part that had run a duchy since she was 15 and faced down a dragon at 23 and reclaimed her inheritance from a traitor without drawing a single drop of blood, that part was terrified. Because the last time she had trusted someone with her heart, he had planned to push her off a mountain. "Bring the ledger," magistrate screamed from the great hall below, and the sheer mundane absurdity of it broke the moment so completely that Selena laughed in spite of everything and went downstairs to work. Chapter 10. 2 weeks into Brennan's absence, Selena received an unexpected visitor. The woman arrived at the great hall unannounced, riding a horse that looked as exhausted as she did. She was tall, dark-skinned, elegantly boned, and wearing traveling clothes that had once been expensive and were now covered in road dust. She dismounted in the courtyard, handed her reins to a bewildered stable boy, and walked into the great hall with the bearing of someone who expected doors to open before she reached them. "I need to see the Duchess," she said to the guard. "Tell her the Countess Isolde Thorne is here to discuss her husband's very poor decisions." Selena received her in the private audience chamber. Isolde Thorne sat in the offered chair with the precise, controlled posture of a woman who had been trained from birth to project authority regardless of circumstances. She was perhaps 40, with lines around her eyes that spoke of intelligence rather than age, and dark eyes that missed nothing. "My husband is backing Aldrich Voss," Isolde said without preamble. "He believes that if Voss retakes the Austin Duchy, he will be given control of the port. He is wrong, of course. Voss will betray him the moment it is convenient, because that is what Voss does. But Cassian has never been good at reading people who flatter him." "Why are you telling me this?" Selena asked. "Because my husband's ambitions are going to get my people killed. The soldiers he is sending to your border are from my territory's garrison. If he strips the garrison for this adventure, our eastern flank is exposed, and the hill clans have been raiding all season. He is gambling with the safety of our lands to pursue someone else's duchy, and I have spent 16 years watching him gamble, and I am finished. You are betraying your husband. I am protecting my people. If that requires betraying my husband, then yes, I made vows to Cassian Thorne. But I made vows to my territory first." Selena studied her. She saw calculation. She saw anger. She saw something underneath both that looked like exhaustion so deep it had become structural, load-bearing, the kind of tiredness that held a person together because if they ever rested, they would collapse entirely. She recognized it. She had seen it in her own mirror. "What do you want in exchange?" Selena asked. "When this is over, I want a legal separation from my husband. Austin law allows it under grounds of reckless endangerment of a spouse's holdings. I want my lands returned to my name, and I want a trade agreement with your duchy that does not go through him. Those are reasonable terms. I am a reasonable woman. Those terms also depend on me having the power to grant them after whatever Cassian is planning reaches its conclusion." Isolde reached into her traveling cloak and produced a leather folio. She placed it on the table between them. The troop deployment schedules, the supply chain documents, the correspondence between Cassian and Aldrich Voss, including 2 letters in which Aldrich explicitly promises Cassian control of the Austin port in exchange for military support. Selina opened the folio. She read the first letter, she read the second letter, she read the deployment schedules. Her eyes moved across the documents with the speed and focus of a woman who had been reading contracts since she was old enough to hold a quill, and what she saw was everything she needed. "This is enough for the regional council," she said. "It is enough for war," Isolde said. "I would prefer the council." "So would I." They looked at each other across the table. 2 women from different territories, different backgrounds, different marriages, both navigating a world that had been built by men who assumed they would be decorative rather than decisive. "Stay," Selina said, "as my guest, until this is resolved." "I accept, under one condition." "What?" "I am told you have a crow that screams tax demands. I would like to meet it." Selina smiled. "Magistrate is going to love you." She was right. When Isolde was introduced to the Great Hall, Magistrate swooped down from the rafters, landed on the table in front of her, and cocked his single eye at her with what appeared to be professional assessment. Then he opened his beak and said, very clearly, "More tea." Isolde looked at the crow. She looked at Selina. She looked at the crow again. "I will take mine with honey," she told the bird. Magistrate tilted his head, stole her brooch, and flew back to the rafters. Isolde watched him go with an expression of pure delight. "I am never leaving this place," she announced. That evening, Selina assembled her council, Haddon, Alara, Marin, and Viserion, who had returned from the southern border at sunset, and presented the documents Isolde had brought. The room was quiet as the papers were passed around. Viserion read them last. His expression did not change. His gold eyes moved across the text with the steady, methodical focus of someone who had been reading human scheming for centuries and had stopped being surprised by it approximately 2 centuries ago. "Cassian Thorne intends to move within the month," Viserion said. "The deployment schedule indicates a force of 800. Professional soldiers, well-armed, experienced. This is not a raid. This is a territorial acquisition." 800 against what? Alara asked. "Our garrison is 400, Haddon said, with the northern reinforcements 500. "We are outnumbered," Selina said, "in a conventional engagement." "Nothing about our position is conventional," Viserion said. He looked at Selina. "You have a dragon." "I have a husband who happens to be a dragon, and I have already told you that I am not using you as a weapon of mass destruction." "Mass intimidation, then? You want to scare 800 soldiers into retreating?" "I want to give 800 soldiers a very compelling reason not to advance. There is a tactical distinction." Selina considered this. The strategist in her saw the logic. A dragon in the sky above a battlefield was not just a military asset. It was a psychological weapon. Armies that had never seen a dragon, that believed dragons were myth or distant history, would not know how to respond. The formation would break, the morale would collapse. And if the formation broke without a fight, no one would die. "No fire," she said. "No fire. No killing. No killing. You fly, you look terrifying, you make the ground shake, and then I negotiate from a position of strength." That is exactly what I was proposing. You are proposing flying over Drakenhold and setting fire to things. That was last week. I have evolved. Selina looked at him. He looked at her. The corner of his mouth moved, just barely, the not-quite smile that she had begun to catalog and archive in a part of her brain she pretended did not exist. "Fine," she said. "We prepare for Thorne, and we present Isolde's documents to the regional council simultaneously. If diplomacy works, we do not need the dragon. If diplomacy fails, we have the dragon. Either way, I want this resolved without bloodshed. Ambitious, Viserion said. Practical, Selena corrected. In my experience, those are the same thing when you say them. Marin, who had been knitting throughout the entire council meeting and had not looked up once, said, without raising her eyes from her needles, married 4 weeks and already finishing each other's strategic assessments. Charming. Selena and Viserion both looked at her. Marin continued knitting. I said what I said, she added. Chapter 11. Brennan returned 3 days before Thorne's army was expected to reach the border. He arrived at the Great Hall mud-splattered, exhausted, and with a bruised jaw that suggested his mission had not been entirely uneventful. He also arrived with intelligence that confirmed everything Isolde had provided and added several new dimensions that Selena had not anticipated. Thorne is not just backing Aldrich, Brennan reported, standing at attention in the private audience chamber despite Selena's repeated suggestions that he sit down. He has promised Aldrich something in return for the port. Marriage. Selena looked up from the report she was reading. Marriage to whom? To Thorne's youngest sister, Lady Vivienne. She is 19, recently presented at court, and by all accounts, the only person in the Thorne family who does not want this war. Another woman sacrificed for political convenience, Isolde said from the corner, where she had been sitting quietly throughout the briefing. Her voice was calm, but her knuckles were white on the armrest. Where is she now? Selena asked. With the army. Thorne is bringing her along as a guarantee to seal the betrothal the moment Aldrich retakes the duchy. She is under guard. Brennan paused. She asked me to give you a message. You spoke to her? Briefly. She found me in the camp. She knew I was not a merchant's escort. At Selena's raised eyebrow, he added, she said my boots were too clean for a tradesman. She's observant. What was the message? Brennan pulled a small piece of fabric from inside his coat. It was a torn strip of linen with 3 words written on it in a tight, cramped hand. I choose differently. Selena held the fabric for a long time. 3 words. The words of a 19-year-old girl trapped in an army she had not chosen, headed toward a marriage she did not want, who had found the one spy in a camp of 800 soldiers and had given him a message for a woman she had never met. We get her out, Selena said. That complicates the strategy, Viserion said from the window. I do not care. You should care. A frontal dragon display over an army that is holding a hostage creates a hostage situation. Thorne may use her as leverage. Then we do not do a frontal display. We extract Vivienne first, then display. Extraction requires ground forces. Ground forces against 800 create casualties. Not if the extraction is quiet. She looked at Brennan. Brennan looked at her. She saw the question form in his mind before he asked it. You want me to go back in, he said. I want you to volunteer. I will not order this. Brennan straightened. The exhaustion in his face was still there, the bruise was still livid, but underneath it was that earnest, unshakable steadiness that Selena had come to rely on, the quality of a man who would walk through fire if the right person asked him to. I volunteer, he said. Take Pip with you. Everyone in the room turned to look at her. Pip, who had been standing by the door in her capacity as Selena's message runner, froze. Me? Pip said. You walked 4 days through wilderness to reach me. You are resourceful, inconspicuous, and the same age as Vivienne. You can approach her without suspicion. Brennan handles the military aspects. You handle the human ones. Pip stood very straight. She was taller than she had been a month ago, or perhaps she just held herself differently now, with the posture of someone who had been fed regularly and given a purpose and told, for the first time in her life, that her skills mattered. "I'll do it," Pip said. "Pay your dues," Magistrate screamed from the rafters. "Not you," Selina told the crow. "You stay here." Magistrate ruffled his feathers indignantly and stole Brennan's compass. The extraction plan was simple, which was how Selina preferred her plans. Brennan and Pip would enter Thorne's camp the night before the army reached the Austin border. Brennan would create a distraction at the eastern edge of the camp. Pip would reach Vivian, explain the situation, and lead her out through the supply train's exit route, which Brennan's reconnaissance had identified as the least guarded point. They would rendezvous 1 mile north, where a drake would be waiting to signal Viserion. "Once Vivian is clear," Selina said, "Viserion flies." "How will I know she is clear?" Viserion asked. "The drake will signal with fire, 3 short bursts. And if the signal does not come? Then you do not fly, you wait. And if the army advances before the signal? Then I meet them at the border with our garrison, and I negotiate. With 500 against 800. With the documents Isolde provided, presented publicly. Every soldier in Thorne's army deserves to know that their lord is risking their lives for a port deal with a convicted traitor. You want to undermine their morale from the front line. I want to give them information. What they do with it is their choice." Viserion studied her for a long moment. "You are not just a strategist," he said. "You are something more dangerous." "What?" "You are someone who believes people will do the right thing if given the chance." "Is that dangerous?" "It is the most dangerous thing in the world. It is also, occasionally, correct." The plan was set. Brennan and Pip departed at nightfall. Selina watched them go from the courtyard, a soldier and a girl with a one-eyed crow on her shoulder. Magistrate had refused to stay, and Pip had given up trying to cage him, arguing that a crow was actually useful for reconnaissance, which was a creative reinterpretation of the bird's primary skill set of theft and insults. Viserion stood beside her. The night was cold, the stars sharp, and the distant southern horizon was lit by the faint glow of campfires. Thorne's army, less than 2 days' march away. "Are you frightened?" Viserion asked. "I am always frightened," Selina said. "I simply do not allow it to affect my decisions." "That is not fearlessness." "No, it is discipline." "It is more than that." He turned to face her. The starlight caught his features, the sharp planes, the gold eyes, the mouth that rarely smiled but that she had begun to think of as its own kind of language, saying things words could not reach. "You carry everyone. The duchy, the people, the plan. You carry it all, and you never ask anyone to help you hold it. I have help. I have Haddon. I have Brennan. I have Alara and Thessa and Marin and Pip. I have you. You have resources. That is not the same as having someone." She looked at him. The courtyard was empty. The castle was quiet. The campfires on the horizon flickered like fallen stars. "I do not know how to have someone," she said. "I know how to manage people. I know how to deploy them. I know how to calculate their value and assign them roles and optimize their effectiveness. I do not know how to simply have someone. To lean on them, to trust that they will still be there when I open my eyes. Because the last person you trusted planned to kill you. Because every person I have ever trusted has eventually wanted something from me that was not me." The words hung in the cold air between them. Selina felt them leave her mouth and heard them for the first time, really heard them, and understood that this was the thing she had been carrying longer than the duchy, longer than the debts, longer than Aldrich's betrayal. This was the oldest weight. The conviction, buried so deep it had become architecture, that she was valuable for what she could do, not for who she was. Viserion did not speak for a long time. Then he lifted his hand and held it in the air between them, palm up, open, empty. Not reaching for her, not pulling her toward him, just open, an offer without demand. "I do not want your duchy," he said. "I do not want your port or your mines or your strategic brilliance. I have survived 3 centuries without any of those things. I want to know what you look like when you are not carrying anything. I want to know what you sound like when you laugh without catching yourself. I want to know the person underneath the plans, and I am willing to wait as long as it takes because I have nothing but time, and you are the only thing I have ever wanted to spend it on." Selena looked at his open hand. She looked at his face. She looked at his gold eyes, and in them she saw not hunger, not possession, not calculation, but patience. The vast, ancient, bedrock patience of a creature that measured time in centuries and had decided with absolute certainty that she was worth every single one of them. She placed her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers. The warmth was immediate, volcanic, alive. The bond in her chest blazed, not with fire but with recognition, the same recognition she had felt on the plateau when the dark flame had sealed them together and something inside her had said, "Yes, this, finally." He pulled her forward gently, not demanding, just inviting, and she stepped into the space between them and let her forehead rest against his chest. She felt his heartbeat through the dark fabric of his coat, steady, slow, the heart of something ancient and powerful that was beating right now for her. His free hand rose to the back of her head. His fingers slid into her hair carefully, as if she were something he could not quite believe he was allowed to touch. He held her like that, one hand in hers, one hand in her hair, his chin resting on top of her head, and they stood in the courtyard under the stars while the campfires burned on the horizon and the world balanced on the edge of war. "I am still terrified," she said into his chest. "I know," he said into her hair. "This does not change the plan." "I know. And I still have conditions. I would be disappointed if you did not." She lifted her head. His face was very close. His gold eyes were very bright. His mouth was right there, and she thought about it, thought about closing the distance, thought about what it would feel like to kiss a dragon king in a courtyard under the stars on the eve of a battle she had planned and he would execute. She kissed him. It was brief and careful, a single deliberate press of her lips to his beneath the cold stars. Viserion went perfectly still, not because he did not want more, but because he refused to take one breath beyond what she had chosen to give. When she drew back, his gold eyes looked almost molten. Selena stayed in the circle of his arms and let herself feel, for the first time in longer than she could remember, that she was not carrying everything alone. "Thank you," she said. "That was not payment," he said. "I know. That is why I did it." "For what?" "For waiting." His arms tightened around her. Just barely. Just enough. "Always," he said. Chapter 12. The morning came sharp and cold. Selena was dressed and in the great hall before dawn, armor over the midnight blue gown, a compromise that Marin had engineered. "You are a duchess and a war commander. You should look like both." The light leather breastplate had been tooled with the Austin crest, the tower beneath the star, and at her hip hung her father's dagger. The garrison was assembled in the courtyard. 500 soldiers in Austin colors, dark blue and silver, standing in formation with the rigid discipline of men and women who knew the odds were not in their favor and had decided to show up anyway. Captain Brennan's second, a calm-eyed woman named Lieutenant Cade, commanded the formation in Brennan's absence. Selena addressed them from the steps. The army approaching our border is not here for conquest, she said. They are here because their lord made a deal with a convicted traitor. The soldiers marching toward us are not our enemies. They are people who were given orders by a man who does not care whether they live or die, so long as he gets access to our port. She paused. Let it land. We are not here to kill. We are here to stand. If they advance, we hold. If they parley, we talk. And if they see the sky open above them and something they thought was myth descend from the clouds, we let that make the argument for us. A murmur ran through the ranks. They had been told about Viserion. They had seen the drakes coming and going from the castle. But hearing their duchess confirm that a dragon would fight beside them was different from rumor. It was real, and it was terrifying and reassuring in roughly equal measure. Selena led the march to the border. It took 4 hours. The Austin territory ended at the Greenwater River, a wide, shallow crossing that had been the site of border disputes for generations. On the far side, visible through the morning mist, Thorne's army was assembling. 800 soldiers, well-armed, professional, arranged in a formation that spoke of experienced command. At the center of the formation, mounted on a gray warhorse, was a man Selena had never seen but recognized from Isolde's description, Lord Cassian Thorne. Tall, broad, dark-bearded, handsome in a hard way, like a statue carved by someone who admired strength more than beauty. Beside him, on a smaller horse surrounded by 4 guards, was a young woman with pale hair and a face that looked like it had been crying recently. Vivienne. Selena's stomach tightened. She scanned the tree line north of the camp. No signal, no drake fire. Brennan and Pip were not yet clear. She rode to the river's edge. Thorne rode to meet her. They stopped on opposite banks, 20 feet of shallow water between them. Duchess Austin, Thorne said. His voice was deep and carried well. I was told you were dead. I was told many things about you, Lord Thorne. Most of them were unflattering. And accurate? We shall see. He smiled. It was not a warm smile. I understand you have married the Black Dragon. A bold move. Is he here? He is nearby. Nearby? Thorne looked at the sky. I see no dragon. That is the point of nearby, Lord Thorne. If you could see him, I would have already lost the element of surprise, and I am not in the habit of losing anything. Something flickered across Thorne's face. Not fear, not yet. But the recalculation of a man who had expected one kind of opponent and was encountering another. I have a proposition, he said. I have documents. She held up the leather folio. Correspondence between you and Aldrich Voss. Deployment orders for your forces, revealing them as an invasion force, not a border patrol. Financial agreements granting you control of my port in exchange for military support of a convicted traitor's attempt to retake a duchy he was lawfully exiled from. These documents are copies. The originals are already on their way to the regional council. The color drained from Thorne's face. Not as dramatically as Aldrich's had in the Great Hall, but noticeably. He had the complexion of a man who spent most of his time outdoors, and the pallor showed. Who gave you those? He asked, and his voice was no longer smooth. Someone who cares about your people more than you do. His eyes snapped to the left, searching the Austin ranks, searching for Isolde. He did not find her. Selena had kept her safely at the castle. But the fact that he looked told Selena everything she needed to know about who Thorne suspected and how deeply that suspicion cut. You have no right, he began. I have every right. You are on my border with 800 soldiers and a teenager you are using as a bargaining chip. I have the right to defend my people, expose your conspiracy, and hold you accountable under every law that governs this region. Laws, Thorne said, and the word was a snarl. Laws did not build empires. No, laws prevented the need for them. Silence. The river flowed between them. The two armies faced each other across the water, and 500 Austen soldiers looked at 800 Thorn soldiers, and 800 Thorn soldiers looked at 500 Austen soldiers, and nobody moved. Then, from the tree line, 3 bright bursts of fire split the morning air, short, sharp, unmistakable. The Drake signal. Brennan and Pip had Vivian. They were clear. Selina felt the relief like a physical blow. She did not let it show. She kept her eyes on Thorn. "Lord Thorn," she said, "your sister is no longer in your camp." He wheeled in his saddle. His eyes found the guard detail around Vivian's horse. The horse was still there. The guards were still there. Vivian was not. The eruption of shouting from the Thorn camp was immediate and chaotic. Guards scrambled. Officers barked orders. The formation wavered, confusion rippling through it like wind through tall grass. And then the sky darkened. Not clouds, not an eclipse. Something vast and black and alive, rising from behind the mountain ridge to the north with a sound like the world cracking open. Wings that blocked the sun, scales that absorbed the light, gold eyes that burned like twin suns in a face of obsidian. Viserion. He passed over the battlefield at an altitude low enough to feel the wind from his wings. The downdraft hit both armies like a storm. Banners snapped and tore. Horses screamed. Soldiers, hardened professional soldiers who had fought in a dozen border skirmishes, looked up and saw something that their training had not prepared them for, because no one trained for dragons. No one believed in dragons. And yet there it was, blotting out the sky, the sound of its wings a thunder that reached into the chest and squeezed the heart. Viserion did not breathe fire. He did not attack. He did not need to. He banked over the Thorn army in a wide, slow circle, close enough that every soldier could see every scale, every claw, every tooth. And the message was not, "I will destroy you." The message was, "I could destroy you, and I am choosing not to, and you should consider very carefully what kind of person you want to be in the next 5 minutes." The formation broke. Not violently, not in panic. It dissolved, the way ice dissolves in warm water, from the edges inward. Soldiers who had been standing shoulder to shoulder began stepping back, then stepping apart, then looking at each other with the shared expression of men who had just collectively decided that port access was not worth facing an airborne apex predator. Thorn was screaming orders. No one was listening. His officers were looking at the sky. His cavalry horses were bolting. His entire army was deciding, one soldier at a time, that today was not the day they wanted to be a footnote in a dragon's breakfast. Selina urged her horse forward. She crossed the river. She rode directly toward Cassian Thorn, alone, through the disintegrating army, and she stopped in front of him. "This is over," she said. Thorn looked at her. His face was a mask of fury. His hand was on his sword. "Do not," Selina said quietly. "You have lost your army, your sister, your conspiracy, and your reputation. Do not lose your life as well." The shadow of the dragon passed over them both. The gold eyes looked down, waiting. Thorn's hand left his sword. "I will see you at the council," he said, and his voice was the voice of a man who knew he was beaten and hated every syllable of the admission. "You will," Selina said, "and when you do, you will explain to every lord and lady in the region why you sent 800 soldiers to steal a port you could have accessed through a simple trade agreement." She turned her horse. She rode back across the river. Behind her, Thorn's army was already pulling back, not retreating in formation, but simply leaving. Soldiers drifting away from the river like water finding its own level. Officers calling orders that no one followed, supply wagons turning in the mud. It was not a rout, it was an evaporation. Viserion landed on the Austin side of the river with a grace that defied his size. The ground trembled. 500 Austin soldiers watched a dragon fold its wings and lower its head to the Duchess, a gesture of deference so clearly intentional that it sent a ripple of awe through the ranks. Selena put her hand on his enormous snout. The scales were warm. The gold eye closest to her blinked once, slowly. "No fire," she said. A rumble in his chest. Agreement, or as close to agreement as a dragon got when it had spent the last 20 minutes resisting the urge to set things ablaze. "Good," she said. "Now change back. We have a prisoner to collect and a teenager to feed." He shifted. The dragon contracted, condensed, reformed into the tall man in black standing in the meadow grass with his coat settling around him and his gold eyes bright. He was, Selena noticed with a feeling she was increasingly unable to classify as professional admiration, not even slightly out of breath. "You rode into an army of 800 alone," he said. "I rode into a disintegrating army. The psychological collapse had already occurred. You rode toward an armed man whose hand was on his sword. I assessed the risk as manageable." "You assessed?" He stopped, closed his eyes, opened them. "You are going to make the next 3 centuries very difficult for me, are you not?" "I intend to make them interesting. The difficulty is your responsibility." Brennan and Pip emerged from the tree line 10 minutes later, accompanied by a young woman who was shaking so hard she could barely walk, and who looked at Selena with enormous gray eyes full of tears she was too proud to let fall. Vivian Thorne was 19, willowy, pale-haired, and possessed of the particular fragility of someone who had spent her entire life being moved across a chessboard by someone else's hand. She was also, Selena noticed, clutching Pip's arm with a grip that suggested she had no intention of letting go anytime soon. And Pip was letting her, with the instinctive protectiveness of someone who recognized a kindred spirit in distress. "Lady Vivian," Selena said, dismounting, "you are safe. You are under my protection. No one is going to force you into anything." Vivian's chin trembled. She straightened it with visible effort. "I choose differently," she said, repeating the words she had written on the scrap of linen. "I do not know what that looks like yet, but I know what it does not look like, and it does not look like being traded for a port." "Then we will figure out what it looks like together," Selena said. "For now, you are a guest of the Austin Duchy, and my first order of business is getting you a hot meal in a room with a locked door that only you have the key to." Vivian's composure broke. She started crying, not dramatically, not with sobs, but with the quiet, steady tears of someone who had just been offered the first kindness they had experienced in a very long time. Pip, still holding Vivian's arm, looked up at Selena with an expression that said, with the eloquence of someone who had walked 4 days with a deranged crow and then infiltrated an army camp and rescued a stranger, "I will take care of this one." Selena nodded. Pip led Vivian toward the supply wagon, where Marin, who had materialized at the border camp with the supernatural ability of a woman who always appeared wherever hot food and emotional support were needed, was already pouring tea. Magistrate, perched on the supply wagon's canopy, looked down at Vivian. He cocked his one-eyed head. Then, with a gentleness that was entirely out of character for a bird whose primary personality traits were theft and loudness, he fluttered down to Vivian's shoulder and pressed his feathered head against her cheek. Vivian stopped crying and stared at the crow. "He does that sometimes," Pip said, "when he thinks you need it." "Pay your dues," Magistrate whispered, very softly, which was somehow the most comforting thing anyone had said to Vivian all day. The march back to the castle took the rest of the day. Selena rode at the front, Viserion walking beside her horse in human form, because he had discovered early in their acquaintance that Selena preferred to have important conversations at ground level, and he preferred to be wherever Selena was having conversations. Thorn will petition the council, Viserion said. He will argue that the documents were stolen and that Isolde acted without authority. He will, and the council will weigh his argument against the physical evidence of 800 soldiers on my border. The documents are damning, but the invasion attempt is irrefutable. And Aldrich? Aldrich's letters prove conspiracy. The council will issue a warrant. His exile becomes imprisonment. Where? That depends on where they find him. I suspect he will run. He has resources, connections, contacts in territories beyond the council's reach. He could come back. He will come back. Selena said it with certainty. She knew Aldrich. She had loved Aldrich. She understood the architecture of his ambition with the intimacy of someone who had once mistaken it for passion. He will wait. He will rebuild. And when he thinks enough time has passed, he will try again. And when he does... She looked at Viserion. I will be ready. He held her gaze. We will be ready. The correction was small. The pronoun was everything. Chapter 13. The regional council convened 3 weeks later in the neutral territory of Ashenmere, a fortress city built into a cliff face that had served as the council seat for 4 centuries. Every duchy, territory, and free city in the region sent representatives. The hall was vast, circular, designed so that every speaker could be seen by every observer, and it was packed. Selena presented her case in person. She stood in the center of the hall in the midnight blue gown with the Austen crest on her breast and her father's ring on her finger and her mother's braid in her hair, and she spoke for 2 hours. She presented the documents. She presented Isolde's testimony. She presented Brennan's reconnaissance report. She presented the testimony of 3 of Thorn's own officers who had deserted during the border retreat and who were willing to confirm under oath that they had been deployed for an invasion, not a border exercise. The council deliberated for 1 day. Their verdict was unanimous. Lord Cassian Thorn was found guilty of conspiring to invade a sovereign duchy. His military privileges were revoked. His border territories were placed under council oversight. He was ordered to pay reparations to the Austen Duchy and to the soldiers he had deployed under false pretenses. Aldrich Voss was found guilty in absentia of conspiracy, fraud, and attempting to incite military action against his former duchy. A warrant was issued for his arrest. His exile was converted to a sentence of imprisonment to be executed upon capture. And Isolde Thorn was granted legal separation from her husband, with full restoration of her personal lands and titles. Isolde received the news in the corridor outside the council hall. She stood very still for a long time, reading the judgment, and then she looked at Selena. "You did this," she said. "The council did this. The council would not have heard my case without you. You risked your own position to sponsor my petition. You had no obligation to me. I had an obligation to someone who walked away from everything she knew in order to do the right thing. That is an obligation I will always honor." Isolde looked at the judgment again. Then she folded it carefully and pressed it against her chest, the way one might hold something precious and breakable. "I would like to stay," she said, "in your duchy, if there is a place for me." "There is always a place for you." The first 6 months of the Austen-Ashreach alliance transformed both territories. The Fireglass mines were producing at full capacity, generating revenue that exceeded Selena's most optimistic projections. The port expansion was complete, with new deep-water berths capable of handling the largest merchant vessels on the coast. Trade agreements with 12 different city-states had been negotiated, each one structured by Selina with the precision of a master clockmaker, each one interlocking with the others to create a network of mutual dependencies that made the Austin Duchy not just wealthy, but indispensable. The debts were paid, all of them. Every merchant guild, every noble house, every banking institution received their final payment, hand-delivered by Selina's envoys with a letter that said, in essence, the Austin Duchy honors its obligations, always. The border villages were rebuilt. Thornwall received not just grain carts, but a new granary, a schoolhouse, and a clinic staffed by a healer from the Ashreach, who specialized in mountain ailments, and who also happened to be a retired drake handler, which made her extremely popular with the village children. Pip was promoted from message runner to Selina's personal aide, a position that she filled with the fierce, organized competence of someone who had survived poverty and was determined to never be powerless again. She also served as Vivian's unofficial guardian, protector, and best friend, a role that had evolved organically from the night she had led Vivian out of the army camp and that had solidified into the kind of bond that transcended formal titles. Vivian herself had blossomed. Freed from her brother's control, she had proved to be intelligent, artistic, and possessed of a quiet, dry wit that surprised everyone who had initially dismissed her as fragile. She spent her days in the castle library, where she had discovered a talent for cartography and was slowly producing a new map of the duchy that was not only accurate but beautiful, filled with tiny illustrations of landmarks, animals, and notable buildings drawn with a delicate hand. She was also, Selina noticed, spending an increasing amount of time with Brennan, who had taken to bringing her atlas references from the garrison's map room, and who had developed an intense interest in cartography that was, in Selina's assessment, approximately 5% genuine and 95% an excuse to sit next to Vivian in the library. He brings her compasses, Viserion reported one evening, in the tone of a man who was keeping a ledger of romantic incompetence and finding it increasingly well populated. That is a thoughtful gift for a cartographer, Selina said. He has brought her 4 compasses in 2 weeks. Perhaps she needs several. She needs one. He needs an excuse to visit. This is a pattern I recognize. From personal experience? He looked at her. The gold eyes held the particular intensity that meant he was about to say something honest and devastating. I brought you 7 cups of spiced honey before you noticed it was me delivering them, he said. She stared at him. That was you every time? Every time. I thought it was Marin. Marin does not know the recipe. It is an Ashreach preparation. I make it myself. You have been personally making me drinks and sneaking them onto my desk like some kind of romantic supply line. I prefer strategic comfort deployment. Selina opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That is, she said, and her voice was doing something complicated that she could not entirely control. The most absurd and the most thoughtful thing anyone has ever done for me. You are welcome. I did not say thank you. Your face said it. My face said no such thing. Your face says many things you do not intend it to, Selina. Your face is, strategically speaking, your greatest vulnerability. She grabbed a cushion from the chair beside her and threw it at him. He caught it one-handed without looking, because dragons had peripheral vision that covered nearly 300 degrees and reflexes that operated on a time frame humans could not match. You are impossible, she said. I am inevitable, he corrected. There is a difference. Is there? One can be resisted, the other cannot. And which are you? He placed the cushion back on the chair with deliberate precision. Then he stepped toward her. One step, close enough to feel the heat. Close enough to see the gold flecks in his eyes and the faint, almost invisible pattern of scale marks that appeared along his jawline when he was feeling something strongly enough that his human form could not quite contain it. "Which would you like me to be?" he asked, very quietly. The room was warm. The firelight was doing its golden thing again. The bond in her chest was a steady blaze, no longer a background hum, but a full, bright flame. And Selina looked at this man, this ancient, impossible, rock-collecting, spiced honey-making, emotionally constipated, devastatingly honest creature, and she made a decision. Not a strategic decision, not a calculated choice, not a maneuver in a larger plan. A decision. She reached up. She put her hand on the side of his face. His skin was warm, warmer than human, and she felt the faint texture of those scale marks under her fingertips. And she felt him go absolutely still. The kind of stillness that was not calm but controlled. The stillness of a being of immense power choosing, with deliberate intent, to let a human hand rest against his face. "Inevitable," she said. She kissed him. It was not dramatic, it was not theatrical. She rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his, and the bond between them detonated in her chest like a star igniting. She felt it through every nerve, every cell, every corner of her body. She felt his hands find her waist, his fingers pressing into the fabric of her gown, pulling her closer with a restraint that was almost painful to witness because she could feel, through the bond, how much restraint it was taking. 3 centuries of solitude, 3 centuries of waiting, 3 centuries compressed into the simple, devastating act of being kissed by a woman who had finally chosen to trust. He kissed her back, carefully at first as if she were made of something that might break, then less carefully when she made a sound against his mouth that communicated, with absolute clarity, that she was not breakable and had never been. His hand moved from her waist to the small of her back. Her hand slid from his face into his hair, which was exactly as soft and exactly as warm as she had spent several months pretending she had not wondered about. When they broke apart, they were both breathing harder than either of them would have admitted. Selina's hand was still in his hair. His hand was still on her back. Their foreheads were touching. "Well," Selina said. "Well," Viserion said. "That was. Do not strategize this." "I was not going to strategize this." "You were composing a post-action assessment." "I was not." "Your left eyebrow does a specific thing when you are analyzing outcomes. It is doing it now." She pulled back far enough to glare at him. He looked back at her with an expression of such naked, unguarded happiness that the glare died on her face and was replaced by something softer, something she did not have a name for, something that felt like the first morning after a long winter when the sun was warm enough to feel on your skin. "I have conditions," she said. He laughed, actually laughed, not the almost laugh, not the suppressed chuckle, not the controlled exhalation that passed for humor. A real laugh, deep and warm and startled, as if it had been locked inside him for so long that it had forgotten the route out and was pleasantly surprised to find the door open. "Of course you do," he said. "First, this changes nothing about the command structure. I lead the strategy." "Agreed." "Second, public displays of affection are limited to formal occasions where they serve diplomatic purposes." "Absolutely not." "Viserion, I waited 3 centuries. I will hold your hand whenever I want." "That is not." He took her hand, he lifted it. He pressed his lips to her knuckles, slowly, deliberately, while maintaining direct eye contact, and the bond in her chest did something so powerful that her knees actually wavered, which was humiliating and also the most romantic thing that had ever happened to her. "Condition denied," he said against her knuckles. "You cannot deny my conditions." "I just did. This is not how negotiations work." "This is not a negotiation, this is a marriage." She stared at him. And then Selina Austen, Duchess of the Austen Duchy, strategic genius, diplomatic powerhouse, woman who had faced down a dragon on a plateau of bones and stared down an invading army from horseback without flinching, blushed. She blushed like a 17-year-old at her first dance. She blushed from her collarbones to her hairline. She blushed so thoroughly that the heat in her cheeks rivaled the heat radiating from the man standing in front of her. Viserion looked at her blush the way a man looks at a sunrise he has been waiting 300 years to see. "Stop looking at me like that," she said. "No," he said. "Viserion." "Selina. I am going to bed. I will walk you." "You do not need to walk me. I know where my room is." "I know. I am walking you anyway." He walked her. Through the corridors, up the stairs, past the library, past his study with its 412 rocks arranged by color, to the door of her tower room. They stood in the doorway, and the candlelight from inside the room fell across both of them, warm and gold. "Good night," she said. "Good night," he said. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. Just that. A press of lips against her brow, gentle and deliberate and over too quickly. Then he straightened, inclined his head in that formal ancient gesture, and walked away down the corridor. Selina watched him go. Then she closed the door and leaned against it and pressed her hands against her burning cheeks and said to the empty room, "What have I done?" From the window ledge, Magistrate, who had apparently followed them upstairs without being noticed, said very softly, "More tea." "Shut up," Selina told the crow. He stole her hairpin and went to sleep. Chapter 14. The happiness lasted 3 months. Not that the happiness ended entirely. Happiness, Selina was discovering, was not a single state, but a collection of small, ongoing decisions. The decision to trust, the decision to soften, the decision to let someone pass the walls. She was making those decisions daily, sometimes hourly, and each one felt like stepping off a cliff and finding solid ground. She and Viserion had settled into a rhythm. They worked together during the day, strategy and governance, and the endless administrative machinery of running 2 territories that were increasingly functioning as one. They argued about everything: troop deployments, trade policy, mining quotas, whether toast constituted a legitimate breakfast food. Viserion maintained it was emergency sustenance at best. Selina maintained it was a perfectly valid choice for someone who could not cook, which was an ongoing negotiation neither of them intended to concede. And in the evenings, in the private hours between the last meeting and sleep, they were something else. Not quite lovers, the marriage remained unconsummated, and neither of them pushed, which was a mutual restraint that spoke more about respect than hesitation. But they were intimate in ways that surprised them both. He read to her. She showed him the ledgers and explained her strategies, not because he needed to understand them, but because she wanted him to. He taught her the names of stars in the old dragon language. She taught him to play chess, which he was terrible at because he instinctively tried to use every piece as a weapon and had no patience for defense. "You cannot send your queen directly at my king in the opening move," Selina said for the 4th time. "Why not? She is the most powerful piece. Deploy her immediately." "Because she will be captured. Then the other pieces should protect her." "That is not strategy. That is brute force." Brute force is a subset of strategy. It absolutely is not. I am a dragon. Our entire military doctrine is arrive, be enormous, problem solved. And that is why you are losing at chess. I am not losing. I am executing an unconventional approach. You have lost your queen, both rooks, and a bishop. You have 3 pawns and a knight. The knight is very motivated. She laughed. He watched her laugh with the same expression he always wore when she laughed, the expression of a man seeing sunlight for the first time and trying to memorize the angle. These were the good days, the best days, days that built a foundation beneath the marriage contract, something that was not strategy or alliance or mutual advantage, but simply 2 people learning to occupy the same space without either of them feeling smaller. But the world did not pause for happiness, and Aldrich Voss did not pause for anything. The first sign was a letter that arrived by ordinary post, not Drake, not messenger, but a simple sealed envelope left at the castle gate by a courier who could not describe who had hired him. The letter was addressed to Selina. It was written in Aldrich's hand. I see what you have built. It is impressive. I always knew you were capable of extraordinary things. I told you once that I did not know what it meant to want something until I wanted you. That was not a lie. The lie was everything that came after. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking you to understand that I have had time to think, and time is a clarifying substance. I made the worst mistake of my life when I chose your land over you. I know that now. I will always know it. Wherever you are, whatever you have become, know that I see you. The real you. Not the strategist, not the duchess, not the Dragon King's bride. You, Aldrich. Selina read the letter 3 times. Then she put it in a drawer and locked the drawer and sat at her desk and looked at the wall for 20 minutes. She did not show it to Viserion. Not because she was hiding it, but because she needed to understand her own reaction to it before she let anyone else see it, and her reaction was complicated. It was not love. She was certain of that. The love she had felt for Aldrich had died on the night she stood in the corridor and heard him trade her life for acreage. What remained was something harder to name, the ghost of a feeling, the memory of what it had been like to believe someone completely. The particular ache of knowing that the person who had hurt you worst was also the person who had known you first. She thought about Aldrich at 17, dismounting from the black horse. She thought about Aldrich at 20, reading poetry in her father's library. She thought about Aldrich in the council chamber, saying, I loved what she represented. She locked the drawer tighter and went back to work. The second sign came a week later. One of the southern trade caravans was ambushed on the road. Not violently, no one was hurt, but the cargo was taken, and among the cargo was a shipment of fireglass bound for a major buyer in the coastal cities. The ambush was professional, clean, timed perfectly to hit the caravan at its most vulnerable point. This was not bandits, Selina said, studying the report. The timing, the route knowledge, the target specificity. Someone with inside information planned this. Aldrich, Viserion said. Or someone working for him. He is trying to undermine our trade network. If we cannot guarantee safe delivery, our buyers will look elsewhere. I can fly the routes. You cannot fly every route every day. We need a systemic solution, not a dragon escort service. The third sign was the most disturbing. Pip came to Selina's study one evening, pale and quiet, holding a crumpled note she had found pinned to the stable door. It says, the dragon's bride should remember that dragons die too, Pip said. I found it when I went to feed the horses. Selina took the note. The handwriting was not Aldrich's. It was unfamiliar, angular, deliberate, a hired hand. When? Selina asked. This evening. while everyone was at dinner, someone got past the castle security. Someone got past the castle security, the garrison patrol, and magistrate, which means they were either invisible or they knew the patrol schedule. Selina looked at the note. She looked at Pip. She looked at the door of her study, which was closed, which was always closed now because the world had reminded her, with a crumpled note pinned to a stable door, that safety was a temporary condition and enemies did not stop being enemies just because you beat them once. "Tell no one except Viserion," she said, "and bring Brennan to me." Pip nodded and left. Magistrate, who had been sitting on the windowsill in unusual silence, hopped to the desk and placed a silver button, one of his prized stolen possessions, next to Selina's hand. Then he pressed his head against her wrist very gently. "Thank you," Selina told the crow. "Keep your button." Magistrate left it there and flew back to the windowsill, where he sat facing the door with his single eye gleaming. Sentry duty. The crow understood threat. When Viserion arrived, he read the note once. He did not speak for 30 seconds. The scale marks on his jaw appeared faintly, like embers brightening in a fading fire. "I will find who left this," he said, and his voice had a quality to it that Selina had not heard before. Something below the usual register, something that vibrated in the air and in the stones and in the bond between them. "We will find them," she corrected. "Together, after we determine the scope of the threat." "Selina, this is not a discussion about whether you are going to fly off alone and handle this. This is a discussion about strategic response. Someone threatened your life. Someone has been threatening my life since I was born an heiress. This is not new. What is new is that they got inside our perimeter, which means we have a security breach, and a security breach requires investigation, not incineration." He looked at her. The scale marks faded. The dangerous thing in his voice receded, not because it was gone, but because he was choosing, with visible effort, to contain it. "Investigation first," he said. "Then incineration. Investigation first, then justice. Justice and incineration are not mutually exclusive. In this duchy, they are." Brennan arrived. He was briefed. He took the note, examined it with the eye of someone trained in document analysis, and said, "The paper is Drakenhold stock. The ink is locally sourced, written by someone who is here, using materials from there." "A spy," Selina said. "An agent, placed here by someone with Drakenhold connections. Thorn. Or someone who has access to Thorn's resources. Aldrich has access to Thorn's resources. They were allies." The picture assembled itself. Aldrich, exiled, had maintained his connection to Thorn's network. He had placed an agent inside the duchy, someone with access to patrol schedules and supply routes. The trade ambush, the threatening note, the letter to Selina, they were not separate incidents. They were phases of a campaign. Aldrich was not trying to retake the duchy by force. He was trying to dismantle it from the inside. "Then we find the agent," Selina said, quietly, without alerting them. "How?" Brennan asked. "We feed false information through different channels and see which one leaks." Viserion tilted his head. "You want to set a trap?" "I want to set several traps, each one with different bait, each one routed through a different person. When the agent acts on the false information, we will know which channel they are receiving from, and that will tell us who they are." "That is devious," Brennan said with undisguised admiration. "That is intelligence work," Selina said. "The devious part comes later." The operation took 2 weeks. Selina crafted 4 separate pieces of false intelligence: a fake caravan route, a fabricated diplomatic meeting, a non-existent weapons shipment, and a false schedule for Viserion's aerial patrols. She fed each one through a different channel: Hatton's office, the garrison dispatch, the port authority, and the castle kitchen staff. The trap that sprung was the kitchen. The false caravan route, which Selina had leaked through Hatton's network, went nowhere. The fabricated diplomatic meeting, routed through the garrison dispatch, provoked no response. The non-existent weapons shipment planted at the port was ignored. But the false patrol schedule, shared casually among the kitchen staff during a routine supply meeting, resulted in an actual attempt to breach the Ashreach mining route on the exact night that Viserian's patrols were supposedly absent. The agent was a cook, a young man named Darren, who had been hired 3 months ago on a recommendation from a trading post in the Eastern Territory, a post that Brennan's follow-up investigation revealed had been quietly purchased by a holding company traced to Aldrich's remaining assets. Darren was arrested without incident. He was terrified. He was 22 years old, pale, thin, and shaking so hard his teeth chattered. He was not a spy. He was a cook who had been recruited with a combination of money and threats by people he had never met in person, and who had been passing information through dead drops at the market for weeks. Selina interrogated him herself. She was not cruel. She was thorough. She asked questions with the precision of a surgeon, identifying every piece of information he had passed, every instruction he had received, every contact point he had used. "I didn't want to," Darren said, and he was crying, which Selina found more pathetic than sympathetic, but which she did not dismiss, because crying did not make someone guilty, and it did not make them innocent, and distinguishing between the two required attention, not contempt. "They said they would hurt my sister. She lives in a border village. They said if I did not cooperate." "Your sister's name?" "Kara. She is 15. She lives in Millhaven." Selina sent a Drake to Millhaven within the hour. The Drake returned with a message from the village elder, confirming that a young girl named Kara Thornwood had been approached by strangers 3 months ago and had been frightened but unharmed. "Your sister is safe," Selina told Darren. "She will be brought to the capital and placed under protection. You will face charges for espionage, but your cooperation and the coercion you experienced will be considered in sentencing." Darren looked at her with the wet, bewildered eyes of someone who had expected punishment and received something he did not have a word for. "Why?" he asked. "Because you are 22 years old and someone used your family against you, and that makes you a victim as well as a perpetrator. Justice accounts for both." The sentencing was a month of supervised labor in the castle kitchens, ironic given his cover, followed by probationary service under Marin's direct oversight. Marin, who had initially been furious that one of her kitchen staff had been a spy, took one look at Darren's terrified face and said, "You will peel every potato in this castle for the next 30 days, and if you so much as look at a dead drop, I will make you wish the dragon had found you first." Darren peeled potatoes. He peeled them with the anxious devotion of a man who had been given a second chance and was determined to deserve it. His sister Kara arrived a week later. She was 15, fierce, skinny, and furious on behalf of her brother. She was also, Selina discovered, excellent with numbers. "Can you read ledgers?" Selina asked her. "I can read anything," Kara said, with the defiant pride of a girl who had taught herself in a village with no school. "Then I have a position for you. Probationary, supervised. You will work in the Treasury office under Hatton, learning accounting. If you are as good as you claim, there will be a permanent position at the end of the year." Kara stared at her. "You are offering me a job." "I am offering you a future. There is a difference." Kara did not cry. She was too angry to cry. But something in her jaw softened, just a fraction, and she nodded once, sharply, and that was that. Chapter 15. Aldrich came in person on a Tuesday. It was a beautiful day, which felt inappropriate. The sky was a deep, unblemished blue, the kind of blue that made the world look freshly painted. The gardens were in bloom. Magistrate was sitting on the garden wall, methodically stealing berries from a bush and lining them up by color in a display of organizational skill that would have impressed any accountant. Selina was in the garden reviewing trade agreements when Haddon appeared in the archway with an expression on his face that she had never seen before. An expression that combined professional neutrality with personal alarm, in a ratio that suggested someone had arrived at the castle who should not have been able to arrive at the castle. "My lady," Haddon said, "Lord Voss is at the gate." Selina looked up. "Aldrich is at my gate. He is unarmed. He is alone. He is requesting an audience. He is under a warrant of arrest." "He is aware of that," he said, and I quote, "I know. Tell her I am here anyway. She can arrest me after we talk." Selina set down the trade agreement. She stood. She smoothed the front of her dress. She thought about the letter in the locked drawer and the threatening note on the stable door and the young cook who had been coerced into espionage and the trade caravan that had been ambushed, and she made a calculation. "Let him in," she said. "Under guard. Bring him to the private audience chamber and send for Viserion." Aldrich Voss walked into the audience chamber the way he had always walked into rooms, like he belonged there. He was thinner than the last time she had seen him. The golden hair was slightly longer, slightly less polished. The winter sky eyes were the same, clear and direct and unnervingly intelligent, but there were shadows under them now. The shadows of sleepless nights and difficult roads, and the particular exhaustion that came from being hunted. He was still handsome. That cruelty had not faded. "Selina," he said. "Lord Voss, you are under arrest. You know this." "I know." "You came anyway." "I came because I need to tell you something. And I need to tell you in person, because a letter will not carry the weight of it. Your last letter carried considerable weight." He flinched, just barely. "You read it." "I read everything. It is one of my defining characteristics." "I know. I remember." He stood in the center of the room, hands at his sides, no weapons, no guards of his own, no plan visible on his face. He looked at her the way she imagined an astronomer looked at a star he had studied for years, and then watched move beyond his telescope's reach, with precision, with loss, with the understanding that the distance was his own creation. "The trade ambush was not me," he said. "The threatening note was not me. The cook was not me." Selina's expression did not change. "The holding company that purchased the trading post that recommended the cook is traced to your assets." "My former assets, sold 8 months ago to a broker in the Eastern Territory. The broker works for Cassian Thorne." A silence. "Thorne bought your assets," Selina said. "Thorne bought my debts, and then he bought the people who owed me favors. And then he used my name and my network to continue operations that I had abandoned." "Why?" "Because I abandoned them, after the exile, after the council judgment, after I had time to think. I dismantled every plan, every contingency, every backup scheme. I liquidated everything and I left, and I went to a place where no one knew my name, and I tried to disappear. And Thorne found you. Thorne found the holes I left behind and filled them with his own people. The operations you traced to me were his, using my infrastructure, wearing my face. He wanted you to think I was still fighting. He wanted you to focus on me while he rebuilt his own position." Selina stared at him. The strategist in her was already recalculating, reshuffling the pieces, seeing the board from a new angle. It was plausible. It was exactly the kind of long-game manipulation that Thorne was capable of. It was also exactly the kind of story that Aldrich Voss was capable of inventing if he thought it would save him. Why should I believe you? She asked. Because I am standing here under a warrant, telling you face to face. If I were still working against you, I would be anywhere else in the world. Or you would be here because you calculated that honesty, or the appearance of honesty, would serve you better than distance. He smiled. It was a sad smile, tired and self-aware. You know me too well. I know you well enough. Then know this, I loved you, not your land, not your name, not your mines or your port or your strategic value. I loved you, and I was too ambitious and too stupid and too afraid of being worth nothing without power to hold that love above everything else. I planned your death because I convinced myself that what you represented was more important than who you were. I was wrong. I have never been more wrong about anything in my life. The room was very quiet. Selena felt the words settle, not in her heart. Her heart had closed that door and locked it and thrown the key into the ash reach. But in her understanding, she heard the truth in them. Not because she trusted him, but because she was very good at reading people. And the man standing in front of her was not performing. He was confessing. I am not foolish enough to ask you to take me back, he said. But I would be lying if I said I did not come hoping some part of you still remembered the man I pretended to be. I remember him, Selena said. I also remember that he never existed. Aldrich closed his eyes once, accepting the blow. Then hear the reason I came. Thorn is not finished. The council judgment humiliated him. He lost his military authority, his border territories, and his wife. He blames you for all of it. He is coming for you again, not with soldiers this time, but with politics. He has been building alliances with the southern duchies. He is petitioning the council for a review of the Ashreach alliance, claiming it gives you unfair advantage. He wants to force a vote to dissolve your marriage bond. The marriage bond is a dragon sovereign's prerogative. The council has no jurisdiction. The council has jurisdiction over duchy alliances. If they rule that the Austin-Ashreach alliance constitutes a monopolistic threat to regional trade, they can impose sanctions that would effectively sever the economic bond. The marriage would remain, but everything it supports would collapse. Selena's mind was racing. She saw the strategy. She saw the elegance of it. Thorn was not attacking the dragon. He was attacking the commerce. Undermine the economic foundation, and the alliance crumbled, and the duchy returned to the precarious position it had been in before the Fireglass, before the port expansion, before everything Selena had built. I came to tell you this, Aldrich said, because whatever I have done, whatever I have been, I do not want to see you destroyed by Cassian Thorn. You deserve better enemies than him. You deserved better than me. The door opened. Viserion walked in. He did not look at Selena first. He looked at Aldrich. He crossed the room in 4 strides and stopped 3 feet from the man who had planned to murder his wife. And the air between them was so charged with contained violence that the candle flames on the desk flickered. Aldrich, to his credit, did not step back. He held Viserion's gaze with the steadiness of a man who had already decided that whatever happened next was justified. Dragon King, Aldrich said. Lord Voss, Viserion said, and the words were polite and the tone was extinction. I have given the Duchess the information she needs. I will submit to arrest now. Viserion looked at him for a long, measured moment. Then he said, You plan to kill her? Yes. You would have put her in a carriage with flowers in her hair and sent her over a cliff? Yes. And now you stand in her hall and tell her you loved her. Both things are true. I know you do not understand how that is possible. I understand perfectly. You loved her the way a collector loves a painting. You wanted her on your wall, in your frame, under your light. That is not love. That is ownership. and ownership is what you do to objects, not people. Aldrich was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You are right. And I see, now looking at her, what love actually looks like when someone does it correctly." He looked at the space between Viserion and Selena, the way they stood relative to each other, the way the air between them was warm, the way Viserion's body was angled to shield her without blocking her, to protect without diminishing. You stand behind her, not in front of her. That is the difference. That has always been the difference, Viserion said. Aldrich nodded. He turned to Selena. "Arrest me. I will cooperate with your investigation into Thorn. I will testify at the council. I will provide every document, every contact, every piece of intelligence I have. After that, do with me what you will." Selena looked at him. She saw the man she had loved and the man who had betrayed her and the man who was standing in her hall offering himself as a weapon against a worse enemy, and she made a decision. "You will be held in the East Tower," she said. "Comfortable but secure. You will cooperate with Captain Brennan's investigation. You will provide full testimony. And when this is resolved, the court will determine your sentence based on your original crimes and your subsequent cooperation." Aldrich inclined his head. "Thank you, Selena." "Do not thank me. Thank the fact that you are more useful as a witness than as a prisoner." Still practical. Always practical. The guards took him away. The door closed. Selena and Viserion stood in the audience chamber, and the silence between them was layered with everything that had just happened. Aldrich's confession, Thorn's new strategy, the warning, the words about love and ownership, and the difference between standing in front of someone and standing behind them. "He was telling the truth," Viserion said. "About Thorn?" "Yes. The intelligence is consistent with what Isolde has been saying about Cassian's temperament. He does not accept defeat. He reframes it. About loving you." Selena looked at him. "Does that bother you?" "No." He paused, considered. "Yes, not the love, the waste of it. He had you, and he chose power instead. And now he stands in your hall and says the right words with the wrong timing, and the tragedy is that he means them. He will always mean them, and it will never matter. Because I chose differently. Because you chose at all. That is the part he never understood. You were never something to be won or kept or directed. You were always someone who chose." She crossed the room to him. She took his hand. The warmth was immediate, familiar, necessary. She had stopped questioning the necessity. She had stopped cataloging it as strategy or convenience or biological bond response. She needed his hand in hers the way she needed to breathe, and she was done pretending otherwise. "We need to prepare for the council petition," she said. "We do." Thorn's argument about monopolistic alliance has legal precedent. There are 3 cases in the last century where the council imposed trade sanctions on a duchy that was deemed to have unfair market advantage. And in each of those cases, the duchy in question was operating in isolation, controlling supply without offering reciprocal access. Which we are not. Our trade network is built on mutual agreements. We have 12 partner cities, each with negotiated terms. So our defense is transparency. Our defense is the record. Every contract, every agreement, every tariff structure, all public, all reciprocal, all built on shared benefit rather than unilateral control. She squeezed his hand. "And we bring every single one of our trade partners to testify. 12 cities testifying on your behalf. 12 cities testifying that the Austin-Ashreach alliance has benefited the entire region, not just us. Thorn's argument collapses if we can demonstrate that dissolving the alliance would harm the economies of every territory that trades with us. You want to make our alliance too connected to fail. I want to make our alliance the foundation on which the regional economy stands. Remove it, and everyone suffers. That is not a monopoly. That is infrastructure. Viserion looked at her with the expression she had come to recognize as his version of profound respect. The slight widening of the gold eyes, the barely perceptible inclination of his head, the way his thumb moved across her knuckles in a slow, unconscious circle. "You are building something that will outlast both of us," he said. "That is the point. Duchies are temporary. Systems endure. I am a dragon. I am not temporary. Then you will be here to maintain it. With you." She held his gaze. "With me, for as long as that lasts." "It lasts," he said, and the two words carried the weight of 3 centuries of solitude and the absolute certainty that it was over. The council petition was filed 4 weeks later, and the galleries in Ashenmere filled before sunrise. People had not come to hear tariff law. They had come to see whether Cassian Thorne could publicly tear a duchess away from the Dragon King who had chosen her. Thorne stood in the center of the circular hall and made the issue simple. He called the Austen-Ashreach marriage an empire disguised as romance. He said Selena hid behind her husband's fire, frightened merchants into obedience, and had grown too powerful for the region to tolerate. "Remove the dragon from her shadow," he said, "and you will discover how ordinary her authority truly is." A murmur moved through the galleries. Viserion sat behind Selena, silent and motionless. He could have ended the insult with one look. He did not. This was her arena, and he gave it to her. Selena carried 1 ledger into the center of the hall instead of 17. She set it on the table and left it closed. "A year ago," she said, "children in Thornwall were eating boiled roots because men with titles had taken their grain. Today those villages have full winter stores. A year ago, miners worked failing tunnels for late wages. Today they are paid on time. A year ago, our port was being sold in secret. Today, every city represented here may use it under the same published terms." She turned slowly so every delegation could see her. "Lord Thorne says my husband makes people obey me. I ask a simpler question. Has anyone here been threatened into trading with us? Has anyone been denied our port? Has anyone lost land because I wanted it?" No one stood. "Then I ask the opposite. If your people received grain, work, safer roads, or fair access to the coast because of this alliance, stand." The first to rise was the representative from Thornwall. Then 2 free city merchants stood. Then a northern countess. Within moments, more than half the chamber was on its feet. Pip stood in the public gallery with Magistrate on her shoulder. "My village ate because she listened," she said. Her voice was young, but it carried. "No dragon made her do that." Thorne's face tightened. A touching performance from a servant. "A citizen," Selena corrected. "One whose life has more weight than your pride." She opened the ledger. "I will accept independent review of every Austen contract, but the same review will apply to every territory that votes for it. Mine, yours, everyone's." Isolde rose from the delegates' bench. She placed a bundle of Cassian's private accounts beside Selena's ledger. "My husband should welcome that," she said, "unless he objects to the council seeing the taxes he diverted from his own border villages." Cassian turned on her. "You are still my wife." "I was your wife," Isolde said. "I was never your accomplice." The gallery erupted. This time the anger did not point at Selena or the dragon. It pointed at the man who had sent soldiers to steal a port while his own villages paid for his ambition. The vote to sanction the Austen-Ashreach alliance failed, 15-3. The rule requiring equal public review of regional trade passed, 16-2. Thorne voted against the scrutiny he had demanded for Selena, and every person in the hall understood why. When he tried to leave, council guards closed the doors. Aldrich Voss was waiting to testify. Aldrich Voss testified on the second day. He was brought from the East Tower under guard, and he stood before the council in prisoner's clothes with his wrists in irons and his golden hair falling across his face, and he told them everything. He told them about Thorne's recruitment, the money, the promises, the network of agents and intermediaries. He told them about the holding companies and the shell transactions and the systematic effort to keep Selina's duchy destabilized. He told them about the trade ambush and the threatening note and the cook who had been coerced into espionage, and he provided documents that corroborated every claim. He did it without drama, without performance, without the smooth, persuasive charm that had made him so dangerous. He simply told the truth, flatly, completely, the way a man does when he has stopped trying to control the story and has decided, perhaps for the first time, to let the facts speak without him. The council stripped Cassian Thorne of his remaining titles and placed his territories under full administration. After a separate criminal hearing, he was sentenced to 20 years of supervised road and quarry labor for invasion, coercion, fraud, and the ambushes carried out through his agents. Isolde was named interim administrator of his former lands, a decision Selina had argued for privately and the council adopted unanimously. When Isolde received the appointment, she stood in the corridor outside the council hall and stared at the sealed document for a long time. Then she looked at Selina. "You gave me back my home," she said. "The council gave you your home. The council followed your recommendation. Everyone knows that." Selina was quiet for a moment. "You left everything to warn me. You walked away from your life, your position, your safety. You did it because it was right, not because it was advantageous. That kind of courage deserves more than gratitude. It deserves restoration." Isolde held the document against her chest, the same way she had held the separation judgment months ago. "I would like to name you friend," she said, "if that is permissible between a duchess and a countess." "It is permissible between Selina and Isolde." Isolde smiled. It was the first time Selina had seen her fully smile, and it transformed her face, softening the sharp features, brightening the dark eyes, revealing the woman underneath the armor. "Then Selina," Isolde said, "I would like to invite you to dinner at my home, when it is mine again." "I accept, and I am bringing the crow." "I would be offended if you did not." The matter of Aldrich Voss's sentence was the last piece of business. The court reviewed his original crimes, the conspiracy, the fraud, the theft, the planned assassination, alongside his subsequent cooperation, his testimony against Thorne, the intelligence he had provided, and the voluntary surrender that had made much of the investigation possible. Selina recused herself from the sentencing. She could not be objective. She knew it, and she respected herself enough to step aside. The council sentenced Aldrich to 10 years of supervised rebuilding labor in a neutral northern territory, permanent exile from the Austin Duchy and its allies, full restitution, and a lifetime ban on public office. His cooperation spared him life imprisonment. It did not erase the woman he had planned to murder. Aldrich received the sentence with a nod. No argument, no appeal, no performance. Selina saw him one last time, in the corridor outside the council hall, before his escort took him away. He was standing by the window, looking at the mountains, and the light on his face made him look older and younger at the same time, the way light sometimes does to people who are carrying things they cannot put down. "I saw the way he waited behind you in the hall," Aldrich said without turning. "I spent years trying to stand above you." He understood in one day that the strongest place was beside you. Selina said nothing. He turned. The winter sky eyes were clear, stripped of charm and strategy. If I had chosen you instead of the land, could you have loved me for the rest of my life? I did choose you, Selena said. You answered that love by planning my funeral. His face tightened. I can accept that you finally told the truth, she continued. I can accept that you helped stop Thorn. I will never return to the man who needed to lose me before he understood I was a person. I would give every acre back to change it. That is the tragedy, Aldrich. You only learned my value after you lost the right to bargain for it. At the far end of the corridor, Viserion waited. He did not interrupt. He did not claim her or answer for her. He simply held out his hand. Selena walked to him and placed her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers with familiar warmth. Aldrich watched the choice he had once believed belonged to him become final. Goodbye, Selena, he said. Goodbye, Aldrich. The guards led him toward the northern road. Selena turned the other way with Viserion, toward home. Chapter 16. The first year ended on a Thursday. Selena knew this because Pip had been marking the days on a calendar in the kitchen, ostensibly for scheduling purposes, but actually because Pip had developed an investment in the romantic trajectory of her employer's marriage that bordered on the proprietary, and she wanted to know exactly when the anniversary fell so she could organize something. I do not need an anniversary celebration, Selena told her. Everyone needs an anniversary celebration. I did not celebrate last year's birthday. That is because you were too busy reclaiming your duchy from a traitor. You were busy. This year you are merely running a transformed regional economy and maintaining a military alliance with the dragon. You have time. Pip. My lady. I do not want a party. It is not a party. It is a dinner, with candles, and possibly music. And Marin is making the spiced honey cake that you pretend you do not love, but that you eat 3 slices of every time she makes it. Selena looked at Pip. Pip looked at Selena. Pip had grown considerably in the past year, not just in height, but in confidence, in authority, in the particular fierce competence of a young woman who had found her place and intended to hold it with both hands. She was Selena's aide, her confidant, her most trusted messenger, and the person who, more than anyone else in the castle, understood the difference between what Selena said she wanted and what Selena actually needed. Fine, Selena said. A dinner. A dinner, Pip agreed, with the satisfaction of someone who had won a negotiation and had the grace not to gloat. The dinner was held in the small dining room off the library, the one with windows that looked out over the valley. Marin cooked. Pip arranged the candles. Vivian, who had become the castle's unofficial artistic director, arranged wildflowers on the table in a pattern that was mathematically precise and visually stunning, because Vivian approached beauty the way Selena approached strategy, with rigorous methodology and excellent results. The guest list was small. Selena, Viserion, Hudden, Marin, Pip, Vivian, Brennan, who sat next to Vivian and spent the entire meal sneaking glances at her that he thought were subtle and that everyone at the table could see with the clarity of a lighthouse beam. Ilara, who had closed the port early for the first time in 30 years because she said, "Even docs deserve a night off." Thessa, who had come down from the Ashreach mines for the occasion, and who brought as a gift a piece of raw fireglass the size of a fist that caught the candlelight and scattered it across the ceiling in a constellation of amber sparks. And Magistrate, who sat on the back of Selena's chair and behaved himself for an unprecedented 45 minutes before stealing Brennan's dessert fork. The meal was long and warm and full of the kind of conversation that happens when people who have been through difficult things together discover that they have also become a family, without quite noticing when it happened. Hadden told a story about Selena's father that made everyone laugh and made Selena's eyes sting. Maren told a story about Viserian's first attempt to use a human kitchen that made Viserian look at the ceiling with the dignified suffering of a man whose domestic failures were being catalogued for public entertainment. Thessa told a story about a fireglass vein collapse that was objectively terrifying, but that she narrated with such gleeful enthusiasm that it became hilarious. Brennan said something quietly to Vivian that made her blush. Vivian said something quietly back that made Brennan look like he had been handed the sun. Pip noticed. Selena noticed Pip noticing. They exchanged a look that contained an entire conversation. Pip, did you see that? Selena, I saw it. Pip, finally. Selena agreed. After the meal, when the candles were burning low and Maren was packing away the remains of the spiced honey cake, of which Selena had eaten 3 slices as predicted, Viserian stood and offered Selena his hand. "Walk with me," he said. They walked through the castle, through the corridors they had walked 100 times, past the library, past the audience chamber, past the study with the rocks that now numbered 419, because Viserian had been adding to the collection 7 new stones from 7 new places that he had found interesting. And Selena knew what each one was because she had asked, and he had told her. And each stone was a story, and she was beginning to understand that his entire life was a collection of stories waiting for someone to ask to hear them. They climbed to the top of the East Tower. The night was clear, the stars sharp, the air cool enough to be pleasant without being cold. The valley spread below them, dark and silver, the river catching moonlight, the distant lights of the port glowing on the horizon. 1 year, Selena said. 1 year, Viserian said. It feels longer. In a good way? She considered. In a full way. A year ago, I was standing on a plateau of bones bargaining with a myth. Now I am standing on a tower with my husband looking at a duchy that is solvent, secure, and surrounded by allies. Is that what you are looking at? She turned to face him. He was leaning against the parapet, the moonlight catching the planes of his face, the gold eyes dark and warm in the night. The scale marks were faintly visible along his jaw. They appeared more often now, she had noticed, not from stress or anger, but from feeling, as if his human form had become more honest over the past year, less controlled, more willing to show what lived underneath. What should I be looking at? She asked. Whatever you want. I am looking at you. The words came out simply. No strategy, no calculation, no consideration of how they would land or what they would cost. Just the truth, plain and unadorned, and Selena felt something inside her shift. The last lock on the last door, the one she had been guarding since the night she heard Aldrich trade her life for real estate. The one that had survived the bond and the kiss and the courtyard under the stars. The one that she had kept closed because opening it meant accepting that she was not just capable of love, but built for it, designed for it, that every strategic instinct and every defensive wall and every locked drawer was just the scaffolding around a heart that had been waiting the whole time for permission to trust. She opened it. I love you, she said. The words were quiet. They were not dramatic. They did not echo across the valley, or shake the tower, or ignite the bond in a blaze of dark fire. They were just words, spoken by a woman on a tower to a man in the moonlight, and they were the truest thing she had ever said. Viserian went very still. The kind of still that was not human, the kind that came from something ancient and powerful being struck by something it had not expected to feel. Then his hand came up slowly and cupped the side of her face. His palm was warm. His thumb traced her cheekbone. His gold eyes held hers, and in them she saw not 3 centuries of solitude, but the single luminous moment when solitude ended. "I have been alive for a very long time," he said. "I have seen empires rise and fall. I have watched civilizations build themselves from dust and return to dust. I have collected 419 rocks to remind myself that the world is beautiful, because there were centuries when I forgot." His thumb moved across her cheek again. His voice was low, rough, stripped of the usual precision. "And then you walked onto my plateau with a contract in your hand and told me you wanted to negotiate. And I thought, there you are. I have been waiting for you." Selina felt the tears come. She let them. She let them fall onto his hand, onto the warm skin of his palm, and she did not wipe them away, and she did not look away, and she did not retreat. "I love you," he said. "I have loved you since you burned the toast. I have loved you since you laughed in the corridor and caught yourself. I have loved you since you rode into an army of 800 alone because you believed people would choose right if given the chance. I love every plan you make and every wall you build and every locked drawer you think I do not know about. I love the person underneath the strategy, the one who feeds crows and rescues teenagers and gives second chances to people who tried to destroy her. I love you, Selina Austin, and I will love you for as long as the fire burns, which in my case is forever." She kissed him, not gently, not carefully. She kissed him with everything she had, every year of loneliness and every month of rebuilding, and every day of falling for a man who collected rocks and made spiced honey and stood behind her instead of in front of her. She kissed him, and the bond between them blazed, dark and bright and eternal, and the night wrapped around them like a cloak, and somewhere below, in the great hall rafters, a one-eyed crow opened his beak and said very softly into the sleeping castle, "More tea." Epilogue. 5 years later, the Austin Duchy was unrecognizable. Not physically. The land was the same, the mountains and the river and the port and the old stone walls. But what it contained, what it meant, what it represented to the region and to the world beyond it, that had transformed so completely that visitors who had known the duchy under Selina's father arrived and stood in the port and stared at the skyline and said things like, "Good gods," and "When did this happen?" and "Is that a dragon?" The port was busy, the mines were safe, and the border villages had full winter stores. Selina was proud of all of it. But the change she loved most was simpler. No one in her home was afraid of being discarded. Haddon still ran the household with grave efficiency. Marin still managed Viserion, the kitchens, and everyone's emotional emergencies. Ilara and Thessa had made the port and mines prosperous enough that even the most pessimistic merchants had stopped predicting collapse. Isolde governed her restored territory with the calm competence of a woman who had survived being treated as decoration and had no intention of allowing it again. She visited Selina often, usually with wine, advice, and at least one complaint about councilmen who confused volume with intelligence. The castle was full of chosen family, women who had escaped bad bargains, soldiers who had learned that loyalty was not obedience, workers whose names now appeared in the ledgers beside fair wages, and one dragon king who still pretended he did not arrange his days around his wife. Brennan and Vivian were married. The wedding had been a small affair, held in the castle library at Vivian's request, because it was where they had fallen in love, between the atlas shelves and the compass collection, and Vivian had said she wanted her wedding to happen in the place where she had first felt safe. Brennan had cried during the vows. Viserion had not, but his scale marks had been visible for the entire ceremony, which was the dragon equivalent. Pip was 22 and had become, through a combination of talent, tenacity, and Selina's deliberate cultivation, the youngest diplomatic envoy in the duchy's history. She traveled to trade negotiations and council sessions in foreign courts with magistrate on her shoulder, and a sharp tongue in her mouth, and a reputation for honesty that was paradoxically her most effective diplomatic weapon. People trusted Pip because Pip did not lie. She did not need to. The truth, delivered by a young woman from a starving village who had walked 4 days with a crow and ended up reshaping regional politics, was more compelling than any fiction. Kara, Darren's sister, had proven to be as good with numbers as she had claimed. She ran the Treasury's audit division, a position she filled with the fierce, meticulous energy of someone who had learned early that the difference between poverty and stability lived in the ledgers. Her brother Darren still worked in the kitchens. He made excellent soup. He had not committed espionage in 5 years, which Marin noted with the dry observation that most people manage that without it being an achievement, but we take our victories where we find them. Magistrate was 6 years old and had become, improbably, the most famous crow in the region. He had a collection of stolen objects that filled an entire shelf in the Great Hall. He had a vocabulary of 47 phrases. He had a fan following among the duchy's children, who brought him shiny buttons and in return received one of his signature phrases delivered with the gravitas of an elder statesman. His favorite phrase, the one he saved for special occasions, for moments of particular importance or emotional weight, was the one he had learned on his very first day in the castle, when a young duchess had looked at a starving girl and an impossible bird and had seen not problems but people. Order in the hall. He screamed it at diplomatic receptions, at council sessions, at weddings and birthdays and the annual harvest festival. He screamed it from the rafters of the Great Hall and from the parapets of the East Tower, and once, memorably, from the back of a drake during an aerial display that had not been sanctioned by anyone and that Pip maintained she had nothing to do with despite multiple witnesses. And on the evening of the 5th anniversary of the Austin-Ashreach alliance, when the Great Hall was full of partners and allies and friends and family, when the candles were lit and the fireglass gleamed, and Selina stood at the head of her table with Viserion at her side, Magistrate flew from the rafters and landed on Selina's shoulder and pressed his feathered head against her jaw and said, very softly, in a voice meant only for her, "More tea." Selina smiled. She reached up and stroked the crow's ragged feathers. She looked at the hall full of people she had gathered, one by one, through crisis and kindness, and the stubborn, radical belief that everyone deserved a chance to choose differently. She looked at Viserion. He looked at her. The gold eyes were warm. The bond between them was a steady flame, 5 years old and brighter than ever. Not because it had burned unchanged, but because they had tended it, both of them daily, with the deliberate attention of two people who understood that love was not a feeling, but a practice. He took her hand under the table. His fingers were warm. His thumb traced the familiar circle on her knuckles. "Happy anniversary," he said. "Happy anniversary," she said. "I brought you something. If it is another rock, I am reorganizing your collection by geological period instead of color." "It is not a rock." He reached into his coat and produced a small object wrapped in dark cloth. He placed it in her hand. She unwrapped it. Inside was a compass, small, silver, beautifully made, with a face engraved in the old dragon script. The needle pointed north. Always north. "So you always find your way home," he said. Selina looked at the compass. She looked at the man who had given it to her. She looked at the hall full of people, the family she had built from ruins and refugees and one terrible bird. "I am already home," she said. And she was. End of story. Some betrayals teach a woman to lock every door. Selina's victory was not that she never feared love again. It was that she learned the difference between a man who wanted to own her strength and a man who made room for it. Home was not the land Aldrich tried to steal. It was the life she chose, the people she protected, and the hand that waited beside her without ever closing into a cage. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more rejected mate, ex-regret, and chosen love romances. Serafina Ashgrove returned from the Sanctum Healing Ward with a death sentence in her pocket and found her husband's old Alliance bride hanging above the hearth in his private chamber. Before she could tell Obsidian Drake that Ashheart Corrosion had given her 4 months to live, he would defend a portrait more fiercely than he had defended his wife in 6 years. If the universe intended to kill her, it had chosen a remarkably petty Tuesday to begin. Ashheart Corrosion, the healer had said that morning, turning the crystal diagnostic sphere in his weathered hands. Inside it, Serafina's blood sample pulsed with threads of dark silver. Beautiful, actually, if you didn't know what it meant. The decay has already entered your bloodstream and begun affecting your optic channels. I estimate 4 months. Perhaps 5 if you avoid all magical exertion. Serafina sat very still on the examination bench. The leather was cold beneath her palms. She counted 3 cracks in the ceiling plaster before she trusted her voice. And if I don't avoid magical exertion? The healer looked at her then. His eyes held the particular pity reserved for those who had already decided their answer. 2 months, maybe less. At the door, a young apprentice healer named Ellen Vale pretended not to listen and failed completely. She was freckled, sharp-chinned, and still young enough to be angry at cruelty before she remembered to be afraid of rank. When Serafina rose, Ellen silently tucked an extra vial of pain tonic into her glove and looked away, as if mercy were a clerical error. She nodded once, precisely the way she did everything. Then she stood, smoothed her heavy wool cloak, charcoal gray, because apparently that was the only color the universe would permit today, and walked out without paying. Not because she couldn't afford it, but because she'd forgotten, which was worse. The cold hit her face like a slap. Good, she needed it. 4 months. She had spent 6 years as the contractual wife of Obsidian Drake, Duke of the Black Dragon Eyrie, Lord of the Dragonbone Mines, Commander of the Sky Cavalry, and Chairman of the Dragon Gold Merchant Consortium. 6 years of being invisible in her own home. 6 years of whispers behind fans. Poor thing, married above her station, he never touches her. Did you see the way she sat alone at the midwinter feast? 6 years of watching her husband look through her as if she were made of glass too thin to bother seeing. The cruelest part was that it had not begun as a prison. In the first winter after their contract, Obsidian had once stepped between her and a courtier's insult with such fierce, awkward tenderness that Serafina had believed he might love her as she loved him. He had looked at her then as if no other woman in the world had ever mattered. That memory was why the betrayal still had teeth. She had spent 6 years, and the universe had decided that was enough. Fine. But she would tell him first. Not because she expected comfort, she had stopped expecting that approximately 4 years ago, but because there were practical matters. The marriage contract had clauses about illness, about inheritance, about the disposition of assets. She was, despite everything, a woman who believed in clean paperwork. The Black Dragon Eyrie sat atop Iron Vein Mountain like a crown of obsidian and dragonbone, its towers carved from the living rock, its halls heated by veins of dragon fire that ran beneath the floors like molten blood. It was beautiful in the way that prisons could be beautiful. All sharp edges and expensive silence. Serafina passed through the lower gates without challenge. The guards barely glanced at her. She had learned in 6 years to move through the Eyrie like smoke, present enough to avoid being locked out, absent enough to avoid being noticed. It was a skill that had served her well in her other life, the one nobody here knew about. The one that was killing her. She climbed the central staircase to the Duke's private wing, her boots leaving wet prints on the dragonbone steps. The halls were quiet at this hour. Most of the Ares residents were at the evening meal in the Great Hall, which Seraphina had stopped attending 2 years ago after the incident with the soup. The soup had been poisoned, mildly. She had noticed before drinking it. Nobody had believed her. The door to the Duke's bedchamber was ajar. She pushed it open. The room was vast, all dark stone and black silk, heated by a fireplace large enough to roast a horse. Above the fireplace hung a portrait she had never seen before, or rather, a portrait that had been moved from storage to this most prominent position. It showed a woman, golden hair like sunlight through honey, blue eyes wide and dewy, lips curved in a smile so gentle it looked almost apologetic for existing. She wore white, naturally, because women like that always wore white. Celestine Brightmore. The Duke's former betrothed, the woman his family had once displayed as the perfect future Duchess before the alliance dissolved. The one whose painted perfection had haunted their marriage bed more effectively than any actual ghost could have managed. Seraphina stared at the portrait. Something cold and sharp pressed behind her sternum. Not grief, not jealousy, just the bone-deep exhaustion of a woman who had walked into yet another room that wasn't really hers. She should not have touched the frame. She knew that. But her vision flickered, just for a moment, the edges going gray, and she reached out to steady herself, and her fingers brushed the gilded edge of the portrait. "Don't." The voice came from behind her, low, cold, resonant, the kind of voice that made lesser nobles stammer and serving girls drop their trays. Obsidian Drake stood in the doorway of his private bath, his dark hair damp, a high-collared black shirt fastened at his throat, his silver-gray eyes fixed on her hand with an expression that might have been anger or might have been contempt. With him, they often looked the same. He was beautiful. She had never denied that. Tall and broad-shouldered, with the sharp bone structure of old dragonblood aristocracy and the particular grace of a man who could shift into something enormous and winged. His jaw was cut glass. His cheekbones could slice paper. Even after 6 years of marriage to him, Seraphina occasionally caught herself thinking what a waste before her rational mind caught up. "I wasn't," she began. "Touching her portrait with your grubby little fingers?" He crossed the room in 3 long strides, took her wrist, and moved her hand away from the frame. His grip was not gentle. "I had it restored. The oils on skin can damage the pigment." Seraphina looked at her hand. It was perfectly clean. She had scrubbed it raw in the sanctum washroom after the diagnosis, a compulsive habit she'd developed to hide the faint gray discoloration that ashheart corrosion left on the fingertips. "I came to talk to you," she said. Her voice was steady. She was proud of that. "About what?" He released her wrist and turned away, adjusting his cuffs with the precise irritation of a man interrupted during his evening routine. "If this is about the household budget again." "I'm ill." He paused, for exactly 1 second. Then he continued adjusting his cuffs. "You're always claiming some ailment or another. Last month it was headaches, the month before fatigue. If you want attention, Seraphina, there are less tedious ways to get it." The cold thing behind her sternum pressed harder. "This isn't." "Is this because of the portrait?" He turned to face her, and now his expression was clear. Contempt, edged with something almost like satisfaction. "You saw Celestine's portrait and decided to manufacture an illness for sympathy? How predictable." "Obsidian. It's your grace in this wing." His silver eyes were flat. "We discussed this." They had not discussed it. He had decreed it. 3 years ago, after she had made the mistake of calling him by name at a banquet, and he had looked at her as if she had publicly urinated on the tablecloth. Seraphina drew a breath. The air tasted faintly metallic, Her own blood, she realized. The corrosion was active today. She swallowed it. "Your Grace," she said, and the words tasted like copper and ash. "I have been diagnosed with ash heart corrosion. The decay has entered my blood and my optic channels. I have approximately 4 months." Silence. Obsidian studied her face the way one studies an insect that has landed on one's sleeve, with mild interest and absolute indifference to its survival. "Ash heart corrosion," he repeated. "A disease of runesmiths and sealcasters, which you are not." She said nothing. "Unless you've been secretly practicing forbidden magic behind my back. Have you?" His voice sharpened. "Have you been dabbling in things beyond your station again?" Beyond her station. She was the last living heir of the Ashgrove rune line, a bloodline so ancient it predated the Dragon Aeries themselves. She could trace, cast, and break dragon rune contracts that would make his court smiths weep with inadequacy. She had single-handedly saved his empire 6 years ago. But he didn't know that. And she was not going to tell him today. "Never mind," she said quietly. "I apologize for disturbing your evening." She turned to leave, made it 3 steps before. "Seraphina." She stopped, did not turn. "If you're going to be ill," he said, his tone as casual as discussing weather, "do it in the East Wing. I have guests arriving tomorrow, and I don't need you looking pathetic in the main halls." She left without another word. The guests arrived not the next day, but that very night, a dramatic entrance through the Aeries sky gates that woke half the household. Seraphina, lying awake in her cold corner chamber in the East Wing, heard the commotion through the walls. Running feet, excited whispers, the heavy beat of wings in the landing courtyard. By morning, the entire Aerie was buzzing. Celestine Brightmore had returned. Not alone. She came with a child, a small boy of perhaps 4 years, with silver blonde hair and wide blue eyes, and this was the detail that had set every tongue in the Aerie wagging, the ability to produce a flicker of blue dragon flame from his tiny palms. Seraphina heard about it from her maid, Marta, the only servant still assigned to her wing, a sturdy woman of 50 who disapproved of everything equally, and therefore couldn't be called biased. "Claims the boy is his Grace's blood," Marta said, setting down a tray of toast and weak tea with rather more force than necessary. "Born after she left, she says. Raised in secret to protect him from enemies, she says." She sniffed. "If you ask me, which nobody does, a woman who hides a child for 4 years has more to hide than a child." Seraphina did not eat the toast. Her appetite had been failing for weeks, another symptom she had been carefully hiding. She drank the tea, which tasted like nothing. "Where is the boy now?" "Main nursery. Already been given the blue silk suite, a personal nurse, and 3 new outfits from the Duke's own tailor." Marta's mouth was a thin line. "You, meanwhile, have 1 maid and a leaking ceiling." "The ceiling isn't leaking." "It will be. I've seen the stain. Give it 2 weeks." Seraphina dressed carefully. Heavy charcoal wool, high collar, long sleeves. She pinned her dark hair back with the simple iron clasp she wore daily, avoiding the ornate dragon crest jewelry that had come with the marriage contract and sat untouched in its velvet case. She checked her reflection, pale but composed. The gray discoloration hadn't reached her face yet. Good. She would need to see the boy. Not because she was jealous, she was dying. Jealousy required a future. But because something about the claim did not add up. Black dragons produced black dragon fire. The Obsidian bloodline had never, in 800 years of recorded history, produced blue flame. But she would need to be careful. The Aeries residents already saw her as the unwanted wife. If she questioned the child's parentage openly, she would look like exactly what they expected, the bitter woman trying to eliminate a rival's offspring. She left her chamber and walked toward the main wing. The corridors were busier than usual, servants scurrying with fresh linens, courtiers clustering in doorways to whisper. They fell silent as she passed, then resumed at twice the volume behind her. She found the scene in the winter garden. Celestine Brightmore sat on the carved stone bench beneath the frost roses, wearing a gown of white that somehow wasn't wrinkled despite her night of travel. Her golden hair fell in perfect waves. Her skin was porcelain. Her expression was one of fragile bravery, the look of a woman being very strong about something very difficult. The boy sat at her feet, playing with a set of dragon bone figurines. He was beautiful, Serafina admitted. Silver blonde hair, enormous blue eyes, chubby cheeks flushed pink. He made small sounds as he played, and occasionally a tiny lick of blue flame curled from his fingers. Obsidian stood beside Celestine. Not sitting, he never sat in public with anyone, but close enough that his shadow fell across her. His hand rested on the bench back behind her shoulder. Not touching her, but close. He was looking at the boy with an expression Serafina had never seen on his face before. Something soft, something wondering, something that might, in a less frozen man, have been called hope. He had never looked at Serafina like that. Not once. She stopped in the garden archway, took it in, filed it away in the small, cold compartment in her chest where she kept things that hurt too much to examine. Celestine noticed her first. Those blue eyes widened with perfectly calibrated surprise. "Oh, you must be." She looked at Obsidian with a flutter of concern. "I didn't know we would be interrupting." "You're not interrupting anything," Obsidian said flatly, without turning to look at Serafina. "Serafina, this is Celestine Brightmore and her son Lucian. He may be my heir." Maybe. At least he had that much caution still. "How wonderful," Serafina said. Her voice was perfectly level. "Welcome to the Eyrie, Miss Brightmore." Celestine smiled, tremulous, grateful, as if Serafina's welcome meant the world. "Please, call me Celestine. I do so hope we can be friends." She reached out a delicate hand. "I know this must be difficult for you." Serafina looked at the outstretched hand, then at Celestine's face. The smile was flawless. The eyes were calculating. She shook the hand, brief, professional. "Not difficult at all," she said. "I hope you find the Eyrie comfortable." She turned to leave, and her vision flickered. Just a moment. Just the edges going gray, the world tilting sideways. She caught herself on the archway, knuckles white against the stone. "Are you quite well?" Celestine's voice, sweet with concern that carried perfectly across the garden. Obsidian did not turn around. "Perfectly," Serafina said, and walked away. 3 days passed, each worse than the last. Celestine established herself in the Eyrie with the efficiency of a military campaign disguised as helplessness. She needed a larger room. The boy had nightmares without windows. She needed different food. Her constitution was delicate. She needed Serafina's personal sitting room for the boy's lessons. It had the best morning light. Obsidian granted every request without consulting his wife. The boy, Lucian, was paraded before the court daily. His blue flame was displayed, admired, exclaimed over. "A true dragon child," the nobles murmured. "Look at those eyes, just like his Grace's mother's side." Nobody seemed to remember that Obsidian's mother had been a black dragon whose eyes were silver, not blue. Serafina watched. She said nothing. She noticed things. She noticed that Lucian's blue flame flickered oddly, not the steady burn of natural dragon fire, but the stuttering pulse of a flame sustained by external fuel. She noticed that Celestine's delicate wrists bore faint powder marks where something had been regularly applied and wiped away. She noticed that the boy flinched when Celestine touched his shoulder in a certain way. She noticed, but she could not yet prove. On the fourth day, Celestine made her first real move. It happened in the Great Hall at the noon meal. Serafina had come to retrieve a book she'd left on her usual side table. She no longer ate in the hall, but she occasionally sat there to read during off hours when nobody would bother her. The hall was crowded today, some minor celebration for the boy's official presentation to the court. Serafina was crossing the hall toward the side table when Celestine appeared from behind a pillar, carrying a tray of sweets. Their paths intersected. Celestine stumbled, a graceful, floating stumble, the kind that looked effortless, and went down. The tray scattered. Celestine hit the floor with a cry that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Every head turned. "She pushed me," Celestine gasped, one hand clutching her ankle. Tears, actual glistening tears, filled her blue eyes. The Duchess, she cast something at my feet." The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. Guards appeared. Obsidian materialized from wherever he'd been lurking, his face thunderous. "Serafina." His voice cut through the noise like a blade. "What did you do?" She looked at him. He was already decided. She could see it in his eyes, the verdict rendered before the trial. Of course he would believe the weeping golden woman over the gray, silent wife who had never given him tears. The old Serafina, the one from 6 years ago, fresh-faced and still hoping, might have stammered a denial, might have begged him to listen, might have dissolved into the pleading, desperate creature he clearly expected her to be. The current Serafina did none of those things. She removed the iron ring from her left index finger, her ash print ring, the only visible tool of her true craft, and pressed it to the stone floor. A pulse of gray light spread outward from the point of contact, thin as spider silk, illuminating the floor like frost on glass. Everywhere it touched, previously invisible marks became visible, footprints of residual spell energy, glowing faintly gold. The courtiers gasped. There, clearly visible on the floor, was a neat line of trip hex energy. It originated not from Serafina's path, but from directly beneath Celestine's own feet. The woman had hexed herself, tripped herself, thrown herself down, and blamed it on the silent wife standing 6 feet away. The glowing marks faded after 3 seconds. Ash print diagnostic traces were not permanent, but 3 seconds was enough. Half the court had seen. Celestine's tears dried remarkably fast. Her expression shifted, just for a heartbeat, from wounded innocence to something sharp and furious before the mask slid back. I don't understand what that was," she whispered. "Some kind of illusion? Obsidian, she's casting things?" "It was a diagnostic reveal," said a voice from the crowd. Old Magister Thornwell, the Ares senior arcanist, pressed forward. His rheumy eyes were sharp. "Shows the origin point of recently cast hexes. Can't be faked." The hex came from under her. He pointed at Celestine, not from the Duchess. Silence. Obsidian looked at the floor where the marks had been, then at Celestine, then at Serafina. He said nothing. He did not apologize. He turned and walked away. Celestine was helped up by her supporters, she still had plenty, and whisked off to her rooms with much fluttering concern. The court dispersed, buzzing. Serafina stood alone in the great hall. Her vision flickered again, longer this time. She pressed her palm against the cool stone of the pillar until the grayness receded. Then she walked to the side table where Lucien's silver water cup had been left among the lunch debris. She turned it over. With a movement so small no one would notice, she pressed her ash print ring to the cup's inner base. leaving a blood trace marker that would activate when the cup was next used. The marker would read the child's blood composition through any liquid he drank from it. In 3 days, it would have enough data to determine exactly whose bloodline Lucien carried. She set the cup back, walked away. Let the blood speak for itself. Part 2. Dead Eggs and Living Things. The snow began that evening, heavy, wet, blanketing the mountain in white that turned the Aries black stone dramatic. Serafina left through the servants' gate at dusk, pulling her hood low. She had an appointment at the Sanctum Healing Ward for a follow-up examination, and she was not going to let anyone see her go. The path down from the Eyrie to the city was treacherous in snow, but she knew every step. 6 years of lonely walks had made her an expert on this particular mountain. She moved quickly, her boots finding purchase on the icy stones by memory more than sight. Her right eye had developed a persistent gray haze that no amount of blinking could clear. The appointment was brief and brutal. The corrosion had advanced since Tuesday. The healer adjusted his estimate downward, 3 months, perhaps 3.5. "Is there anything?" Serafina began. "The only known treatment requires a source of white gold dragon fire," the healer said gently, "which, as I'm sure you know, has been extinct for over a century. I'm sorry, Your Grace." She nodded, thanked him, left. The snow had thickened while she was inside. The streets were almost empty, merchants packing up early, lanterns sputtering in the wet wind. Serafina pulled her cloak tighter and turned toward the mountain path. She almost missed it. A pile of refuse beside a merchant's cart. Broken crates, soiled straw, the usual detritus of market day. But something in the pile caught the fading lantern light. A curve. A smooth, oval shape, gray and dull, half buried in dirty snow. An egg. Serafina stopped. It was large, roughly the size of a melon, and completely unremarkable. Gray shell, hairline cracks webbing its surface, no luminescence, no warmth, no sign of the inner fire that marked a living dragon egg. A dead egg. Worthless. That's why the merchant had tossed it with the trash. She should keep walking. She had 3 months to live, a marriage to dissolve, a secret identity to protect, and absolutely no time for. Thump. She felt it through her ash print ring. Not heard, felt. A vibration so faint it was barely distinguishable from her own heartbeat. But there, undeniably there. A heartbeat. Inside the egg. Tiny, struggling, almost gone. "Oh, for..." Serafina pressed her hand to her face. "No, absolutely not." Thump, thump. "I am dying. I don't have time to..." Thump, thump. "This is ridiculous. You're probably going to die anyway. We'll die together in my cold room and they'll find us both frozen in 3 months like some pathetic..." Thump. She picked up the egg. It was heavier than it looked, and cold, so cold that even through her gloves she could feel the chill radiating from its shell. She tucked it inside her cloak, against her chest, where her own body heat might do something. The heartbeat steadied slightly. "I'm not keeping you," she informed the egg. "I'm merely preventing you from dying in garbage, which is the bare minimum of decency. Don't get attached." The egg did not respond, obviously. It was an egg. She carried it home. The east wing of the Eyrie was cold, as always. Serafina's chambers consisted of a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small private study, all furnished in the Eyrie's leftover pieces that nobody else wanted. The heating runes in this wing had been temporarily reduced 3 years ago during a budget dispute and never restored. She set the egg on her bed, surrounded by pillows, and covered it with her spare wool blanket. Then she fed the fireplace until the room was warm enough that her breath no longer fogged. Then she sat and stared at the egg. "Well," she said, "now what?" The egg sat, gray, silent, cracked. Serafina touched her ring to the shell. Gently, carefully, a whisper of diagnostic magic. The heartbeat was there, slow but steady. The egg was alive. The cracks weren't decay, they were stress fractures, possibly from impact when it was discarded. The creature inside was... She frowned. The diagnostic couldn't get a clear reading on the species. Dragon, certainly, but the subsignature was muddled, as if something was actively obscuring it. Self-camouflage? In an unborn creature? "Aren't you interesting?" she murmured. The egg gave no reply. She fell asleep beside it that night, one hand resting on its shell. In the morning, she found it had somehow rolled 3 inches closer to her, pressing against her hip. She chose not to examine this too closely. Over the next week, the egg developed what Serafina could only describe as a personality. When she was in the room, it was perfectly still, silent, inert. The picture of a dead egg that happened to not be dead. The moment she left, Marta confirmed this with increasing bewilderment, it became active. "It was vibrating when I came in to change the linens," Marta reported, arms crossed. "And it had rolled off the bed entirely. Found it in the wash basin." "The wash basin?" "In a nest of your clean small clothes, which it had apparently knocked off the shelf." The next day, Serafina returned from a walk to find the egg had somehow shoved itself into her medicine box, displacing 3 bottles of the pain tonic she was supposed to take daily. The bottles were lined up on the bedside table in a neat row, as if arranged by invisible hands, or by an egg repeatedly butting them into position. "Are you reminding me to take my medicine?" Serafina asked it, feeling only slightly insane. The egg was perfectly still, perfectly innocent, not at all alive. She took the medicine. On the 3rd day, she returned to find a small package from Obsidian on her bureau, a guilt gift, probably. Some trivial trinket sent by a secretary to maintain appearances. She hadn't opened it before she left. When she came back, the package was under the bed, far under the bed, pushed into the dustiest corner against the wall. The egg sat on the bureau in the package's place, serene as a church. "Did you..." Serafina looked at the egg, looked under the bed, looked back at the egg. "How do you even move? You don't have legs." The egg did not dignify this with a response. On the 5th day, something remarkable happened. Celestine sent one of her maids to Serafina's wing, ostensibly to deliver an invitation to tea, actually to snoop. Serafina was out. Marta was in the laundry. The maid entered freely and began opening drawers. According to Marta, who returned partway through, the egg began vibrating so violently that it bounced off the bed, rolled across the floor at alarming speed, and struck the maid's ankle with sufficient force to send her stumbling backward into the door frame. The maid fled. The egg rolled itself back to the bed and settled into its pillow nest with the air of a job well done. "Your egg," Marta said that evening, "is possessed." "It's not my egg." "It pushed a grown woman out of your room." "It's slightly my egg." On the 7th day, the cracks in the shell shifted. Serafina didn't notice at first. She was reviewing the blood trace data from Lucien's cup, which was yielding increasingly interesting results. But when she glanced over, the hairline fractures had rearranged themselves. They formed unmistakably a pattern, an expression. Specifically, the dragon rune symbol for eye-rolling contempt. Serafina stared at it for a long time. "Were you making a face at something specific?" she asked slowly. "Or is this a general commentary?" The cracks shifted. Now they formed, she was not imagining this, a pattern that loosely resembled droopy eyelids and a curled mouth, like a miniature sneer. From the corridor outside, Serafina could hear the distant sound of Celestine's tinkling laugh. "Ah," Serafina said, "the laugh." The egg cracks formed something that might have been a nod. "I agree," Serafina said. "It is insufferable." She went back to her data. The egg settled smugly in its pillows. Obsidian found out about the egg 9 days after its arrival. He came to the East Wing, a rare event that startled Marta so thoroughly she dropped a water pitcher, ostensibly to inform Serafina that her household budget would be further reduced to accommodate Lucien's needs. He delivered this news standing in her doorway without entering, his gaze sweeping the room with the distant assessment of a landlord inspecting a property he planned to sell. His eyes landed on the egg. "What is that?" Serafina did not look up from her book. "An egg." "I can see it's an egg. Why is there a cracked, dead egg in your bedchamber?" "It's not dead." Obsidian stepped into the room, first time in months, and approached the bed. The egg was very still, very gray, very unremarkable. But the cracks were visible, and to someone like Obsidian, who had grown up around dragon eggs, they looked wrong. "This is a reject," he said flatly. "Where did you get it?" "The street." "You picked up a street egg." His voice carried the particular disbelief of the very privileged. "Serafina, do you understand what could be incubating in a discarded egg? Parasite worms, blight mites, corruption spawn. It has a heartbeat." "Many parasites have heartbeats." He reached for the egg. And the egg pulsed. A single flash of heat, brief but intense, that made Obsidian snatch his hand back. He stared at his palm. Across the inside of his fingers, faint as a watermark, a pattern of white gold scales had appeared. They faded after a moment, leaving his skin unmarked. The room was very quiet. "That," Obsidian said carefully, "should not have happened." Serafina had seen it, filed it, white gold, not black, not blue, white gold, a color that had not been seen in dragonkind for over a century. "It's just an egg," she said mildly. "Probably reacting to your dragonfire proximity. You know how unstable damaged eggs can be." Obsidian looked at her. For the first time in a long while, his expression held something other than contempt, uncertainty. It lasted only a moment before his usual mask reassembled. "Get rid of it," he said. "I'll send someone with a purification basin tomorrow. It's clearly contaminated." "No." The word dropped like a stone into still water. Obsidian's eyes narrowed. "No?" "No." Serafina set down her book, stood. She was a tall woman, not as tall as him, but enough that she didn't have to crane her neck when they were this close. "You will not touch this egg. It is a potential threat to the Eyrie. It is a potential life that someone threw away because they couldn't be bothered to look closer." Her voice was level, but something in it had shifted. An edge, a hardness she usually kept hidden. "I'm familiar with the experience." A muscle in Obsidian's jaw tightened. "If you're implying—" "I'm not implying anything. I'm telling you, this egg stays. If your purification squad comes near it, they'll lose the use of their hands for a week." "Is that a threat?" "It's a promise." She held his gaze, steady, unflinching. "You have your heir now, don't you? The golden boy with blue fire. What do you care about one gray egg in a wing you never visit?" Obsidian stared at her. Something flickered in his silver eyes, surprise maybe. She had never spoken to him like this. In 6 years, she had been quiet, accommodating, invisible. The sudden steel in her voice was clearly unexpected. Fine, he said at last through his teeth. Keep your dead egg. But if it hatches something that threatens my household— At least if it hatches something dangerous, Serafina said, picking up her book again, it'll be honestly dangerous, not dressed in white and calling itself family. Obsidian went very still. His mouth opened, closed. He turned on his heel and left without another word. The egg, in the silence that followed, emitted a tiny pulse of warmth against Serafina's hip, almost approving. Don't start, she told it. Part 3. The Dissolution. 2 weeks after Celestine's arrival, Serafina finished her preparations. The blood trace data from Lucien's cup was complete. The results were exactly what she'd suspected. The boy's dragon flame signature bore zero compatibility with the obsidian bloodline. Not partial, zero. Whatever lineage Lucien carried, it was not obsidian Drake's. But she did not reveal this immediately. She was not stupid, and she was not impulsive. If she made the accusation now, it would look like jealousy, like desperation, like the unwanted wife trying to eliminate her replacement. Instead, she sealed the data into the cup's base, a self-activating ash print that would release its findings when examined by the Ares matriarch, Old Lady Obsidian Drake the Elder. The matriarch was many things: imperious, traditional, occasionally cruel, but she was not stupid, and she would not ignore blood evidence. Serafina placed the cup in a velvet pouch and locked it in her desk. Then she took out the document she had been drafting for 3 days. A petition for dissolution of the dragon blood marriage contract. In the dragon aristocracy, marriage contracts were not simple unions. They were binding magical agreements sealed in the contract flame basin, enforceable by ancient dragon law. Breaking one required either mutual consent or proof of irreparable breach. Serafina had spent 6 years gathering evidence of breach. She had enough. She reviewed the document one final time. It asked for no wealth, no property, no title, no compensation, just freedom. She signed it with her blood name, the real one, not the diminished version on the public marriage contract, and sealed it with her ash print ring. Then she went to find Obsidian. He was in his study. Celestine was there too, of course, curled in the window seat with Lucien, reading to him in her soft golden voice. The picture they made was deliberately beautiful. The family unit, the future, the life Obsidian could have, if not for the inconvenient existing wife. Serafina knocked, entered without waiting for permission. I need 5 minutes of your time, she said, alone. Obsidian looked up from his desk with visible irritation. Whatever it is, it can wait. It cannot. She held up the document. This is a formal petition for dissolution of our marriage contract. It requires your acknowledgement. The room went silent. Celestine's reading stopped. Lucien looked up with wide eyes. Obsidian set down his pen very slowly. Leave us, he said to Celestine. His voice was flat. Celestine gathered Lucien with visible reluctance and visible satisfaction barely hidden, and swept out, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Obsidian stood, came around the desk, took the document from Serafina's hand and read it in silence. You're asking for nothing, he said at last. Correct. No settlement, no property, no ongoing support. I want freedom, not money. He looked at her. His expression was strange, not angry, which she'd expected. Something else. Something almost like insult. This is about Celestine, he said, not a question. It is about the 6 years preceding Celestine. You're jealous. You've been jealous since she arrived, and now you're using a dissolution petition as— What? Leverage? A threat? You think if you wave this in my face, I'll send her away? Serafina took a slow breath. The gray was creeping at the edges of her vision again. I am not asking you to send anyone away. I am asking you to let me leave. No. He tossed the document onto his desk. I'm not playing this game. It isn't. You married into the Eyrie. You took my name. You benefit from my protection, my wealth, Your protection? The word came out sharp enough to cut. When have you ever protected me? When was the last time you entered this study and thought I should check on my wife? When was the last time you remembered I existed without someone reminding you? He stared at her. I'm dying, Obsidian. Her voice cracked. Just barely. Just once. I told you that. 12 days ago. You told me to do it in the East Wing where no one would see. That is what you call protection? Something shifted in his face. The faintest flicker of, not guilt, not yet, but something close to the precursor of guilt, if guilt were a seed that needed much longer to germinate. You were exaggerating, he said, but his voice was less certain. You're always. Sign the paper or don't. I'll petition the matriarch directly if you refuse. She turned and left. He did not sign it. In the days that followed, Celestine moved with increasing boldness. She installed herself in the main wing as if she were already mistress. She directed servants. She rearranged furniture. She chose menus. She sat in Serafina's chair at formal dinners, the one beside Obsidian's, and nobody corrected her. She also began sending Serafina small, deliberate humiliations disguised as requests. Would Serafina mind organizing the linen closet in the guest wing? The nursery needed fresh flowers. Could she arrange them? The dragon flame breakfast required a specific rare tea that only grew in the lower markets. Would Serafina fetch it? Serafina completed none of these tasks. She simply didn't respond to the requests, which drove Celestine to a particular white-lipped fury that she hid behind concerned sighs to the court. I do worry about her. She seems so withdrawn. Is she eating properly? The egg, during this period, seemed to develop opinions about Celestine. Every time her name was mentioned within earshot, or when her signature perfume drifted down the East Wing corridor from a passing servant, the shell cracks would rearrange into what Serafina had come to recognize as the egg's disgusted expression, a pattern resembling narrowed eyes and a turned-down mouth. You've never even met her, Serafina told the egg one evening. The cracks rearranged themselves emphatically. Fair point. I suppose the perfume is evidence enough. Celestine's next move involved Lucian and the egg. It happened on a day when Serafina was reviewing trade reports in her study, a habit she maintained despite having no official role in the Eyrie's finances. She liked to know things. Knowledge was armor. The door burst open. Lucian ran in, small and blue-eyed and propelled by the particular momentum of a 4-year-old who has been aimed at a target. Behind him came Celestine, breathless and performatively worried. Lucian, no, darling, come back. She grabbed the doorframe, one hand pressed to her heart. I'm so sorry, Duchess. He just ran off. He wanted to see your chambers. Children are so curious. Lucian, oblivious to the script, had already spotted the egg. His eyes went round. Egg! He tottered toward the bed with arms outstretched. Pretty egg. Can I hold it? Serafina stood. Careful. But Lucian had already grabbed the egg with both hands, and nothing happened. No flash, no burn, no defensive pulse. The egg sat perfectly still in the child's arms, as docile as a stone. Lucian grinned, clutching it to his chest. Celestine's eyes sharpened. This was not what she'd expected. Serafina could see the calculation shifting behind those pretty blue irises. She'd clearly been hoping the egg would react badly, would shock or burn the boy, providing evidence that the contaminated egg was dangerous and should be destroyed. But Serafina had planned for this. 3 days ago, she'd laid a softening charm on the egg's outer shell, not to change its nature, but to ensure that any accidental contact would be cushioned. If someone tried to manufacture "the egg hurt the air" incident, the egg would feel no harder than a pillow. Lucien was now hugging the egg like a stuffed toy, showing no inclination to release it. "Mine," he declared. "No, darling, give it back." Celestine reached for the egg. Lucien dodged. "Azur." A sunstoro. Romantically, Glinsby used the sash, a village gravitated about Great Azur. Serafina watched with something that might, in a healthier woman, have been amusement. The boy clearly had no malice. He was 4, acting on 4-year-old impulse. Whatever Celestine had planned, the child wasn't playing along. "Lucien," Serafina crouched to his level, "the egg needs to stay warm. Would you put it back on the bed for me? You can visit it again later." Lucien considered this. "Promise?" "Promise." He set the egg down with surprising gentleness, patted it twice, and ran back to Celestine. As he passed his mother, Serafina noticed something. The boy's hands, which had been clutching the egg, bore no trace of blue flame, not even a flicker. Every other time she'd seen Lucien hold something, his excitement triggered small bursts of dragon fire. It was, according to Celestine, involuntary, yet with the egg, nothing. Interesting. Serafina looked at the boy's wrists. There, fading quickly but briefly visible in the warm light, were faint powder marks. The same marks she'd noticed on Celestine's wrists. Blue flame powder, applied externally, making the boy appear to produce dragon fire he could not actually produce on his own. She said nothing, filed it, added it to the growing collection of truths she would deploy at the right moment. "We'll let you rest," Celestine said sweetly, ushering Lucien out. "Do take care of yourself, Duchess. You look so pale lately." The door closed. The egg's cracks reformed into what was unmistakably a rude gesture. "Language," Serafina said. Part 4. Hatching. The night the egg broke open, Serafina was dying. Not metaphorically, not slowly. Dying right then in the sharp and immediate sense, her vision gone entirely gray, her chest filled with the grinding pressure of ash-heart corrosion in full attack, her body curled on the cold floor of her bedchamber because she hadn't made it back to the bed. She'd been fine at dinner, or as fine as she ever was. Then the pain hit like a hammer between her shoulder blades, and her legs gave out, and she'd gone down hard enough to bruise her knees on the stone floor. The egg was screaming. Not literally, eggs couldn't scream, but it was producing a vibration so intense that the water glass on the bedside table had shattered. The shell was glowing white-hot, the cracks spreading and widening, liquid light pouring through them like molten metal. Serafina crawled toward it. Her hands left gray-smeared trails on the floor. The corrosion was leaking through her skin now, painting everything she touched with ash. Her vision was nearly gone, the world reduced to blurs and brightness. "Don't!" She reached the bed, got her hands on the egg. It was burning, searing, but she pressed her ash-print ring against the shell anyway, feeding it her own blood magic in a desperate attempt to stabilize whatever was happening inside. The shell cracked. Not the gentle hatching of a baby dragon, the explosive fracture of something immensely powerful, forced through too small a container. The shell blew apart. White cold fire erupted upward, scorching the canopy of her bed, washing across the ceiling in a wave of light so bright it burned through even her failing vision. Heat, brilliance, The smell of ozone and old magic. Then silence. Serafina blinked. Her vision was returning, slowly, the gray receding as if pushed back by the residual warmth in the air. She was still on the floor beside the bed, surrounded by shell fragments that glowed faintly platinum in the darkness. On the bed where the egg had been sat a man. There was, embarrassingly, not a stitch of clothing involved. 3 frantic minutes, 1 thrown cloak, 1 overturned chair, and a very firm order through the door. About imaginary alchemical fumes later, the impossible stranger sat wrapped from shoulders to ankles in Serafina's heaviest wool cloak. His hair was pale as moonlit ash, his eyes opened gold, and his first hoarse words were, "You're the heartbeat." "You were the egg," Serafina said flatly. "I was in the egg," he corrected. "The egg was merely temporary housing." "For how long?" He tilted his head. That movement, the slight angle, the faintly curious regard, was so like the egg's habit of rolling toward interesting sounds that Serafina felt a strange jolt of recognition. "A while," he said. "Time is difficult to track when you're busy not dying." She should ask more questions. She should demand explanations. She should probably be terrified. A strange, impossibly beautiful man had just materialized in her bedroom from an egg she'd been sleeping next to for weeks. Instead, what she said was, "Are you going to die if I stop looking at you for 30 seconds? Because I need to find you clothes." His mouth curved, just slightly. A smile that was less innocence and more quiet delight, as if she had said exactly the thing he'd been hoping to hear. "I will endeavor to survive your absence." She did not dignify this with a response. She went to the wardrobe, pulled out the largest shirt she owned, one of Marta's that had been mixed in with the laundry, and a pair of loose trousers from her own collection, the ones she wore for physical work. "These will be short on you," she said, tossing them to him, "but they'll have to do until morning." He dressed with the unself-conscious ease of someone who had never learned to be modest, or perhaps someone so ancient that modesty was a concept he'd once invented and grown bored of. The shirt stretched across his shoulders. The trousers ended above his ankles. He looked ridiculous. He also looked like something out of a legend. Even in borrowed, ill-fitting clothes, wrapped in a too-small cloak, with shell dust still in his hair, he radiated a quiet, devastating presence that made the air in the room feel heavier. Serafina crossed her arms. "Name." "Ah." He looked at her. Something cautious entered those gold eyes, the first hint that behind the bemusement there was calculation. "You may call me Saren. It's close enough." "Close enough to what?" "To what I once was." "That's not an answer." "No," he agreed pleasantly. "It isn't." She studied him. He met her gaze without flinching, without the defensive bravado that usually accompanied secrets, or the evasive dart of someone constructing a lie. He simply looked at her, gold eyes steady, and allowed her to look back. "Fine," she said at last. "Saren, you hatched in my room. That makes you my responsibility until I decide otherwise. You will sleep." She pointed to the window seat, which was padded but narrow. "There. You will not leave this room until I determine that you're safe to be around. You will answer my questions when I ask them, and you will never appear improperly dressed in my presence again." He considered the window seat, looked at her, looked at the window seat again. "It seems," he began. "It seems perfectly adequate for someone who spent the last several weeks as a 9-inch egg." Another curve of his mouth. "Fair." He settled himself on the window seat with fluid grace, pulling the cloak around himself like a blanket. He was too long for it. His feet hung off the end, but he curled without complaint, making himself small. Thank you, he said quietly, for keeping me warm. Serafina turned off the remaining lamp. In the darkness, she could still see the faint glow of white gold from his skin, like moonlight captured in flesh. Don't thank me yet, she said. Tomorrow we'll have problems. We already have problems, he said, but yours are worse than mine, and you haven't told me about them. She was silent for a long moment. Good night, Siren. Good night, Heartbeat. She did not sleep, but she did, for the first time in weeks, feel like the room contained something alive besides her own slow decay. Part 5. The Mask of Weakness. The first 3 days with Saren in the East Wing were an exercise in controlled chaos. He was, on the surface, everything a displaced, newly hatched person should be. Confused, grateful, compliant. He wore the borrowed clothes without complaint. He ate the food Marta brought without asking for better. He slept on the window seat without mentioning that it was 3 feet too short. He said please and thank you, and I don't want to be a burden with such consistent sweetness that even Marta, immune to all charm, occasionally brought him an extra bread roll. It was, Serafina reflected, an absolutely masterful performance. Because she noticed things. She noticed that his confusion was selective. He was baffled by modern cutlery, but instantly understood the defensive runework on her door. She noticed that his compliance was strategic. He deferred to her on every decision, but somehow always ended up positioned between her and the window, the most defensible spot in the room. She noticed that when guards passed in the corridor, his gold eyes tracked their footsteps, cataloging them, and noted the family crests embroidered on the one guard's collar when the door briefly opened for Marta. She noticed that he was not weak, not confused, not harmless. But she also noticed that he had not, in 3 days, made a single move that could threaten her. His performance was aimed outward, at the household, at the situation, at the careful maintenance of being too pathetic to threaten. With her, when they were alone, the mask thinned, not vanished, thinned. You're watching me figure you out, she said on the 3rd evening, not looking up from her book. He was on the window seat, ostensibly dozing. His eyes opened, gold, clear, not at all sleepy. Is it working? He asked. The helpless act? The letting you feel safe act. She set the book down. I felt safe before. You were an egg. Eggs are inherently non-threatening. And now? Now you're a 6-foot-something man with reflexes that suggest military training, eyes that catalog every person who enters this corridor, and a magical signature I cannot read even with direct diagnostic contact. She folded her arms. So I feel intrigued and cautious, but not unsafe. Something shifted in his expression. The faint amusement that was his default melted into something more genuine, something closer to surprise. You're not afraid of me, he said. Not a question. Should I be? He was quiet for a moment, then, no, but most people would be. Most people didn't spend 6 years married to a man who can turn into a 12-ton flying lizard. My threshold for intimidating is calibrated differently. He laughed, quiet, unexpected, genuine, a sound that seemed to surprise even him, as if he hadn't made it in a very long time. I like you, he said, simply, directly, as if stating a fact about the weather. Serafina felt heat rise to her face. This was absurd. She was dying. She was 31. She had been married for 6 years to a glacier in man form, and she was blushing because a pretty creature said I like you with the directness of a child. Go to sleep, Saren. As you wish, Heartbeat. On the 4th day, the Aerie discovered his existence. It was inevitable. The explosion of light during his hatching had been seen. And while Seraphina's dropped lamp excuse had bought time, the servants talked. Rumors spread. A strange man in the Duchess's chambers, a flash of white fire, sounds in the night. By noon, the whispers had reached Obsidian. He came to the East Wing with 2 guards and the expression of a man who has been personally insulted by the universe. Seraphina opened the door before he could knock. She'd heard his footsteps on the stairs. "What?" Obsidian said, looking past her into the room where Seren sat on the window seat in his 2 small clothes. "Is that?" "A guest," Seraphina said. "A guest." Obsidian pushed past her. The guards followed. Seren looked up with an expression of wide-eyed uncertainty, the helpless mask sliding into place so smoothly it was almost undetectable. "Where did he come from?" Obsidian demanded. "The egg." Silence. "The egg," Obsidian repeated. "Yes, it hatched. He was inside, as eggs do." Obsidian turned to stare at Seren. Seren stared back with precisely calibrated vulnerability, a young man alone in a strange place, wearing borrowed clothes, clearly malnourished, obviously helpless. "That's impossible," Obsidian said. "Dragon eggs don't produce." He gestured vaguely at Seren's very human-looking form. "Some do," Seraphina said. "Ancient bloodlines sometimes." "I don't know what I am," Seren said softly. His voice trembled, exactly the right amount. "I don't remember much. Before the shell, it's all dark. I just know she—" He looked at Seraphina with an expression of such transparent gratitude that Marta, standing by the door, actually softened. "She kept me warm. She kept me alive." Obsidian's jaw tightened. He looked at Seraphina. "How convenient. A mysterious man emerges from your mysterious egg just as you file for dissolution. You expect me to believe this isn't staged?" "I expect nothing from you," Seraphina said. "I stopped expecting things from you years ago." A muscle jumped in Obsidian's cheek. "He'll be questioned," Obsidian said. "The court arcanist will examine him. If he's a threat—" "He is my guest." Seraphina's voice went flat, hard. "He is under my protection. If you want him examined, you will ask my permission first." "You don't have the authority." "I have the authority of someone who is still, legally, your wife. The East Wing is my domain by contract. My guests are my jurisdiction. Unless you've signed those dissolution papers?" She raised an eyebrow. "No? Then my authority stands." Obsidian stared at her, then at Seren, then back at her. "You've changed," he said. "Not quite an accusation. Not quite anything else." "No," she said. "I've always been this. You just never looked." He turned, walked out. The guards followed. In the silence, Seren released a long breath. The mask dropped, the vulnerability dissolving into something cooler, sharper, more amused. Seren began. "An idiot. I was going to say blind, but yours works too." Seraphina shot him a look. He met it with perfect innocence, but his gold eyes glittered. The interrogation happened the next day. Magister Thornwell came to the East Wing with his diagnostic tools, a concession to Seraphina's authority that clearly galled Obsidian. Serene submitted to examination with the cooperative meekness of a church mouse, coughing delicately at appropriate intervals. Thornwell's findings were inconclusive. High dragon blood, certainly. Ancient lineage. But the specifics are muddled, as if something is suppressing the full signature. He looked at Seren over his spectacles. "Can you produce flame?" Seren produced a tiny flicker of white gold fire from his fingertip. Just a spark. Just enough to confirm dragon heritage without revealing its full power. Thornwell made notes. Weak fire, Probably a minor side branch of some extinct line, nothing dangerous. Saren coughed again, delicately, shoulders curving inward with just the right amount of fragility. Serafina watched this performance from her reading chair and thought, very clearly, "You absolute fraud." After Thornwell left, Saren straightened from his cough-curved posture and stretched like a cat. "That went well. You enjoyed that." "I enjoyed being underestimated." His gold eyes cut to her. "You enjoy it too. Different method, same principle." She couldn't argue with that. What happened next was gradual, insidious, and, Serafina suspected, entirely deliberate on Saren's part. He made himself indispensable. Not in a dramatic way, not in a way that could be called overstepping, just present, helpful, exactly where she needed him without being asked. When her vision grayed out during her morning preparations, the tea was already at her elbow, warmed to exactly the right temperature. He'd seen her squint at the cup the day before and adjusted. When Celestine sent another of her snide requests via messenger, Saren answered the door before Serafina could, looked at the messenger with his wide gold eyes, and said in his softest, most confused voice, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" "The Duchess is what needs organizing. Is there no one else who can?" The messenger left without delivering the request. When she coughed, the deep, painful cough that brought flecks of gray to her handkerchief, he didn't fuss, didn't ask, just pushed the medicine bottle an inch closer to her hand, as if it had always been there. "You're managing me," she told him one evening when the medicine appeared at her elbow for the third time that day. He was on the window seat, his window seat now with a proper blanket and pillow she'd given him, reading a book he'd found in her study. He looked up with faultless innocence. "I'm being helpful. You're being strategically helpful in ways designed to make me dependent on your presence. Is it working?" She threw a pillow at him. He caught it without looking up from his book. "Also," she said, "you've been wearing my old cloak exclusively, the one I wrapped you in the first night. I've offered you better clothes 3 times. This one is warm. It's threadbare. It smells like you." He said it casually, without looking up, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to say, but his ears, she noticed, turned faintly pink at the tips. Serafina stared at the back of his head for a long moment. Then she returned to her own book and said nothing, because she absolutely did not know what to say. The dynamic between them settled into something Serafina could not quite name. It wasn't friendship, too charged for that. It wasn't romance, too early, too fraught, too complicated by the fact that she was still technically married and also dying. It was a vigil. 2 people in a cold room, keeping each other company against things they couldn't say aloud. He never pushed, never demanded, never tried to kiss her or hold her or make declarations. He simply was there, warm and alive and occasionally devastatingly funny in ways that caught her off guard. "Your husband's portrait," he said one morning, examining the painting of obsidian that hung in the corridor outside her chambers. "Is the jawline accurate, or did the artist add extra geometry?" "It's accurate." Tragic. A man that angular should have at least one soft opinion, as compensation. She choked on her tea. Another time, watching Celestine parade through the courtyard below the east wing windows. She's wearing white again, in a snowstorm. Either she's committed to the aesthetic, or she's hoping to disappear entirely. "Saren, I'm simply observing. If one stands very still in that outfit against a snowy wall, one achieves perfect camouflage. Very practical for avoiding accountability. And perhaps most dangerously, When Celestine made one of her public declarations of concern for Serafina's health, she asked if I was eating properly in front of 12 courtiers while sitting in my chair. Seren, without looking up, perhaps she was asking as your chair's new occupant. The chair might have dietary concerns. Serafina laughed before she could stop herself. It was the first time she'd laughed in months, and the sound surprised them both. Seren looked up from his book with an expression she would later describe as caught, briefly unmasked, briefly unguarded, briefly and obviously pleased with himself in a way that had nothing to do with cleverness and everything to do with her. He looked away quickly, returned to his book, said nothing else. But he was smiling, slightly, behind the page. Part 6. The Night She Lost. 1 month after Celestine's arrival. 3 months, approximately, before Serafina expected to die. 2 weeks after Seren hatched into her life with all the subtlety of a comet in a teacup. The night started with an argument. Not between Serafina and Obsidian. They had stopped arguing, which was worse. Arguments implied engagement. What happened between them now was more like weather. She existed. He acted upon her. She endured. The argument was between Obsidian and the truth. A truth Serafina had made the mistake of speaking aloud during a council meeting she'd been summoned to. A rarity, and suspicious in itself. The council was discussing Lucien's formal recognition as heir. Celestine had petitioned for a blood ceremony, a public magical ritual that would confirm the boy's parentage and grant him inheritance rights. Serafina, seated at the far end of the table like an afterthought, had listened in silence for 40 minutes before saying, "Has anyone considered that his fire is blue?" The table went quiet. "Black dragons produce black fire," she continued. Her voice was mild, conversational, the tone of someone pointing out that it was raining. In 8 centuries of documented Obsidian bloodline history, there has never been a single instance of blue flame. Not one. Even mixed heritage offspring produce flames within the black to gray spectrum. Blue is from an entirely different lineage. Celestine, seated beside Obsidian like a second shadow, went very still. Dragonfire color can vary with diet, environment, and emotional state in young children, she said quickly. Sweet, reasonable. The healers confirmed. "Which healers?" Serafina asked. "The Aries or ones you brought with you?" "Serafina," Obsidian's voice cut across the table. "Enough. I'm raising a valid concern about..." "You're raising a jealous objection to a child's right to know his father." His silver eyes were cold. "This isn't the time or place for your personal grievances." She held his gaze. The gray was creeping again. Her right eye was nearly useless now in dim light, but she kept her face perfectly still. "As you wish, Your Grace." The council continued. The blood ceremony was scheduled for the following week. After the meeting, Obsidian intercepted her in the corridor. His face was thunderous. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Questioning the boy's blood in front of the entire council? Making yourself look bitter and..." "I'm trying to prevent you from making a legal error that will..." "You're trying to undermine Celestine because you can't stand that someone else might give me what you never could." The words landed like a blow. Not because they were cruel, she was used to his cruelty, but because of what they revealed about his understanding of her. 6 years, and he still thought she was motivated by competition, by jealousy, by the petty desire to be chosen. She was motivated by being right. She was motivated by the fact that a woman was lying to him, using a child as a weapon, and he was too proud and too guilt-ridden to see it. But he would never believe that coming from her. "The blood ceremony will answer everything," she said quietly. "I hope, for the boy's sake, you're prepared for what it finds." She walked away. He let her. That night, Obsidian had her locked in the runesmith chamber. He didn't come himself. He sent guards, 2 of them, large and apologetic, who appeared at her east wing door at midnight with the message that His Grace required her to reflect on her behavior in a secure location until morning. The runesmith chamber was in the lower levels of the Dragon Gold Consortium building, a separate structure from the main Eyrie, connected by a sky bridge. It was where the consortium's master smith worked on dragon rune contracts. It was also, during the winter months, essentially an unheated stone box. Serafina did not fight the guards. She could have. Her ash print abilities could disable them in seconds, but doing so would require revealing capabilities she was not ready to reveal. So she went, quietly, without making a scene Celestine could use. She did, however, have time to do one thing before leaving. She pressed her ash print ring to Serin's wrist, leaving a binding mark. "Don't move," she whispered. "Don't reveal yourself. Whatever you hear tonight, stay in this room. That's an order." His gold eyes blazed. She could see the rage behind them, barely contained, nothing like the soft creature he pretended to be. "They're taking you. And they'll bring me back in the morning. But if you follow, if you fight, they'll know what you are. And right now, being underestimated is the only advantage we have." She pressed her fingers against the mark on his wrist. "Trust me." He caught her hand, held it for one breath. 2. "If they hurt you." "They won't. It's just a cold room." She was wrong about that. The runesmith chamber was not just cold. It was magically insulated, designed to prevent rune resonance from escaping during delicate work. This meant that all ambient magical energy was blocked, including the faint residual dragon fire that heated the Airie's floors, including the ambient warmth of any passing spell work. The temperature dropped rapidly once the door sealed. Within an hour, Serafina could see her breath. Within 2, her fingers were numb. The ash heart corrosion, which responded to cold and stress with accelerated attacks, activated fully. The pain was extraordinary, like someone had poured molten glass into her chest and then frozen it there. Her vision collapsed to a pinhole. Her lungs seized. She slid from the workbench to the floor, unable to hold herself upright. And somewhere in the pain and the cold and the darkness, the tiny spark inside her, the one she'd been trying not to acknowledge, the one the healer had tentatively identified just days ago as a dragon imprint, a pre-viable pregnancy, flickered and went out. She knew what had happened before the pain faded. The body knows these things, knows when something that was becomes something that was not. A particular emptiness, a particular silence. She curled on the stone floor and did not cry. She did not have the energy for tears. The cold took everything, took her warmth, her vision, her dignity, her tiny secret hope that she hadn't even allowed herself to name, and left her with nothing but breath, shallow, gray. From outside the chamber, through stone, spell work, and the order she had placed on his wrist, the binding mark on Seren split open. He did not reveal his full nature, but white gold fire clawed through one seam of the warded door. The metal screamed. Heat poured through. He could not shatter the inner lock without exposing what he was to the entire Eyrie, so he did the next possible thing. He held the torn seam open with his own blood and forced warmth around her body until her breath stopped fading. Before dawn, he burned a white gold warning into Marta's wash basin and sent every bell in the east wing ringing. It was not enough to save the child. They came before dawn. Marta first, pushing past the guards with the fury of a woman who had been woken by a supernatural fire message and prevented from doing her job all night. Then the Ares healer, summoned by Marta's shouting. Then Obsidian, standing in the doorway with an expression she couldn't read because her vision was still mostly gray. She was carried to the East Wing, examined. The healer found evidence of acute corrosion attack, hypothermic shock, and there was a dragon imprint, the healer said carefully, looking at Serafina with too much pity. Early stage, very faint. It is no longer viable. Obsidian was not in the room for this conversation. He had been told she was recovering from cold exposure and had returned to his own wing with what Serafina assumed was moderate indifference. She looked at the healer, spoke clearly despite the rawness of her throat. Record it as a diagnostic error, an imprint misread, not a loss. The healer stared. Your Grace. Do it. But His Grace should know. His Grace locked me in a freezing room because I questioned his former betrothed's lies at a council meeting. Her voice was level, perfectly controlled, perfectly dead. I will not give him a grief to perform. I will not give him a guilt to weaponize. I will not become the tragic wife whose suffering finally makes him pay attention. Record it as an error. That's final. The healer recorded it as an error. Serene was at her bedside when everyone else left. His binding mark was still glowing faintly on his wrist. He had obeyed her, stayed in the room, not revealed himself. But the cost was visible. His eyes were bruised with exhaustion, his hands trembling. He'd funneled warmth to her all night through stone and shielding, draining himself to keep her alive. He did not ask what happened. He did not offer condolences or rage or solutions. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled the old cloak, her cloak, the one he wore constantly, over her shoulders, and stayed. They did not speak. Sometime near midnight, she felt his hand close around hers, warm, steady, holding without pulling. She held back. That was all. Part 7. The Clearing. The days after the chamber were quiet, dangerously quiet, the kind of quiet that precedes earthquakes. Serafina recovered. Her body, what remained of it that wasn't being consumed by corrosion, healed the surface damage. Her vision stabilized at roughly 70%. Her strength returned, gradually, to something approximating functional. But something inside her had shifted. A final tether had been cut. The last thread connecting her to the Aerie, to the marriage, to the faint residual hope that Obsidian might one day see her clearly. Gone. Severed. Not with anger, not with grief, but with the cold clarity of a woman who has looked at the bottom and found it empty. She began preparing. Not for death, though that was still coming, for departure. She wrote letters, updated legal documents, made quiet arrangements with the Sanctum regarding her long-term care options. She purchased, through a discreet intermediary, a resting stone placement in the northern peace fields, a burial site for those without family holdings. She did not tell Saren about this, but he knew. She could tell he knew by the way his gold eyes tracked her correspondence, by the tightness around his mouth when she sealed letters with the Ashgrove family crest instead of the Drake one. He said nothing. He did not try to stop her. He simply stayed closer, moved from the window seat to the floor beside her bed without being asked, kept her old cloak wrapped around his shoulders like armor. "You're sleeping on the floor," she said one night, looking down at him from the bed. "I'm comfortable." "You're on stone." "I slept in an eggshell for a century. Stone is an improvement." "A century?" He looked up at her. Those gold eyes in the firelight were impossible to look away from. "Give or take." "What are you, really?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, "What do you need me to be?" "That's not an answer." No, but the real answer is complicated. And if I tell you now, it changes things. It puts pressure on decisions that should be entirely yours. He sat up, bringing his face closer to level with hers. His expression was the most serious she'd seen it, stripped of performance, stripped of playfulness, stripped of everything but sincerity. I want you to leave this place because you choose to, not because of what I am. She studied him. His face was very close. His breath was warm. When I leave, she said carefully, will you come with me? You haven't asked. I'm asking now. Something broke open behind his eyes, something enormous and barely contained that he'd been holding back since the night he hatched. He closed his eyes, opened them. They were brighter. Yes, he said, anywhere, always. She reached out and touched the edge of his jaw, just the lightest contact, her fingertips against the faint white gold scales at his jawline. He went perfectly still. Then I'll leave soon, she said, and you'll come. Yes. She withdrew her hand. He released a breath he'd clearly been holding for a very long time. Neither of them slept that night, but they were, for the first time, not alone in their wakefulness. Part 8. The Departure. Serafina chose the noon meal. Not because she was dramatic. She was, somewhat, but that wasn't the reason. She chose it because the noon meal was the daily gathering of the entire Airy court. Nobles, merchants, officers, servants, everyone present, everyone watching. She wore her ash print battle dress. Heavy charcoal wool reinforced with dragon bone stays, silver embroidery tracing the old ash grove rune patterns along the hems. It was the formal attire of a runesmith going into battle. Not physical battle, but the kind where every gesture was a statement and every silence was a weapon. She had not worn it since her wedding day. Marta helped her dress in silence, mouth pressed thin, hands steady. When Serafina looked in the mirror, her reflection slightly blurred through her damaged right eye, she saw someone she hadn't been in 6 years. Not the gray ghost of the East Wing, not the silent woman at the end of the table. Someone with edges, someone who remembered how to cut. Ready? Marta asked. Past ready. The great hall was full. The noon meal had become elaborate since Celestine's arrival. Longer, more performative, more obviously designed to showcase the new family. Today was particularly festive. Lucien was to demonstrate his blue flame for the court as a preview of the upcoming blood ceremony. Celestine sat beside Obsidian at the high table, wearing white naturally, her golden hair arranged in a crown of braids that mimicked the ducal coronet. She had positioned herself in what Serafina privately called the wife chair, the seat to the right of the Duke, traditionally reserved for the lady of the house. Serafina entered through the main doors. The hall went quiet. It wasn't the gray ghost entrance they were used to, the slipping in through side doors, the finding corners, the being present without being seen. She walked straight up the center aisle, boots ringing on the dragonbone floor, battle dress heavy and correct, and every eye in the room turned to follow her. She reached the high table, stood before it, did not sit. I have an announcement, she said. Obsidian set down his goblet with the air of a man bracing for irritation. Celestine's smile was fixed and brilliant, the smile of someone who believes she has already won. Serafina removed her wedding ring. The ring was dragon gold, set with a single black diamond, the traditional ring of the Obsidian ducal consort. She had worn it for 6 years. Her finger bore a permanent indentation where it had sat. She set it on the table before Obsidian. The sound it made, tiny gold circle on polished dragon bone, was somehow louder than it should have been. I am dissolving this marriage, she said, effective immediately. Murmurs erupted. Obsidian's face went blank. the particular blankness of someone taken genuinely by surprise. "You can't," he began. "I can." She produced the dissolution document from inside her battle dress, the one she'd filed weeks ago, the one he'd refused to sign. "I've exercised the unilateral dissolution clause, Article 17 of our marriage contract. A spouse may terminate without mutual consent if they can demonstrate 6 months of unreciprocated contractual obligation." She met his eyes. "I have 6 years. This isn't legally. I've already filed with the matriarch's office. The paperwork is processed. This announcement is a courtesy." Obsidian stood, his chair scraped back. "Serafina." She pulled the second document from her dress. The marriage contract itself, her copy, the original, with both their blood signatures. She held it over the contract flame basin, the ceremonial fire pit set into the high table, used for contract sealing and oath binding. "I am returning this to the flame," she said, "as is my right." She dropped it. The basin flared, but instead of simply consuming the paper, the fire blazed, higher, brighter, turning from its usual red gold to a furious white. The flames licked up and outward, and across the surface of the fire glowing symbols appeared, runes, contract runes, marking every instance of breach, every broken promise, every obligation unfulfilled. There were hundreds of them. They clustered on Obsidian's side of the contract like a disease. Each one a time he had failed to protect, to honor, to treat his contractual wife as anything more than furniture. The court stared. The runes were damning, visible, undeniable, recorded by the basin's impartial magic. Celestine's eyes widened. She had not expected this. Serafina was not finished. She removed the ducal coronet, the small, elegant crown she wore at formal occasions, the symbol of her position as Duchess. She walked to the side of the hall where the Ares treasury vault was set into the wall, visible but sealed, its lock requiring the Duchess's blood key. She hung the coronet on the treasury door handle, then she pressed her ash print ring to the lock. "True name seal," she said clearly. "Activated." The lock glowed gray, then went dark. Obsidian stared. "What did you—" "I've sealed the main treasury with my true name," Serafina said, turning back to face the hall. "That vault contains the core assets of the Dragon Gold Consortium. My seal cannot be broken by force, by rune smiths, or by your court arcanist. It can only be opened if the Duke of Obsidian Aerie publicly acknowledges the true identity of the Consortium's master runesmith." She paused. "Let it land. The one who saved your empire 6 years ago." Dead silence. Nobody in the hall understood what she meant. Not yet. But Obsidian's face, she watched it change. A crack in the mask. The faintest dawn of suspicion. Finally, she took the velvet pouch from her belt, the one containing Lucian's blood trace cup. She walked to the matriarch's seat, old Lady Drake, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, watching this entire spectacle with the expression of a hawk who has spotted interesting prey. "For you," Serafina said, placing the cup before the old woman. "A gift. Examine the vase at your leisure. I think you'll find the blood ceremony quite unnecessary after you see what's recorded there." Lady Drake took the cup, said nothing, but her ancient eyes gleamed. Serafina turned back to the hall, to Obsidian, who was standing behind the high table with an expression she had never seen before. Not anger, not contempt, but something raw and unfinished, like the first page of a grief he hadn't known was coming. "That concludes my business here," she said. Celestine stirred. "You can't simply— This is Obsidian. Stop her. She's clearly unwell." Celestine began to rise, and made the mistake of swaying. A calculated sway, the beginning of a dramatic feint designed to refocus all attention. She never completed it. From the back of the hall, a voice, low, pleasant, perfectly timed. "Oh, are we fainting now? I thought that was a second act move." Serene stood by the main doors. He was wearing Serafina's old cloak over borrowed clothes that still didn't fit properly, his platinum hair loose and slightly tangled, his gold eyes half-lidded with an expression of polite disinterest. He looked frail, decorative, completely harmless. Every woman in the hall looked at him. Every woman in the hall kept looking. Because despite the ill-fitting clothes and the performative fragility, Siren was, objectively, unmistakably, devastatingly, the most beautiful person any of them had ever seen. The bones of his face caught the light like they'd been carved by a sculptor having the best day of his life. His eyes were gold in the way that sunlight through stained glass was gold. He moved like water, like music, like something that had never needed to hurry in its entire ancient existence. Celestine's sway froze mid-execution. "Who?" she began. Siren drifted forward. His eyes touched Celestine, briefly, dismissively, then moved to Serafina with something much warmer. "I believe," he said to Serafina, "you mentioned you were leaving?" "I am." "Then I'm coming with you." He said it simply, as he said all important things. "If you'll have me." "I'll have you. Get your things." "I don't have things. I have your cloak." He plucked at the worn charcoal fabric. "Will you want it back?" "Keep it. You've ruined it anyway with all that." She gestured vaguely at his general existence. "Pine tree heat and egg dust." He smiled. The full version, not the half smile, not the careful curve. A real smile that transformed his face from beautiful to incandescent. Obsidian moved. He came around the table fast, not toward Serafina, toward Siren. "You, stay where you are. You're not leaving this area until I know what you." Serafina drew her ash-print short blade and placed herself between them. The hall collectively inhaled. 6 years, she said, her voice carrying clearly. "You never once protected me from insult, cold, hunger, isolation, or your golden guest schemes. But the moment I try to take something with me, the moment something exists that I chose and you didn't provide, now you care." She raised the blade. Not threatening, just present. "He's mine. I found him. I warmed him. I named him. If you want him, go find your own egg on a snowy street corner." Obsidian stared at the blade, at her face, at the absolute certainty in her eyes. Behind them, Lucian, who had been watching with the wide-eyed fascination of all 4-year-olds confronted with drama, chose this moment to get excited. His small hands sparked. Blue flame jetted from his palms, uncontrolled, enthusiastic, childish. The flame hit Celestine's sleeve. Specifically, it hit the concealed pocket in her sleeve, the one containing the blue flame powder she used to fake the boy's dragon fire. The powder ignited. Celestine shrieked, batting at her arm. The powder billowed outward in a cloud of iridescent blue, coating the table, the floor, and Celestine's very expensive white dress in unmistakable evidence. The hall erupted. Courtiers surged forward. The matriarch's eyes went sharp as blades. Guards moved, toward Celestine for once, not Serafina. Obsidian stood frozen, staring at the blue powder settling across the table like toxic snow. Serafina sheathed her blade. "Well," she said, "that was convenient timing." She whistled. From the courtyard beyond the hall's great windows came the sound of hooves on stone, heavy, rhythmic, accompanied by the snort of something very large and very annoyed. A dragon-boned stallion, black skeletal and red-eyed, appeared in the hall's entrance. Its rider, nobody, It had arrived riderless, stamped impatiently on the polished floor. Behind the stallion skidded Rose Pike, the youngest stable hand in the Eyrie, red-cheeked, breathless, and holding a snapped lead rope. Rose was barely 20 and spoke to dangerous mounts the way other girls spoke to rude uncles. "He bit 2 grooms, kicked a hay cart, and chose her grace," she announced. "I thought it best not to argue with a horse made of bones." The stallion was a creature of magnificent ugliness. Dragonbone armored, spike-maned, built like a war machine crossed with a nightmare. It surveyed the great hall with the expression of a creature deeply offended by interior decoration. Its iron-shod hoofs scraped the floor, leaving a gouge. "Don't you dare," Obsidian began. The stallion kicked sideways. Its hoof connected with the base of the great stone pedestal holding the Drake family ancestral sculpture, a dramatic piece depicting the first Duke in dragon form. The pedestal cracked, the sculpture wobbled, toppled, shattered on the floor into approximately 100 pieces. The hall went very quiet. Seraphina walked to the stallion, mounted with the ease of long practice, looked down at the devastation of the great hall, the broken sculpture, the blue powder, the burning sleeve, the cracked contract runes, the sealed treasury, the frozen duke, and allowed herself one small moment of satisfaction. "Seraphina," Obsidian's voice, hoarse. Is he?" He stared at Serene. "Are you leaving because of him?" Serene had moved to stand beside the stallion, one hand resting on its shoulder with the casual authority of someone very comfortable with large, dangerous animals. He looked up at Seraphina on the horse, then back at Obsidian. Seraphina considered the question, looked at Seren, rumpled, beautiful, wearing her old cloak like a badge of honor, looked at Obsidian, perfect, cold, standing in the ruins of a marriage he'd never valued. "At least he knew what I was worth on the first day," she said. "It took you 6 years to realize you should ask." She extended a hand to Seren. He took it, swung up behind her with effortless grace, not the movement of a frail invalid, but of a warrior remembering old muscle memory. His arms settled around her waist. His chin rested near her shoulder. "His shell fragments are still in your pillow," he murmured. "I put them there." "I know. In case you tried to leave without me." "I wasn't going to." "I know." A pause. "But I liked having insurance." She clicked her tongue. The dragonbone stallion wheeled, took 3 thundering steps, and carried them out of the great hall into the winter sun. Behind them, chaos, blue powder, broken statues, a sealed treasury, and the faint, growing understanding on one cold duke's face that he had just lost something immeasurably more valuable than a wife. Part 9. What he found. Obsidian Drake had not known what silence sounded like until his wife left. Not the silence of an empty room. He'd had that for 6 years, technically. She was always so quiet, he often forgot she was there. This was different. This was the silence of systems breaking down, of things that had worked seamlessly for years suddenly, catastrophically stopping. It started with the treasury. His steward came to him within hours of Seraphina's departure, sweating, pale, holding a sheaf of documents. "Your Grace, the main vault. The true name seal, we can't override it. The Arcanists have tried. Magister Thornwell has tried. It's locked with something none of them can identify." "It's a lock," Obsidian said. "Break it." "Sir, we've tried. The seal responds to attempts at force with counter-rune burns. 2 Arcanists are in the healing ward." The Dragon Gold Consortium's operating funds were in that vault. Trade contracts, guild agreements, payroll records, ship manifests. The entire infrastructure of the Empire, Obsidian, had spent a decade building, all sealed behind a gray glowing lock that burned anyone who touched it. Then came the matriarch. Lady Drake the Elder summoned Obsidian to her chambers 3 days after Seraphina's departure. She was sitting in her iron-backed chair, the blood trace cup open on the table before her, its base glowing with activated ash print data. "Sit down," she said. He sat. "This cup," the matriarch said, "contains a blood resonance record of Lucien's true lineage." She folded her liver-spotted hands. "The boy carries the bloodline of House Valcrest, minor dragon nobility from the eastern shores, specifically the bloodline of one Roland Valcrest, Celestine's former companion from before she ever met you." Obsidian said nothing. "The boy is not yours," the matriarch continued. "He was never yours. His blue flame was artificial, produced by a powder applied to his skin, which ignites on contact with ambient magic. Without the powder, the child has no dragon fire at all. He is not even fully dragon-blooded." Obsidian said nothing. "Celestine Brightmoor used your guilt and your vanity to install a false heir in your house. She intended to secure inheritance rights, which would have given her legal access to the Drake fortune and to the consortium funds your wife sealed behind a lock you cannot open." Obsidian said nothing, but something behind his eyes was cracking, like ice in spring, not melting, just breaking apart into pieces too sharp to hold. "I have ordered Celestine confined to the lower quarters pending a formal hearing," the matriarch said. She attempted to claim innocence. The contract flame basin disagreed. "What do you mean?" She tried to swear an oath of truthfulness. The basin rejected it, branded her. The matriarch's voice was dry as bone. "She now bears the Oathbreaker's mark on her forearm. It will not fade. She will never again be permitted to enter a dragon blood household or approach dragon flame in any form." A fitting punishment. Permanent, visible, inescapable. Celestine's beauty would remain, but anyone who saw the mark would know what she was. Obsidian sat in his mother's chamber and felt the first real emotion he'd allowed himself in weeks. Not guilt, not yet. Just the cold, creeping awareness of a man realizing the floor beneath him has been hollow all along. The second revelation came from his records clerk. The man appeared at Obsidian's study door 1 week after Seraphina left, nervous, twisting his hat, clearly terrified. "Spit it out," Obsidian said. The consortium, sir. The core dragon rune contracts, the ones that keep everything working. The trade seals, the mining authorizations, the sky cavalry binding oaths. What about them?" "They're degrading. Without the treasury seal, the renewal cycles are breaking down. And I went through the old records, sir. The maintenance logs, the rune work provenance reports." Obsidian waited. 6 years ago, the clerk said, barely above a whisper, when the consortium nearly collapsed, when the core runes failed and everything was, do you remember, sir? We were days from bankruptcy, from losing the mines, the cavalry, the trade alliances. I remember. He remembered it like a fever dream. The worst week of his life, the contracts disintegrating, the empire crumbling. And then, overnight, salvation. An anonymous runesmith had repaired everything, restored the core contracts, rebuilt the entire framework from scratch. Nobody knew who they were. Nobody had ever been able to trace them. I found the provenance signature, the clerk said, on the repaired runes. It took years. The smith used masking protocols, but with the treasury locked and the counter runes active, the masking degraded enough to see the original imprint. He placed a thin crystal slate on Obsidian's desk. On it, glowing faintly gray, was a runesmith's signature. It matched perfectly with the Ashgrove family crest. Seraphina's crest. The third revelation took longest and hurt most. Obsidian found the purchase order for the Northern Peace Field's resting stone 2 weeks after her departure. He found it because he was searching, tearing through her abandoned East Wing chambers like a man looking for something he could not name. The room was bare. She had taken almost nothing. A few clothes, her medicine box, her books. The eggshell fragments on the pillow. She'd taken those. But she'd left the resting stone receipt in her desk drawer, tucked between blank pages. Almost hidden, almost. A resting stone placement, reserved for the terminally ill, paid in full. He stood in her empty room and held the receipt and felt something he had not felt in years. Genuine, grinding, annihilating fear. She was dying. She had told him. She had stood in his bedchamber and told him plainly, clearly, directly, "I have approximately 4 months." And he had said, "Do it in the East Wing where no one would see." He went to the Sanctum Healing Ward that same day. The healer, the same gray-faced man who had first diagnosed her, was not pleased to see the Duke of Obsidian Airy demanding private medical records. But a duke was a duke, and the records were produced. Ash heart corrosion. Advanced stage. Entered blood, optic channels, and shadow matter. Prognosis. 3 months remaining at time of last examination. Ellen Vale stood beside the healer with both hands locked around a duplicate slate. She placed it on the table before anyone could decide the truth was too inconvenient for a duke. Her voice shook, but she still said, "That is the original record, Your Grace. I copied it the day she came in. No one asked me to, which is why no one knew to hide it." And there, a footnote, crossed out, rewritten. Dragon imprint detected, later confirmed as diagnostic error, no viable pregnancy. But the healer's handwriting on the correction was different from the original entry, subtly. Someone used to reading runes noticed such things. "Was there really an error?" Obsidian asked. The healer looked at him for a long time. Old eyes, tired eyes. The eyes of a man who had watched a young woman choose dignity over justice. "She asked me to record it that way," he said at last. "Your Grace." Obsidian left the sanctum. He walked. He did not know where he was going. His feet took him to the East Wing staircase, to the empty rooms, to the cold bed where an egg had once sat surrounded by pillows, where his wife had slept alone for 6 years, where she had lost. He had locked her in a freezing room, because Celestine told him she was being difficult, because questioning a false child's blood was in his mind a worse offense than slowly killing his actual wife. He sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, put his hands over his face, and for the first time since boyhood, Obsidian Drake made a sound that was not a word, a raw, ugly thing torn from somewhere he'd bricked over years ago. He stayed there a long time. Then he stood and began to chase. Part 10. The North. The Northern Peace Fields were a week's ride from the Eyrie, through mountain passes, across frozen rivers, into the vast white expanse of the far north where the sky was bigger than anything, and the dragonfire aurora lit the heavens in sheets of color that no artist could capture. Seraphina wasn't there for the resting stone. Not yet. She was there for the aurora. "I want to see it," she told Serin on their second day of riding. Her right eye was nearly blind now. The left was holding, but dimming. "Before I can't anymore, I want to see the aurora one time." Serin, riding behind her on the dragonbone stallion, he could have summoned his own mount, could have flown, could have carried her on wings wider than the Ares towers, said nothing. Just tightened his arms around her waist and pressed his cheek to her shoulder. He'd been feeding her white gold fire in small doses since they left. Not enough to cure. Nothing short of a full ancient dragon's healing rite could address ash heart corrosion at this stage, but enough to slow it, enough to push back the gray, enough to give her time. How much time, he didn't know. He didn't tell her that. They made camp in the northern fields on the 5th night. The resting stone was visible in the distance, a dark monolith in the snow, but Serafina didn't look at it. She looked up. The aurora had begun. Not the ordinary aurora that tourists came to photograph. Dragonfire aurora, the residual energy of ancient battles, ancient magic, ancient dragons who had lived and fought and died so long ago that their fire had become part of the sky. It moved like liquid, green and gold and white and deep, bottomless blue, rippling across the heavens in waves that seemed to breathe. Serafina stood in the snow, face tilted upward, and watched the sky burn with something beautiful. She started. What? Seren stood beside her, close, warm. Worth the trip. She looked at him. In the aurora's light, his face was unearthly, the white gold scales at his temples catching the colors, his eyes reflecting the fire above. You're glowing. I do that sometimes. It's showing off. I'm trying to compete with the sky. Is it working? She looked up, looked at him. Up. Him. The sky's bigger. But I'm closer. She laughed, small, real, warm. He caught her hand, drew her fractionally nearer until the cold between them was a memory. When this is over, he began. Which this, the aurora, the disease, or the dramatic former husband situation? Any of them, all of them. His gold eyes were very serious. I want you to know something. Don't say something irreversible. I'm barely managing reversible things. I love you, he said. Quiet, simple, absolute. I loved you when I was a heartbeat in a shell. I loved you when you wrapped me in a blanket and told me not to get attached. I loved you when you threw a cloak at me and threatened structural violence unless I covered myself. I loved you when you stood between me and a dupe twice your political rank with a blade in your hand. He lifted their joined hands and pressed his mouth to her knuckles. I loved you before I understood strategy. Everything after that was just me trying to be useful enough to stay. She stared at him. The aurora rippled overhead. Her eyes were burning, not from corrosion, from something else. I'm dying, Seren. Not yet, not while I'm here, not if you let me. Let you what? Be what I am, fully, not the egg, not the wounded stray, what I really am. She studied his face, the scales, the gold eyes, the ancient, impossible beauty of him. What are you really? Ask me after the aurora. I want you to see this first. Obsidian arrived on the 7th day. He came with a retinue, Sky Cavalry officers, personal guards, a healer. He came in his full ducal armor, dragon scale black and silver, riding a war dragon that landed in the snowfield with a thunderous beat of wings. He came holding the old marriage contract, not the dissolved one, but a copy from the registry, holding it like a weapon, like a rope. Serafina was sitting by the campfire when he appeared. Seren was beside her, wrapped in the old cloak, gold eyes half closed. He looked sleepy. He looked harmless. He was neither. Serafina, Obsidian's voice carried across the snow. This dissolution is invalid. The unilateral clause requires a 90-day review period. Which I satisfied. She didn't stand. Didn't look up from the fire. I filed the initial petition weeks before the formal dissolution. Your own office stamped it. Check with your clerk. He was closer now. Close enough that she could see his face, and it was different. Changed. The cold mask was still there, but cracked. Lines around his eyes that hadn't been there a month ago. A rawness at the corners of his mouth. He'd been crying. At some point recently he'd been crying. She could tell. It did not move her. "I know what you did," he said. 6 years ago, the rune work, the consortium. I know it was you." "Good. Then you can publicly acknowledge it and open your own treasury." "I know about the—" His voice cracked, barely. "The healer told me about what happened in the runesmith chamber. About the diagnostic error?" Her voice was ice. "Yes, there was an error. The healer confirmed it." "It wasn't an error. I know it wasn't. Serafina." He was close now, close enough to touch. He didn't try. "I did that to you. I put you there. Yes?" She looked up at him then. Her gray-tinged eyes met his silver ones, and she let him see everything. The exhaustion, the damage, the absolute, final closure. "You did. And I have decided that it will not be the thing that defines either my death or my life. So I have removed it. From the record. From my story. From yours." "You can't just—" "I can. I did. It's done." "Serafina, please." "What would you like me to do with your please, Obsidian?" She stood. She was shorter than him, had always been shorter than him. But in this moment, in the aurora light with her battle dress and her iron-straight spine, she seemed his equal in height. "Shall I tuck it away and let it warm me? The way your concern warms me? The way your love," the word was acid, "warmed me through 6 years of cold rooms and colder silence?" He flinched, actually flinched. Obsidian Drake, who had never flinched from anything in his life. "I'm not asking you to forgive me," he said, low, rough. I'm telling you, the contract still binds under ancient dragon law, the review period." "The review period," said Saren's voice from behind Serafina, "requires confirmation by a dragon of superior bloodline rank." He stood, slowly, unfolding from his seat by the fire like smoke rising, and as he rose, the mask fell away, completely. The white gold scales spread, not just at his temples and upper sleeves, everywhere, along his arms, up his neck, across his cheekbones. His hair lifted in a wind that came from nowhere, platinum white and shimmering. His eyes blazed, not the half-lidded gold of pretended weakness, but the full, searing light of something ancient and enormous. Wings unfurled, white gold, translucent, spanning the width of the campsite, catching the aurora light and refracting it into prisms. The war dragon that had carried Obsidian here made a sound, a low, terrified keen, and dropped to the snow with its head pressed to the ground. The Sky Cavalry officers' mounts did the same. Every dragon, war beast, and fire-blooded creature in the retinue went flat with instinctive, irresistible submission. Obsidian's own dragon blood, the ancient instinct buried in every black dragon's bones, screamed at him to kneel. His legs buckled. He fought it, teeth gritted, muscles locked, but his body was not asking permission. "You," he gasped. "I am Cerinthius." The voice was no longer soft, no longer human warm. It was the voice of mountains, of deep time, of something that had watched civilizations rise and crumble and rise again. The white gold, the first light, high sovereign of the ancient dragon court, whose bloodline authority supersedes every ducal, royal, and imperial dragon rank in existence. He looked down at Obsidian, because Obsidian was on his knees now, unable to resist, with an expression that held no fury, no triumph, just a vast, patient, absolute certainty. "I review this marriage contract," Cerinthius said. "I find it valid in form and void in spirit. The Duke of Obsidian Airy entered a binding agreement with Serafina Ashgrove. He failed to protect, failed to honor, failed to value. He concealed no information, but he refused to perceive information freely given. He enabled the persecution of his contractual partner. He facilitated the destruction of—" His voice caught, just once, just barely. of something irreplaceable. The aurora flared above them. The white gold wings spread wider. I declare this contract dissolved, not by clause, not by petition, by sovereign judgment. The woman called Seraphina Ashgrove owes nothing further to the House of Drake. No debt, no obligation, no residual bond. She is free. Silence. Obsidian, on his knees in the snow, looked up at Seraphina. His silver eyes were wet. His face was broken. Not the cold mask, not the proud duke. A man who had finally, catastrophically, too late understood what he had held and what he had dropped. "Seraphina," he whispered. She looked down at him and felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not vindication, not triumph. Just the quiet, complete absence of pain. The cauterized place where love had been, now healed into smooth scar tissue. "Stand up, Obsidian," she said quietly. "You look pathetic." He stood. His legs shook. She turned away from him, raised her hand, her ash print ring, toward the sky, and spoke the activation phrase for the last thing she'd prepared. The aurora rippled, changed, drew together into a new pattern, not random, not natural, but deliberately composed. Runes, images, a story written in dragonfire across the sky. 6 years ago, the consortium's collapse, the desperate night when every contract failed and the entire Drake Empire hung by a thread. And the anonymous runesmith, small, quiet, working alone in the dark, who had rebuilt it all, who had poured her own blood and magic into seals meant to last centuries, who had taken the backlash and the cost and the slow, patient corrosion onto herself. The sky showed Seraphina's face, her hands tracing runes, her blood sealing contracts, her body absorbing the rebound damage that would, 6 years later, kill her. Every person in Obsidian's retinue saw it. The Sky Cavalry officers, the guards, the healer. They would talk. They would all talk. By the time they returned to the Eyrie, every soul in the Dragon territories would know the silent, invisible Duchess had been the savior all along. The aurora faded. The sky returned to its normal dance of color. Seraphina lowered her hand, turned to Saren, still in his sovereign form, wings shimmering, gold eyes soft as he looked at her. "Take me somewhere warm," she said. He closed his wings, stepped forward, took her hands in both of his, warm, so warm, the white gold fire in his blood pushing back the gray at her fingertips. "Always," he said. They left. Obsidian stood in the snow, surrounded by his kneeling retinue and the distant glow of his shattered pride, and watched them go. Part 11. Aftermath. The news hit the Eyrie like a tidal wave. Celestine's formal hearing took place 3 days after Obsidian's return, conducted by the matriarch, witnessed by the full court, and utterly damning. The blood trace evidence from the cup was irrefutable. The blue flame powder, recovered from Celestine's quarters in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, was presented as physical evidence. 2 witnesses came forward, a servant who had seen Celestine applying the powder to Lucien's hands, and a market vendor who had sold her the compound. Celestine tried to weep, then to rage, then to blame Seraphina, claiming she'd been framed, manipulated, forced into the deception by the Duchess's cruelty. The contract flame basin was brought into the hearing room. Celestine was invited to place her hand in the fire and repeat her claims under oath. She refused. The Oathbreaker's mark on her forearm, already visible, already permanent, pulsed with ugly blue light. She was escorted from the Eyrie under guard. Her destination, a minor holding in the distant south, where she would live out her days with the mark visible to all, unable to enter any dragon-blooded household or participate in any dragon fire ceremony. She was given no farewell, no sympathy. The court that had adored her turned its back with the efficient cruelty of the very fickle. Lucian was another matter. Serafina had left instructions with the matriarch, quiet, unsigned, but clearly in her hand. The boy was not responsible for his mother's choices. He should be placed with a reputable foster family, his true parentage disclosed to him gently when he was old enough to understand. He should be given a small trust fund, Serafina specified the amount, and access to education. He should not be used as a political pawn by anyone for any purpose ever again. The matriarch, who respected competence above all things, followed the instructions to the letter. Obsidian opened the treasury on a Thursday. It required a public statement, a formal acknowledgement before the court that the Dragon Gold Consortium's salvation 6 years ago had been the work of Serafina Ashgrove, runesmith, sealcaster, last heir of the Ashgrove line, that she had worked anonymously, that she had never been compensated, that her husband had never known, never asked, never bothered to look at the woman beside him and wonder if she might be more than the quiet ghost he'd made her. He made this statement. It cost him everything: his pride, his reputation, the careful image of self-made power he had cultivated for a decade. The treasury lock glowed gray, then faded, then opened. Inside, everything was as it should be, except for one addition: a small envelope placed at the front of the vault, sealed with the Ashgrove crest. It contained a single piece of paper. On it, in Serafina's neat hand, "You're welcome." In the weeks that followed, Obsidian Drake became a different man. Not a good one, not yet, perhaps not ever, but a different one. He dismissed the advisors who had encouraged his coldness. He reorganized the consortium with transparency clauses. He visited the East Wing and did not leave. He sat in her empty room. He touched the pillow where the egg had been. He read the books she'd left behind: philosophy, rune theory, a worn copy of a romance novel with a cracked spine suggesting it had been read many times. He did not chase her again. He understood, finally, belatedly, with the brutal clarity of a man who has run out of self-deception, that chasing was not the same as earning, that he had no right to her forgiveness, her time, or her presence, that the most honorable thing he could do was live with what he'd done and become someone who would not do it again. Whether that person would ever deserve a second look from her was not his decision to make. It was hers. Part 12. The Road Ahead. Serafina and Saren traveled north. Not aimlessly. There were places. Ancient dragon ruins, predating the modern Ares, where healing rituals beyond current medical knowledge had once been performed. The white gold sovereign's blood gave them access to sites that had been sealed for centuries. His power gave her time. His presence gave her something she had not had in 6 years. Someone who saw her fully and stayed. The ash heart corrosion was not cured. Not yet. Her vision fluctuated, some days clear, some days gray. The pain came and went. But it was no longer advancing unchecked. Saren's white gold fire pushed back against the decay like a tide against erosion, not reversing the damage, but slowing it enough that hope became rational rather than foolish. "There's a site," Saren said one morning, studying an ancient map over breakfast. They were in a traveler's inn at the edge of the northern wastes, a small, warm place run by a cheerful woman who clearly found them both completely baffling, but was happy to take their coin. 3 days' ride. The old records mention a restoration pool, used by ancient dragons after battle damage. If any of the magic still functions. "If," Serafina said. She was eating toast. Her appetite had returned, partially. "Enough. That's a large if. I am an optimist." You are a 1,000-year-old dragon pretending to be an optimist because it makes me less likely to argue with you. He looked at her over the map, his gold eyes crinkled at the corners. Is it working? Marginally. They traveled well together. Better than Serafina had expected, though perhaps she should have known. He had, after all, lived in her pocket, metaphorically, for weeks as an egg. He knew her rhythms, her silences, the difference between her thinking quiet and her hurting quiet. He knew when to be present and when to be absent, when to fill silence with his low, slightly ridiculous observations about the world. That bird is judging us. Specifically, it's judging my cloak. It's a bird, Siren, a critical bird. Look at its eyes, and when to simply exist beside her without words. He also knew when she was thinking about the child she'd lost. He never asked, never pushed, just moved closer, a hand on her back, a brush of warmth, and let her feel his presence without the burden of explanation. You're doing it again, she said one evening, sitting by a fire in the ruins of some ancient structure. Doing what? Being perfect in ways specifically calibrated to make me attached to you. He set down his tea, looked at her with complete seriousness. Would you prefer I be imperfect? I'd prefer you be honest about whether this, she gestured between them, is strategy or sincerity. He was quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Shadows moved on stone walls carved with runes so old even Serafina couldn't read them all. When I was in the shell, he said softly, I could hear you. Not words, feelings. I could feel your heartbeat, your warmth, your sadness. He looked at the fire. I was dying. My injuries were severe, from the old war. I had sealed myself to heal, but the healing wasn't working. I was fading. Then what happened? You picked me up. He said it simply, as if it were simple. And your warmth, your magic, your care, did what centuries of self-healing couldn't. It wasn't strategic, what you did. You just refused to let something die alone on a street corner. He met her eyes. I fell in love with you before I could see your face. Everything after that, the strategy, the performance, the letting you protect me, was just trying to stay close enough to matter to you. She was quiet for a long time. That's not fair, she said at last. You can't say things like that and expect me to maintain emotional distance. I don't want you to maintain emotional distance. I know, that's why it's not fair. He moved closer, slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. His hand found hers, warm, steady. The white gold fire in his blood hummed against her skin, not painful, not demanding, just present. I'm not asking for anything, he said. I'm not obsidian. I don't need you to perform a role or fill a position or be anything other than exactly what you are. His thumb traced the back of her hand. I just want to be where you are, for as long as you'll have me. She leaned into him, just slightly, just enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm and his warmth seeped into her bones. You put eggshell fragments in my luggage, she said. I did. So I couldn't leave without you. A precaution. A manipulation. A romantic precaution. She smiled, small, real, hidden against his shoulder. Fine, she said. Stay. For how long? For as long as I'm interesting. Then forever, he said. Because I've been alive for 1,000 years, and you're the most interesting thing I've ever found. She would have argued, but he'd turned his head just slightly, just enough that his lips brushed her temple, and the argument dissolved into warmth. They rode on the next morning. The dragon-boned stallion, who had developed an aggressive preference for Siren's horse treats and an equally aggressive disdain for Obsidian's family colors, It had once kicked a man wearing a Drake crest pin, carried them north through the snow. Serafina rode in front, Sirin behind, arms around her waist, chin on her shoulder, occasionally narrating the landscape in deliberately terrible poetry. That mountain looks like a nose, a majestic nose, the nose of a god who sneezed and created geography. Her right eye was still dim, her left was clear. The pain was manageable. The future was uncertain, but no longer empty. She had left behind a sealed treasury, a disgraced rival, a husband on his knees, and a court that would never forget the sky-written truth. She carried with her a medicine box, a book of rune theory, a bag of eggshell fragments tucked into the bottom of her pack, and a 1,000-year-old dragon disguised as the most beautiful man alive, wearing her old cloak like a talisman. She was not a duchess, not a wife, not a ghost. She was a runesmith, an ash grove, a woman who had seen the bottom and chosen deliberately to climb. And somewhere ahead, 3 days' ride through ancient ruins and snow-covered passes, there was a chance, not a guarantee, not a certainty, but a chance. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Epilogue. Shell fragments. The restoration pool worked. Not instantly. Sirin had warned her it wouldn't be instant. Ancient dragon healing is patient magic, he said, waist-deep in glowing water that smelled of ozone and starlight. It works on the principle that time can be convinced to move differently around a wound. That's not a medical explanation. I'm a dragon, not a healer. I think in metaphors. But it worked. Over days, then weeks, the gray receded from her blood. The corrosion slowed, then stopped, then began to reverse. Her right eye cleared. The metallic taste faded from her mouth. The fatigue lifted like fog burning off at dawn. She was not cured overnight. It took months of treatments, of traveling between ancient sites, of Serene feeding her white gold fire, and the old pools feeding her life back to her one day at a time. But it worked. By spring, she could see clearly from both eyes. By summer, the pain was gone. By autumn, the healer she visited, a different one in a different city far from the Eyrie, pronounced her in remission. Whatever you've been doing, the healer said, studying her blood sample with undisguised amazement, keep doing it. I'll try, she said. It mostly involves letting a dragon fuss over me. She built a life, not in the Eyrie, never again there, but in the world. She took commissions as a runesmith under her own name. The Ashgrove name, which had been thought lost, turned out to carry considerable weight when attached to a living, breathing practitioner. She was sought after, respected, paid well. She had her own workshop, her own home, her own staff. She had friends, other runesmiths, merchants, scholars, women she could laugh with, men who admired her work and occasionally, charmingly, tried to court her, only to be met with the polite but unmovable wall of the white gold dragon, who appeared at her shoulder with a cup of tea and a smile that was 90% territorial and 10% innocent. You scared off another one, she told him one evening. I merely offered him tea. Gold eyes, guileless. You offered him tea while manifesting scales on your neck. I have a skin condition. You have a jealousy condition. Also, yes. He set down his own tea and pulled her chair slightly, very slightly, closer to his. Is it a problem? She looked at him. The most powerful being in the known world, dressed in her old cloak, now thoroughly worn out and patched 6 times, sitting in her workshop like a very beautiful house cat who had decided this was where it lived. No, she said, it's ridiculous, but it's not a problem. He smiled. The real one. The full one. She received a letter from the matriarch once a year. Brief, formal, informative. The consortium was stable. The Eyrie was functioning. Lucien was happy with his foster family. Bright, kind, showing an aptitude for music. Celestine, the matriarch, wrote, had not vanished into comfort. The Oathbreaker's mark kept every dragon household shut to her, and she now earned her keep copying harmless estate ledgers in a southern chapel, wearing long sleeves even in summer. It was not forgiveness. It was consequence, slow enough to teach. Obsidian's name appeared rarely in these letters. When it did, it was in passing. Brief mentions of policy changes, structural reforms, charitable acts that seemed deliberately designed to address the specific failures of his past. He did not write to her directly, not once. She respected that. It was the first genuinely thoughtful thing he'd done in their entire acquaintance. One evening, years later, in the home she'd built, surrounded by her work and her life, and the particular warmth of a man who still kept eggshell fragments in his pocket for sentimental reasons, she found herself thinking about the beginning. A Tuesday, a gray diagnosis, a cold egg on a colder street. "You're thinking loudly," Surin murmured from behind her. He was stretched on the sofa, reading, or pretending to read. His gold eyes watched her over the page. "I'm thinking about how close everything was," she said. "How easily it could have gone differently. But it didn't. But it could have. But it didn't." He set down the book, opened his arms. An invitation, not a demand. "Come here." She went, settled against him, warm, alive, both of them alive. "I'm glad I picked up that egg," she said. "I'm glad you did too." His lips pressed to the top of her head. "Though I maintain that I did significant work from inside the shell, the medicine bottle pushing alone." "You want credit for rolling into my medicine box?" It was a very purposeful roll. She laughed. He held her tighter. Outside, snow fell, gentle, white, harmless. Not everything was perfect. She still had checkups, still carried the faint scars of corrosion in her blood, like hairline cracks in porcelain, mended, but visible if you knew where to look. She still sometimes woke at night with the echo of cold stone beneath her and the memory of a small absence. But she was alive. She was free. She was loved, not with the brittle, performative passion of a man who only valued what he'd lost, but with the steady, patient, slightly ridiculous devotion of a dragon who had decided, from inside an eggshell, that she was worth the next 1,000 years. That was more than enough. That was everything. Thank you for listening. Please follow Moonlit Romance Library for more Rejected Mate, Alpha Regret, and Chosen Love werewolf romances. The honey nut cakes stood in a 6-tier tower at the edge of the feast table, and Soot had already noticed them. Seraphina Voss stood at the far end of the great hall of Ashenmere Keep, dressed in her only formal coat, a dark wool surcoat with a high collar that hid the scar running from her left ear to her collarbone, and she held a black cat against her chest like a soldier holds a shield. The cat's name was Soot. Soot did not care about the betrothal feast. Soot cared about the honey nut cakes. The Winter Flame Feast was the single largest social event of the Southern Noble calendar. A night when every Dragon Rider family from the Amber Coast to the Greyvale Marshes gathered under enchanted firelight to announce alliances, seal marriages, toast military victories, and most importantly, show off. The Great Hall of Ashenmere Keep had been decorated in red and gold silk banners, each one embroidered with the twin flame crest of House Hareth. Dragonfire candelabras hung from iron chains bolted to the vaulted ceiling, casting everything in a warm amber glow that made even the ugliest lord look halfway tolerable. Long tables ran the length of the room, loaded with roast venison, spiced wine, crystallized ginger, and towering over it all, the honey nut cake display, which was meant to be served after the betrothal announcement. The betrothal announcement. Serafina shifted her weight from one boot to the other. Her boots were military issue. They had mud on them. She had not had time to clean them because she had ridden 6 days straight from the northern frontier to be here. And when she had arrived at the keep 3 hours ago, the servants had looked at her as though she were a stray dog that had wandered in through the kitchen. No one had prepared a room for her. No one had laid out a dress. No one had told her that the seating arrangement had been changed and her place at the head table had been given to someone else. She had found all of this out by standing in the doorway of the great hall and watching a red-haired woman in a scarlet silk gown take the chair beside Aldrich Herath, the chair that was supposed to be hers. Aldrich. Herr Betrothed. Her former betrothed, apparently. She watched him now from across the room. Aldrich Herath was, by any honest measure, a handsome man. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a strong jaw and dark copper hair swept back from a high forehead. He wore a formal military coat of deep crimson with gold braiding at the shoulders, and on his chest. Serafina's fingers tightened around Soot. On his chest he wore 3 medals: the Iron Fang for holding the Greyvale Bridge, the Silver Gate for the defense of Thornwall, and the Winterflame Star for the 3-day siege of Dragonfire Pass. Those were her medals. She had earned every single one of them on the frontier, leading her cavalry through fire and blood and frozen mud, and Aldrich Herath had taken them off her record and pinned them to his own coat like decorations for a feast. Soot's ears flattened. The cat could feel the tension in her arms. "Easy," Serafina murmured. Her voice was low and quiet, the kind of voice that did not carry in a crowded room, which was fine because no one in this room was listening to her anyway. She had known something was wrong when the letters stopped. For 2 months before the feast, Aldrich's correspondence had gone from warm to formal to non-existent. His last letter had been 3 lines long. "The Winterflame feast will proceed as planned. Your presence is expected. Wear something appropriate." She had not owned anything appropriate. She still didn't. The surcoat was clean. The boots were not. The cat was well fed, which was more than she could say for herself. She had given her last ration biscuit to Soot somewhere around the 4th day of riding because the cat had looked at her with those enormous golden eyes, and she was apparently incapable of saying no to a small animal with fluffy ears. This was the great irony of Serafina Voss. She could say no to a charging warhorse, a collapsing siege wall, a screaming battalion of enemy soldiers, and a Dragonfire bombardment that had turned the entire eastern flank of Dragonfire Pass into a lake of molten stone. She could not say no to a cat that wanted a biscuit. "Commander Voss." The voice came from behind her. She turned. A steward in House Herath livery stood at her elbow, looking deeply uncomfortable. He was young, maybe 20, with a thin mustache he was clearly very proud of and a nervous habit of pulling at his cuffs. "Lord Herath requests that you come to the front of the hall," the steward said. "He wishes to make an announcement." "I know what the announcement is," Serafina said. The steward blinked. You do?" "It's a betrothal feast. He's going to announce a betrothal." She paused. "It's just not going to be ours." The steward's face went through a complicated sequence of emotions. Confusion, then realization, then pity. Then the particular kind of discomfort that occurs when a young man realizes he has been sent to fetch a woman to her own humiliation, and he does not have the rank to refuse the errand. "I'm sorry," he said very quietly. "Don't be." Serafina adjusted Soot in her arms. The cat had begun to purr, which meant it had spotted something interesting, probably the honey nut cakes. "Lead the way." The walk from the back of the hall to the front was approximately 40 paces. It felt like 40 miles. Serafina kept her eyes forward, her chin level, her shoulders square. She had learned a long time ago that the way you carry yourself matters more than what you're wearing, and what she was carrying right now. Beneath the calm exterior, beneath the mud-caked boots and the high-collared surcoat and the purring cat, was a cold, heavy certainty that settled in her stomach like an iron weight. He was going to reject her publicly, in front of everyone. She had considered briefly not coming to the front of the hall. She had considered leaving, walking out the door, mounting her horse, and riding back to the frontier where the people who loved her were waiting, and the only thing that tried to humiliate her was the weather. But Aldrich had her command token. He had her transfer orders. He had her war medals, and, as of tonight, he was going to have her cavalry. The female cavalry of Dragonfire Pass, the Iron Maidens, the common soldiers called them, was technically a noble-sponsored military unit, and the sponsorship was tied to the betrothal contract. If the betrothal dissolved, sponsorship reverted to the male party's house, which meant that if Aldrich rejected her tonight, House Herath would take command of the 63 women she had trained, bled with, frozen with, and dragged out of burning siege lines with her own hands. She was not going to let that happen. She reached the front of the hall. Aldrich stood on the raised dais where the head table was set, and beside him sat the red-haired woman in the scarlet gown. Up close, the woman was striking. High cheekbones, sharp green eyes, skin like porcelain, and a bearing that suggested she had never in her life carried her own luggage. Her gown was cut from silk so fine it seemed to breathe, and at her throat hung a pendant of red dragon scale set in gold. Red dragon blood. Old money. The kind of family that traced their lineage back to the first Dragon Rider packs and never let anyone forget it. The woman looked at Seraphina. Her gaze moved from the mud-caked boots to the military surcoat to the black cat, and her expression arranged itself into something that was not quite contempt, but was definitely not respect. "Seraphina," Aldrich said. His voice was warm. That was the worst part. He sounded exactly the way he had sounded when he had asked her to marry him, gentle, steady, sincere, as though what he was about to do was reasonable, as though she would understand. "Aldrich," she said, "I'm glad you came. I wanted you to hear this from me." "I'm hearing it." He took a breath. The hall had gone quiet. 300 nobles, dragon riders, military officers, and their assorted attendants were watching. The dragonfire candelabras flickered. Someone at a nearby table set down their wine glass with a soft clink. "The betrothal between our houses," Aldrich said, "will not proceed." A murmur rippled through the hall. Not surprise. Seraphina could tell from the way the murmur moved that most of the guests had already known. They had been told before she arrived. The announcement was not for them. It was for her. "I have the highest respect for your service to the kingdom," Aldrich continued. "Your courage on the frontier is beyond question. But a marriage is not a battlefield, and I must choose a partner who is suited to—" He hesitated, searching for the right word. "Say it," Seraphina said. Aldrich's jaw tightened. "I will not marry a blood-stained battle axe." The hall went completely silent. Soot stopped purring. Seraphina looked at Aldrich Herath, at the man she had loved for 3 years, the man she had written letters to from frozen siege camps, the man she had imagined building a life with when the wars were over. And she felt the last thread of that love snap cleanly, like a bowstring cut with a sharp knife. It did not hurt the way she expected. It hurt the way an old wound hurts when you finally pull the stitches out. A bright, clean sting, and then nothing. "All right," she said. Aldrich blinked. He had expected tears. Everyone in the hall had expected tears. The red-haired woman had already arranged her face into an expression of gracious sympathy, the kind of look a woman gives another woman when she wants the audience to see how merciful she is. "All right," Aldrich repeated. "You don't want to marry me," Seraphina said. "I heard you. I understand the words. They were not complicated." A ripple of uncertain laughter moved through the nearest tables. Aldrich's expression shifted. He had rehearsed this moment, she could tell, and her reaction was not following his script. "Seraphina, I know this is difficult." It's not difficult. You said no. I don't beg. She turned to leave, and that was when the ring box appeared. It was sitting on the edge of the head table, a small velvet box in deep red, positioned next to the red-haired woman's wine glass. The new betrothal ring, the replacement. Aldrich must have had it ready, waiting for the moment the old betrothal was formally dissolved so he could announce the new one. Soot saw the box. Soot was a cat. Cats do not understand the social significance of betrothal rings. What cats understand is that small objects on the edges of tables are inherently suspicious and must be investigated. Before Serafina could react, Soot launched himself from her arms, landed on the white tablecloth with the grace of a small, furry cannonball, and trotted directly toward the ring box. His long black tail swept behind him like a banner. "Get that animal," the red-haired woman started. Soot's tail caught the ring box. The box tumbled off the edge of the table. The lid popped open, and the ring, a ruby and gold band that probably cost more than Serafina's entire military salary, rolled out, bounced twice on the stone floor, arced upward in a glittering red trajectory, and landed directly in the center of the six-tiered honey nut cake tower. The hall watched in collective, horrified silence as the ring sank slowly into the top tier, leaving a small crater in the honey glaze. The red-haired woman stared at the cake. Aldrich stared at the cake. 300 nobles stared at the cake. Soot sat down on the tablecloth, curled his tail around his paws, and began to wash his face. The red-haired woman stood up. Her scarlet gown rustled. She looked at the cake tower, then at Aldrich, then back at the cake tower. "My ring is in the cake." "I can see that," Aldrich said through his teeth. "Well, get it out." Aldrich turned to a steward. "Get the ring." The steward looked at the cake tower. The tower was 6 tiers high, glazed in honey, studded with candied nuts, and the ring was somewhere in the top tier, buried under 2 inches of almond paste and sticky glaze. There was no way to retrieve it without destroying the display. "My lord, if I may," the steward began. "I'll get it myself," the red-haired woman said, and she reached into the top tier of the cake with both hands. Her fingers, adorned with 3 gold rings and a dragon scale bracelet, sank into honey glaze up to the second knuckle. She dug. Honey oozed between her fingers. Almond paste stuck to her bracelet. A chunk of cake fell and landed on the tablecloth with a wet splat. The entire Southern Dragon Rider aristocracy watched Lady Virena Ashcliffe of the Red Dragon bloodline fish through a honey nut cake with both hands, while her new betrothed stood beside her looking as though he wanted the floor to open and swallow him. Serafina, standing at the foot of the dais with no cat and no ring and no betrothal, felt the corner of her mouth twitch. It was not a smile. Serafina Voss did not smile in public, but it was close. "Got it," Virena announced, pulling the ring free. Honey dripped from her fingers onto the scarlet silk of her gown. She held the ring up triumphantly, and then noticed the honey. On her hands, on her bracelet, on her gown, on the edge of her chin, where she had accidentally touched her face. A single candied almond was stuck to her left earlobe. Aldrich closed his eyes. At the nearest table, someone made a noise that might have been a cough, but was definitely a laugh. It was at this precise moment, while Virena Ashcliffe was standing at the head table with honey on her chin and an almond on her ear, while Aldrich Hareth was visibly reconsidering every life decision that had led to this moment. And while Soot was calmly eating a piece of cake that had fallen on the tablecloth, that a man at one of the side tables reached for the black cat. "Filthy animal," the man muttered. He was a minor lord, red-faced from wine, with the thick hands of someone who had never done manual labor, but liked to pretend he had. Someone should drown it. His hand closed around Soot's scruff. Soot yowled. Serafina moved. She did not think about it. 3 years on the frontier had burned away the gap between thought and action. Her body moved the way a blade moves when the hand is trained, and she was across the distance in 2 steps, one hand catching the man's wrist, the other sweeping the scabbard of her sword across the back of his knees. The minor lord went down. His knees hit the stone floor with a crack that echoed through the silent hall. His wrist was locked in Seraphina's grip, bent at an angle that was not quite painful, but was 1 degree away from it. She plucked soot from his other hand, tucked the cat against her side, and held the man's wrist for 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Long enough for every person in the hall to see that she had not struggled, had not hurried, had not broken a sweat. Then she let go. The man scrambled backward, cradling his wrist. The laughter died. The hall was silent again, but it was a different kind of silence now. Not anticipation, not amusement. This was the silence of 300 people remembering, all at once, that the woman standing at the foot of the dais was not a rejected bride. She was the blade of the gate, the woman who had held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days with 63 cavalry soldiers against a force 5 times their number, and the only reason half of them were alive to attend this feast was because she had stood between their lands and destruction and refused to move. Seraphina set soot on her shoulder. The cat settled there like he belonged, his tail curling around the back of her neck. She looked up at Aldrich. "My sword," she said. Aldrich stared at her. "What?" "My sword, my frontier command token, my war medals, and the transfer order for my female cavalry." "Seraphina, this is not the time. You dissolved the betrothal. The sponsorship clause is void. My cavalry is mine. My medals are mine. My command token is mine. I want them back, now." "The transfer has already been processed." "Processed by whom?" Aldrich's mouth opened and closed. Beside him, Virena was wiping honey from her fingers with a cloth napkin and watching the exchange with the sharp attention of a woman who has realized that the evening's entertainment has changed direction. "The transfer was filed with the Southern Military Authority this morning," Aldrich said carefully. "The cavalry of Dragonfire Pass has been reassigned to House Herath's direct command." "This morning," Seraphina repeated, "before the betrothal was dissolved, before you announced it tonight." Another murmur. This one was different, darker, uneasy. Filing a military transfer before the formal dissolution of a betrothal was technically legal, but it was also the kind of move that made people look at you sideways, because it meant you had planned the rejection in advance and moved to seize the military assets before the other party could object. Aldrich had planned this. He had planned to reject her, and he had planned to take her cavalry, and he had timed it so that by the time she found out, the paperwork would already be done. Seraphina felt her disaster sense pulse. It came the way it always came, a cold wash across the back of her skull, a ringing in her ears like a distant bell, and then the lines. She could see them, faint golden threads overlaid on the real world, marking stress points, weak links, imminent failures. It was not magic, not exactly. The military physicians had called it hypervigilance, a survival adaptation from too many years of anticipating siege collapses and ambush angles. Seraphina called it useful. Right now, the lines were showing her something interesting. The Great Hall's winter flame hanging frame, a massive iron and oak decorative structure suspended from the ceiling above the dais, hung with banners and dragonfire lamps, was supported by 4 chains. 3 of the chains were solid. The 4th, the secondary support chain on the far left, was not. She could see the stress fracture running through the 3rd link. She could see the slight sway that indicated the bolt had worked loose. She could read the path of the falling frame as clearly as a battlefield map. If the chain failed on its own, the whole structure would swing sideways, crash into the dais, and take out the head table, the cake display, Aldrich, Virena, and approximately a dozen other nobles. 3 breaths. Seraphina drew her sword. The hall gasped. Aldrich stepped back. 2 guards near the dais reached for their weapons. Serafina did not attack anyone. She turned, measured the angle, and threw. The sword spun through the air in a clean arc and struck the weakened secondary chain, 2 links above the stress fracture. The chain snapped, not where it was about to fail, but where she had cut it, at a controlled point. The hanging frame lurched, swung on its remaining 3 chains, and came down at a controlled angle, crashing into an open area to the right of the dais where no one was standing. It landed on the Dragonbone display. House Herath's Dragonbone display was a large glass and oak case positioned at the edge of the dais, filled with what Aldrich's family claimed were authentic, ancient dragon bones recovered from their ancestral territory. The bones had been a centerpiece of the family's prestige for 3 generations, proof of their dragon rider heritage and their connection to the old wars. The hanging frame smashed through the glass case, the dragon bones scattered across the stone floor, and as they scattered, something became very clear to everyone in the hall. The bones were fake. They were carved from cattle bone and painted with mineral dust to look like dragon-scale marrow. The paint flaked off on impact, revealing the pale yellow of ordinary cow femurs beneath. Silence. Deep, absolute, mortifying silence. A repair craftsman near the far wall, a thin, nervous man in a leather apron who had been standing by in case any of the decorations needed adjustment during the feast, went pale. "The maintenance funds," someone said. A lord from a nearby table, standing up, pointing at the scattered fake bones. House Herath received a grant from the Southern Military Authority for the upkeep of the Dragonbone collection 3 years running. Where did the money go? All eyes turned to Aldrich. Aldrich's face had gone from furious to bloodless. He looked at the fake bones, then at the craftsman, then at Serafina, who was standing in the wreckage with her hand out. Her sword had embedded itself in the wooden frame. She pulled it free, checked the edge, and sheathed it. "Your maintenance grants were embezzled," she said, "by your household, and those," she nodded at the fake bones, "are cow." The craftsman, under the combined gaze of 300 nobles, cracked. "It was Lord Herath's steward," he blurted. "He told me to replace the bones 2 years ago and keep silent. The maintenance funds went to the household treasury. I have the receipts. I kept them. I kept all of them." The hall erupted. Serafina walked through the chaos. She stepped up onto the dais, past the shouting nobles and the horrified stewards and the scattered fake dragon bones, and she stopped in front of Aldrich. He was taller than her. He had always been taller than her. But right now, with the wreckage around them and the truth about his family's fraud spreading through the hall like fire through dry grass, he seemed smaller than she had ever seen him. "My sword," she said again, "my command token, my war medals, and my cavalry transfer order. I'm taking them now." "You can't. The betrothal is dissolved. Your sponsorship claim is void because it was filed before formal dissolution, which violates Article 12 of the Southern Military Code. Your family's maintenance fraud gives me grounds to petition for immediate return of all military assets held under false pretenses. I will have my cavalry back tonight, or I will file a formal grievance with the Southern Military Authority tomorrow morning, and I will bring the craftsman, his receipts, and every person in this hall who just watched your fake dragon bones fall apart." Aldrich looked at her. For a moment, just a moment, she saw something in his eyes that might have been regret, or it might have been the realization that he had made a terrible, irreversible mistake. "Fine," he said. He turned to his steward, a different steward, not the thin man in the apron, but the head of household, a stocky man with a gray beard and panicked eyes, and gave a short, sharp order. The steward hurried away and returned with a leather chest. Inside the chest were her command token, a bronze disc stamped with the seal of Dragonfire Pass, her war medals, the Iron Fang, the Silver Gate, the Winterflame Star, all 3 of them, the real ones, not the copies Aldrich had been wearing on his coat, and the cavalry transfer order still unsigned. Serafina took the chest. She tucked it under her arm, the same way she held Soot, firmly, protectively, with the certainty of someone who would not let go. She looked at the medals on Aldrich's coat, the copies. He was still wearing them. She did not say anything about them. Not yet. She turned and walked down from the dais. The hall parted for her like water. Chapter 2: The Dragon in the Snowstorm. She made it as far as the courtyard before the shaking started. It was not fear. It was not sadness. It was adrenaline. 3 years of it, all the adrenaline she had been storing up since the day she rode south from the frontier, condensed into a single tremor that started in her hands and worked its way up to her shoulders. Soot meowed and pressed his face against her neck. "I know," she said. "I know." The courtyard of Ashenmere Keep was wide and cobblestoned, surrounded by high walls and open to the sky. Snow was falling, fat, heavy flakes that caught the light from the keep's windows and glowed like sparks. The air smelled of cold iron, wood smoke, and the faint sulfur tang of dragon fire that always lingered around Dragon Rider estates. Seraphina set the leather chest on a stone bench, sat down beside it, and held her cat. She breathed. In, out, in, out. The way she had taught herself to breathe after battle, when the killing was done and the survivors were counting bodies and the world was too loud and too bright and too alive. She was not going to cry. She had made that decision somewhere between the dais and the courtyard door, and she was going to hold to it because she was Seraphina Voss, the Blade of the Gate, and she did not cry in courtyards while holding a cat and a box of medals. She was going to sit here for 5 minutes. She was going to breathe. And then she was going to find a horse, ride to wherever her cavalry was bivouacked, show them the command token, and take her soldiers back. That was the plan. For approximately 90 seconds, the plan was enough. 90 seconds was how long it took for the snowstorm to change. Seraphina felt it before she saw it, a pressure drop, sudden and immense, like the air had been punched. The snow stopped falling. The flakes hung in the air for a heartbeat, suspended, and then the wind hit. It came from the north, and it carried with it a sound that Seraphina had heard only once before in her life, during the siege of Dragonfire Pass, when the enemy had deployed their war dragons against her position. Wings. Enormous wings, beating against the storm. She stood. Soot dug his claws into her shoulder. The leather chest fell off the bench. She didn't pick it up. The sky above Ashenmere Keep split open. A dragon came through the clouds. It was not like the war dragons she had fought on the frontier. Those were young drakes, 30 feet from nose to tail, fast and vicious but manageable. This was something else entirely. This was an ancient, and it was vast. Its wingspan blotted out the snow. Its scales were black as obsidian, but shot through with fissures of molten gold that glowed like lava cracks in cooling stone. Its eyes were burning amber, each one the size of a tower shield, and they swept the courtyard with the focused, predatory intelligence of a creature that had been alive longer than the castle it was landing on. It descended through the snowstorm like a falling mountain, and every dragon in the keep's stable, 6 young drakes, 2 war mounts, and a courier breed, screamed and pressed their bellies to the floor. The ancient dragon landed on the keep's outer wall. The stone groaned under its weight. Frost cracked. Mortar dust sifted down. It folded its wings, slowly, deliberately, the way a king closes the doors of his throne room, and looked down at the courtyard. At Seraphina. At the black cat on her shoulder. At the leather chest on the ground. The dragon's enormous head tilted. Its molten gold eyes narrowed. Then the air around it shimmered, the way heat shimmers above a forge, and the dragon was gone. In its place, standing on the outer wall with one boot on the stone and one hand resting on the parapet with absolute ease, was a man. He was tall. Not tall the way Aldrich was tall, with the broad-shouldered, carefully maintained build of a southern nobleman who spent his mornings in the training yard and his afternoons being fitted for clothes. This man was tall the way a blade is long, lean, dangerous, built for speed and precision and the particular kind of violence that does not announce itself before it arrives. His hair was black, shot through with streaks of dark gold that caught the firelight from the keep's windows. His skin was tanned to a deep bronze, marked with faint lines at the jaw and temples that might have been age or might have been something else entirely. His eyes were dark gold, vertical pupilled, and they caught the light the way a predator's eyes catch the light in the dark. He wore a long coat of black leather and dragon scale, belted at the waist with a chain of dark iron, and at his throat hung a pendant of raw obsidian set in molten gold. He smelled, even from 20 feet away, even through the snow and the wood smoke, of cold iron, volcanic ash, and something deep and hot and old, like the heart of a mountain. He looked at Seraphina. She looked at him. Soot hissed. The man jumped down from the wall. It was a 20-foot drop. He landed on the cobblestones without a sound, straightened, and walked toward her with the unhurried pace of someone who has never once in his very long life needed to rush. "You're bleeding," he said. His voice was low, smooth, and carried an undertone of heat, not warmth precisely, but the kind of radiant energy that comes off cooling metal. It was the voice of someone who was used to being listened to and did not particularly care whether you wanted to or not. Seraphina looked down. He was right. During the incident with the hanging frame, a shard of glass from the dragonbone display case had sliced through the cuff of her surcoat and opened a thin cut across her forearm. She hadn't noticed. "It's shallow," she said. "I didn't say it was deep." He stopped 3 paces from her. Up close, the vertical pupils were more pronounced and the scent of volcanic ash was stronger. "I said you're bleeding. In a courtyard. Alone. Holding a cat and a box of medals. After your betrothed just called you a blood-stained battle axe in front of 300 people. You were listening." "I was landing on the roof. Sound carries." Seraphina studied him. Her disaster sense was quiet. No golden lines, no ringing, no cold wash. Whatever this man was, her instincts were not reading him as an immediate threat, which was either very reassuring or very alarming. "Who are you?" she asked. "Caeldrith," he said. "Caeldrith of the Obsidian Reach." A pause. "Some people call me the Dragon King of the North." "The Black Gold Ancient," Seraphina said. She had heard of him. Everyone on the frontier had heard of him. The oldest living Dragon King, ruler of the volcanic dragon nest in the far north, where the fire veins ran hot beneath the stone, and the dragon eggs slept in beds of molten rock. He was a legend. He was also apparently real and standing in front of her in a snowstorm. "You know my title," he said. "Good. Then you know I don't come south for small reasons." "What's your reason?" "Dragon Fat Wax tribute from the Amber Coast hasn't arrived in 3 seasons. Frontier battle records have been altered, and the fire veins in my dragon nest are behaving in ways that concern me." His dark gold eyes moved from her face to the leather chest on the ground. "I came to inspect. I landed here because the feast gave me an audience. And I stayed because I saw a woman control a room full of armed nobles with a scabbard and a thrown sword, prevent a structural collapse before anyone else noticed the fault, expose a fraud, and reclaim her military assets, all while holding a cat." Soot, from Seraphina's shoulder, gave a smug chirp. "I have questions about the frontier battle records," Caeldrith said. "And I have a problem in the north that requires someone with sharp eyes, fast reactions, and—" he glanced at the cut on her arm, "a tolerance for getting hurt." "Are you offering me a job?" "I'm inviting you to the Northern Dragon Nest to investigate the fire vein abnormalities. Your disaster sense is well known on the frontier." "My disaster sense is well known everywhere," Seraphina said flatly. "The southern nobles call me a disaster bringer." "The southern nobles call you many things. Most of them are inaccurate." He stepped closer. not aggressively, but with the deliberate, measured movement of someone testing a boundary. I watched you in that hall, Commander. You saw the chain 3 breaths before it failed. You chose the angle that would bring the frame down safely. You controlled the collapse. That's what disaster sense does. No, that's what you do with disaster sense. The ability is a tool. The judgment is yours. His eyes held hers. Come north. Bring your cat. Bring your sword. Bring your cavalry transfer order if you need it processed by an authority higher than the Southern Military Code. Serafina considered this. She considered the fact that she was standing in a snowstorm with no horse, no lodging, no allies in the Southern Court, and a freshly dissolved betrothal. She considered the fact that her cavalry was still technically under House Herath's jurisdiction until the transfer order was formally reversed. She considered the fact that the man standing in front of her was the most powerful Dragon King on the continent, and he was offering her exactly what she needed: a position, an authority, and a reason to leave the South behind. She also considered the fact that he was objectively the most striking man she had ever seen, and she was absolutely not going to think about that right now. Conditions, she said. His eyebrows rose. Conditions. I bring my cat, my sword, and my cavalry transfer order. I receive an independent tent, a military position, and direct access to the fire vein sites. I am not a maid. I am not a collectible. I am not a decoration for your court. I will work as a military officer, or I will not work at all. Kaeldrith looked at her for a long moment. The snow fell around them. The wind caught his coat and hers, sending them snapping in opposite directions, his black, hers dark gray, both of them sharp against the white. Then the corner of his mouth curved. It was not a smile. It was the expression of someone who has found something rare and is deciding how much to let the owner know it. Agreed, he said. All conditions. Then I accept. Good. He turned toward the keep gate. We leave at dawn. Try not to bleed on my dragon. He walked away into the snow. Soot, on Serafina's shoulder, made a low, contemplative sound. The sound a cat makes when it is not entirely sure what just happened, but is willing to go along with it as long as there is food involved. Serafina picked up the leather chest, held it against her side, and looked at the keep behind her. Through the windows, she could see the winter flame feast continuing. The shouting, the chaos, the scattered fake dragon bones. She could see Aldrich at the head table, trying to restore order. She could see Virena wiping honey from her hands. She could see the stewards scrambling. She turned her back on all of it. Let's go find a warm corner, she told Soot. We have an early morning. Chapter 3. The Departure. Dawn came gray and cold, and Serafina met it standing in the courtyard with her old campaign chest on one shoulder, her sword on her hip, her command token in her coat pocket, and Soot in a sling she had fashioned from a spare horse blanket. The sling had been necessary because Soot, upon being introduced to the concept of early morning departures, had expressed his displeasure by going completely boneless and refusing to support his own body weight. He was currently draped in the sling like a furry black sandbag, his golden eyes half closed, his tail hanging over the edge. She had found him 18 months ago in the ruins of a farmstead east of Dragonfire Pass. The farmstead had been hit by a raider skirmish, one of the small, vicious attacks that came every few weeks along the frontier. Too small to warrant a full military response, but too deadly for the farmers to handle alone. By the time Serafina and her cavalry arrived, the house was burned, the family was dead, and the only living thing in the wreckage was a kitten. He had been tiny, a palm-sized scrap of black fur and fury wedged under a collapsed roof beam, hissing at the fire. She had reached into the wreckage, pulled him out, and tucked him inside her armor, against her chest, where he had immediately stopped hissing and started purring. He had not left her side since. He did not solve mysteries. He did not rescue people. He did not perform tricks or carry messages or do anything remotely useful in a military context. He was a cat. He slept 18 hours a day. He complained about food. He hated loud noises. He liked hiding inside her cloak, and he had an unerring instinct for sitting on the most important document in any room. He was the only thing in her life that did not require her to be strong, and she loved him with a kind of fierce, uncomplicated devotion that she could not seem to direct at anything else. "Commander." The voice came from the keep gate. Serafina turned. They were standing in a line by the gate, 7 women in cavalry armor, their horses behind them, their faces set in the particular expression of soldiers who have made a decision and will not be talked out of it. Serafina recognized every face. Lieutenant Marin Arsk, her heavy armored shield commander, built like a stone wall, calm as deep water, and capable of evacuating a civilian column through hostile territory with the efficiency of a woman sorting laundry. She had a wide jaw, brown hair cropped short beneath her helmet, and the kind of steady brown eyes that made frightened people stop running and listen. Captain Dagna Vale, her mounted archer, outgoing, sharp-tongued, and possessed of a laugh that could be heard across a battlefield. She had bright red-brown hair, a spray of freckles, and a gap between her front teeth that she refused to hide because, as she said, it gives my insults better airflow. Dr. Thessaly Cade, the military physician, cold-faced, ruthless with a suture needle, and the only person in the cavalry who had ever made Serafina sit down and submit to a medical examination by threatening to put a laxative in her field rations. She was thin, precise, with steel gray hair pulled back tight and spectacles that she peered over the top of when she wanted someone to feel judged. Behind them were 4 more. Sergeant Hala, the horse handler, Corporal Wynne, the scout, Private Lara, the youngest member of the unit, who had joined at 17 and was now 20 and looked like she might cry, and Private Rost, who never looked like she might cry because her face appeared to have been designed specifically to discourage emotion. "What are you doing?" Serafina asked. "Standing in the snow," Dagna said. "What does it look like?" "It looks like 7 soldiers who are supposed to be in their bivouac." "We were in our bivouac," Marin said. "Then we heard what happened at the feast. Then we heard Lord Harith was going to fold us into his household guard. Then we decided we'd rather freeze." "The transfer order hasn't been processed," Thessaly cut in. "I checked. His steward filed it, but the Southern Military Authority hasn't countersigned. The order is in administrative limbo, which means we're not technically under anyone's command right now." She adjusted her spectacles. "We chose to be here." Serafina looked at them. 7 women in armor, standing in the snow at dawn, who had walked away from their warm billet and the certainty of House Hareth's protection to stand in a courtyard with a disgraced commander and a cat in a blanket sling. "I can't promise you anything," she said. "I'm going north. The Dragon King has offered me a position in the volcanic nest. I don't know what I'm walking into." "You never know what you're walking into," Dagna said cheerfully. "That's literally every mission we've ever been on. Remember Thornwall? You told us we were going to check on a grain wagon, and we ended up fighting 40 men in a mudslide." "It was 36, Serafina said. "See? You always round down. Makes everything sound more manageable." Young Private Lara stepped forward. Her eyes were bright, and her chin was set with the kind of determination that only the very young can produce. "Commander, you taught me how to hold a sword. You taught me how to ride in formation. You pulled me out of the river at Greyvale when my horse went down. I go where you go." Private Rost said nothing, but she gave a single, firm nod, which from Rost was equivalent to a standing ovation. Serafina felt something crack in her chest. Not painfully, but like ice breaking on a river in spring, letting the current through. "All right," she said. "Mount up." They rode. The road north from Ashenmere Keep wound through frozen fields and bare oak forests, and as they passed through the village at the base of the keep, Serafina saw them. The people. They stood by the road, not a crowd, not a planned assembly, just ordinary people who had come out of their homes in the early morning cold to watch the cavalry pass. A salt-selling widow named Bren, whose grain wagon Serafina had saved from raiders 2 winters ago, stood by her market stall with a bag of dried meat and a loaf of bread, which she pressed into Dagna's hands as they passed. An old gate craftsman named Torvald, who had been at the 3-day siege and knew the truth about what had happened there, stood at the village crossroads and saluted as Serafina rode by. Not the formal military salute, but the old frontier salute, fist to chest, that meant "I remember what you did." A one-armed veteran named Paul, who had lost his arm at Greyvale and had kept Serafina's old command token for her when Aldrich Stewart had tried to confiscate it months ago, stood in his doorway and called out, "Give them hell, Blade!" A tavern mistress named Goethe, who had kept hot soup ready for the cavalry every time they rode through, pressed a wrapped clay jug of spiced cider into Serafina's hands and whispered, "You come back, you hear? You come back and we'll have a real feast, not like that noble circus." And a boy, maybe 10, dark-haired, thin, with the sharp, watchful eyes of someone who had learned too young that the world was dangerous, ran alongside Serafina's horse for 50 yards, keeping pace with the determination of a child who has decided that this is important. "You saved my mother," he shouted. "At Thornwall. She said to tell you. She said—" He was running out of breath. "She said you're the bravest person she ever met, and she's sorry she couldn't come today, because she's minding the goats." Serafina looked down at him. She reined in her horse for one moment, leaned down and said, "Tell your mother I remember her. Tell her the goats are more important than seeing me off. And tell her—" She paused. "Tell her to stay warm." The boy beamed, fell behind, and stood in the road waving until the cavalry was out of sight. They rode on. Behind them, the snow began to fall harder. Ahead of them, the sky was dark, not with clouds, but with wings. The black gold ancient dragon descended through the snowstorm like a falling star. His wingspan cast a shadow across the road that turned the morning into twilight. The cavalry horses whinnied and shied. Only Serafina's mount held steady, because Serafina's mount had been trained on the frontier and had seen worse. The dragon did not land. He flew low overhead, his molten gold fissures casting amber light across the snow, and then he was past them, climbing north, opening the path. Dagna, riding beside Serafina, stared after the dragon with her mouth open. "Commander," she said. "Yes." "That's the Dragon King." "Yes." "The black gold ancient Dragon King." "Yes, Dagna." "He's very large." "He's a dragon." "He's very handsome." Serafina gave her a flat look. "What?" "I'm stating facts. Enormous, powerful, molten gold fissures. Also," Dagna leaned in with the expression of a woman who is about to make a terrible observation, "I saw him in human form last night through the window. Commander. He looked at you like you were the last sword in the armory, and he needed to go to war. He looked at me like I was a useful military asset." "Sure, that's what I said. Exactly what I said." Thessaly, riding on Serafina's other side, adjusted her spectacles and said nothing, which was her way of saying everything. Soot, in his sling, slept through the entire exchange. They rode north. Part 2. The Northern Dragon Nest. Chapter 4. The Obsidian Reach. The Obsidian Reach was not what Serafina had expected. She had expected a cave, a large, hot, smoky cave full of dragons, because that was what the word nest suggested. And in the frontier military briefings, the Northern Dragon Nest had always been described in terms that made it sound like a particularly well-organized furnace. What she found was a city. The Obsidian Reach was built into the caldera of a dormant volcano, or mostly dormant, because the fire veins still ran hot beneath the stone, sending plumes of sulfurous steam through natural vents in the rock and keeping the entire basin warm enough that flowers grew on the inner slopes in the dead of winter. The city itself was carved from black volcanic stone, tiered in concentric rings that climbed the inner walls of the caldera like the seats of an amphitheater. Bridges of dark iron and dragon bones spanned the gaps between levels. Towers of obsidian glass caught the light from the fire veins below and scattered it in amber and gold across the buildings. And everywhere dragons. They roosted on the upper ledges, dozens of them in colors that ranged from deep charcoal to mottled bronze to pale silver. Young drakes chased each other through the steam vents. A massive gray-blue female lay coiled around a clutch of eggs on a heated stone platform, her tail curling and uncurling with the slow rhythm of deep sleep. Hatchlings, tiny, scaly, and absurdly cute, tumbled over each other on the lower ledges, making sounds that were halfway between a purr and a kettle whistle. Soot, who had woken up approximately 5 minutes before arrival, took one look at the dragons, flattened his ears, and retreated to the deepest possible point inside Seraphina's cloak. "This is the Obsidian Reach," Kaldrith said. He had shifted back to human form at the caldera's rim, stepping out of the dragon shape the way a man steps out of a coat. He stood beside Seraphina at the edge of the first tier, the volcanic wind catching his black and gold coat, and gestured at the city below with the casual propriety of someone showing off a particularly impressive garden. "Your quarters are on the third tier, independent, as agreed. Your cavalry can billet on the second tier. There's a barracks carved into the east wall that's been empty since the last border garrison rotated out. The fire vein sites are accessible from the 6th tier down. I'll have maps sent to your quarters." "Where's the hatchery?" Seraphina asked. Kaldrith looked at her. "You want to see the hatchery first? You said the fire veins are behaving abnormally. The hatchery is where the fire veins are most concentrated. If something's wrong with the veins, the eggs are the first thing at risk." He studied her for a moment. The volcanic light caught his vertical pupils and made them glow. "The hatchery is at the bottom of the caldera," he said. "7th tier. The temperature down there can crack iron. Most humans can't tolerate it for more than a few minutes. I held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days. I can handle heat." "You held Dragonfire Pass for 3 days because you're stubborn, not because you're fireproof. Those are the same thing on the frontier." Something shifted in his expression. Not quite amusement, not quite admiration, but something in the territory between the two that made his dark gold eyes warm by a degree. "I'll take you down tomorrow," he said. "Tonight, settle in, feed your cat, rest." "I don't need rest." "Commander Voss," he stepped closer. Not aggressively, but close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from him. A dry, volcanic warmth that had nothing to do with the air temperature and everything to do with whatever burned beneath his human skin. "You rode 6 days south, survived a public humiliation, prevented a structural collapse, reclaimed your military assets, rode 3 days north, and you're standing in a volcanic caldera arguing with me about whether you need sleep. I've been alive for a very long time. I know what exhaustion looks like." "What does it look like?" "Like a woman who hasn't blinked in 90 seconds because she's afraid that if she closes her eyes, she'll fall asleep standing up." Seraphina blinked. He was right. She had not blinked. She was exhausted. Bone deep, marrow deep. The kind of tired that lives beneath the adrenaline and waits for the moment you stop moving. "Fine," she said. "Tomorrow." "Good." He turned to leave, then paused. "Your cat is looking at me." Soot had emerged from the cloak just enough to stick his head out and fix Kaldrith with a long, unblinking golden stare. It was the stare of a cat who is evaluating a new presence in his territory and has not yet decided whether it constitutes a threat or simply an inconvenience. Kaldrith looked back at the cat with the same expression. "Your cat has very strong opinions," he observed. "He has strong opinions about everything. He once stared down a war horse." Did the warhorse blink first? The warhorse left the stable. Something that was almost a laugh crossed Kaeldrith's face. He turned and walked toward the upper tiers, his coat catching the volcanic wind, and Seraphina watched him go. Dagna appeared at her elbow like a red-haired ghost. "He was flirting with you," Dagna said. "He was talking about my cat." "Commander, that man turned himself into a dragon to fly us here. He gave you independent quarters. He asked about your cat by name. He stood close enough to melt your buttons. That is flirting." "He was assessing my tactical value." Tactical value? Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Thessaly, who had somehow materialized on Seraphina's other side, the physician had an unsettling ability to appear without being heard, adjusted her spectacles and said, "Your pupils are dilated." "It's dark. We're in a caldera." "Your pupils were not dilated in the caldera. They became dilated when the Dragon King stood close to you." "That's a medical observation, not a romantic one." "It's both," Thessaly said, and walked away to find the barracks. Dagna grinned, slapped Seraphina on the shoulder, and followed. Seraphina stood alone on the first tier of the obsidian reach, holding a cat in a blanket sling, and stared at the volcanic city below. "I am not going to think about this," she told Soot. Soot purred. It sounded skeptical. Chapter 5. The Hatchery. The next morning, Kaeldrith took her down. The descent to the 7th tier was exactly as uncomfortable as he had promised. The temperature rose with every level, and by the time they reached the 6th tier, Seraphina could feel the heat through the soles of her boots. The air tasted of sulfur and hot stone. Fire veins, visible here as glowing orange-gold lines running through the black volcanic rock, pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light that reminded her of a heartbeat. Soot had been left in the quarters, under the watchful eye of Private Lara, who had volunteered for cat duty with an enthusiasm that suggested she had found her true military calling. Kaeldrith walked ahead, and Seraphina noticed that the heat did not seem to affect him. His coat was open at the throat, his sleeves pushed back, and the fire vein light played across his skin in a way that made the gold in his hair glow and his vertical pupils contract to thin, sharp lines. "The fire veins feed the hatchery," he said as they descended the final staircase. A narrow spiral carved into the living rock, wide enough for one person. He went first. She followed. The walls pressed close, and the heat was a physical presence, thick and heavy. They've been stable for centuries. 3 months ago, they started fluctuating. Random surges, pressure drops, temperature spikes. The eggs are sensitive to changes in the fire vein flow. If the flow destabilizes, the eggs stop developing, Seraphina finished. Or they develop wrong. He glanced back at her. "You know about dragon egg incubation?" "I know about siege logistics. Same principle. If the supply line is disrupted, the endpoint suffers." They reached the bottom. The hatchery was a vast, cathedral-like chamber carved from the heart of the volcano. The ceiling soared 100 feet overhead, ribbed with natural stone formations that looked like the inside of a dragon's ribcage. The floor was smooth and warm to the touch, heated from below by the fire veins that converged here from every direction, their glowing lines running across the stone like a map of golden rivers. And in the center of the chamber, arranged in concentric circles on heated stone platforms, were the eggs. 37 dragon eggs. Each one was roughly the size of a large wine barrel, smooth-shelled and colored in deep jewel tones: emerald, sapphire, ruby, topaz, and 3 that were the same obsidian black shot with gold as Kaeldrith's scales. They sat in depressions carved into the stone, each one positioned precisely above a junction of fire veins, drawing heat and energy from the volcanic flow. They were beautiful. They were also silent. Seraphina walked to the nearest egg, a deep emerald one, its shell gleaming in the fire vein light, and placed her palm against it. "Nothing," No vibration, no pulse, no heartbeat. When did they stop? She asked. 12 days ago. Kildrith's voice was different down here, lower, rougher, with a vibration beneath the words that she could feel in her chest. He was closer to his dragon nature here, in the heart of his nest, and it showed. All 37 within the same hour. The adult dragons felt it. They've been restless since. All at the same time, Serafina repeated. That's not natural degradation. That's interference. I know. She closed her eyes. She let her disaster sense open. It came slowly this time. Not the sharp, sudden pulse of imminent danger, but a gradual unfolding, like opening her eyes underwater. The golden lines appeared, overlaid on her vision, tracing paths through the stone, the fire veins, the eggs, the air itself. She saw the fire veins. She saw the flow. She saw where the energy should be moving, smooth, rhythmic, feeding each egg junction with a steady pulse of volcanic heat, and she saw where it wasn't. There was a blockage. Deep beneath the hatchery floor, at the convergence point where the major fire veins met, something was disrupting the flow. The golden lines in her vision twisted around it like water around a stone in a river, and the energy that should have been feeding the eggs was being diverted, pulled sideways, redirected, siphoned off through a channel that didn't belong. Someone had built a channel into the fire veins, deliberately, recently. And the energy that was being siphoned through that channel was not clean volcanic heat. It was something darker, hotter, and wrong. A resentment fire, heavy with the psychic residue of violent death, the kind of spiritual contamination that accumulated on battlefields where many people had died badly. She knew that energy. She had felt it at Dragonfire Pass, at Thornwall, at Greyveil. It was the death energy of southern frontier soldiers, the ones who had died in battles that should never have happened, in sieges that could have been prevented, under commanders who had ignored her warnings. Someone had gathered that death energy and pumped it into the dragon nest. Her eyes snapped open. Golden cracks flickered across her irises, bright enough to cast light on her own cheeks. The ringing in her ears was sharp and immediate. The fire veins have been sabotaged, she said. There's an artificial channel beneath the convergence point, redirecting energy, and the energy being pushed through it is resentment fire, battlefield death energy, from the southern frontier. Kildrith went very still. How much? He asked. Enough to poison 37 eggs. Source? Someone collected it, gathered it from the frontier battlefields, Dragonfire Pass, Thornwall, probably Greyveil too, concentrated it, built a channel to inject it into your fire veins. She pressed her palm harder against the silent egg. If the hatchlings absorb that energy, they won't develop normally. They'll hatch feral, aggressive, uncontrollable. Someone is trying to weaponize my hatchlings. Yes. The air in the hatchery changed. The heat, which had been oppressive but stable, suddenly surged. A wave of raw thermal energy that rolled across the chamber like a physical blow. The fire vein lines in the floor flared from amber to white gold. The stone groaned. Serafina's disaster sense screamed. She looked at Kildrith. He was standing 10 feet away, and he was not human anymore, not fully. His eyes had gone entirely gold, pupilless and blazing. The air around him shimmered with heat distortion. His hands, at his sides, were clenched into fists, and from between his fingers, molten gold light seeped like blood from a wound. He was angry. And when a black gold ancient dragon king was angry inside his own volcano, the volcano noticed. Kildrith, Serafina said. The heat surged again. A crack appeared in the stone floor near his left boot, and fire vein light poured through it. Kildrith. She walked toward him. The heat was intense. She could feel it on her face, on her hands, pressing against her like a wall. Her disaster sense was showing her the lines. The stress fractures spreading through the hatchery floor, the fire vein pressure building beneath the stone, the eggs, still silent, still dark, but now sitting in a chamber that was rapidly becoming a furnace. If he didn't pull back, he would damage the nest himself. She reached him. She was close enough to touch. The heat was almost unbearable. Her skin felt tight, her eyes stung, her lungs ached with every breath. She put her hand on his arm. The contact broke through. His eyes snapped to hers, gold on gold, his blazing and featureless, hers threaded with the fine golden cracks of her disaster sense. For a moment they stood like that, inches apart, her hand on his arm, his volcanic fury contained by the pressure of her fingertips. The heat receded. Slowly, like a tide pulling back, the temperature in the hatchery dropped. The fire veins dimmed to their normal amber. The crack in the floor sealed itself, the stone closing over the light like a healing wound. Kaeldrith's eyes contracted, the vertical pupils returning, the gold settling from blaze to burn. He looked at her hand on his arm, then he looked at her. "You walked into that," he said. His voice was rough, raw, like metal scraped against stone. "You were about to crack your own hatchery floor. And you thought the correct response was to walk closer to the thing that was cracking it. The correct response was to interrupt you before you damaged your own eggs. I interrupted you. By touching me. By touching you." He stared at her. The silence stretched. The fire veins pulsed beneath their feet, slow and steady, back to their regular rhythm. "Most people run," he said finally. "When I lose control, most people run." "I don't run," Serafina said. "I'm not built for running. I'm built for standing in front of things." Something crossed his face, complex, layered, not entirely readable. He looked at her hand, still on his arm. She realized she had not let go. She let go. "We need to find the artificial channel," she said, as though she had not just touched a man who had been 2 degrees from erupting a volcano. "I can trace it with my disaster sense, but I'll need time, and the heat down here will limit how long I can maintain the sense without overloading." "How long?" 20 minutes, maybe 30 if I pace myself. Then we work in shifts, 20 minutes on, 40 off. I'll regulate the temperature around you. You can do that? I am the volcanic dragon nest, the fire veins answer to me. When I'm not, he paused, cracking my own floor. Was that self-deprecation? From the ancient dragon king? That was almost humble, Serafina said. Don't get used to it, he said, and turned toward the deeper tunnels. They worked. For 3 days, Serafina descended into the hatchery and traced the artificial channel through the fire veins. It was painstaking work. Her disaster sense could show her the lines of corruption, but the channel was cleverly hidden, threaded through natural faults in the volcanic rock, so that it would be invisible to anyone who didn't have the ability to see stress fractures 3 breaths before they happened. Kaeldrith stayed with her every session. He regulated the temperature, keeping a bubble of tolerable heat around her, while the rest of the hatchery ran hot. He watched her work with the focused attention of a predator studying something it cannot quite categorize. Not prey, not threat, but something else, something that occupied a space in his taxonomy that he had not previously known existed. On the 2nd day, he brought her water without being asked. On the 3rd day, he brought her water, a field ration biscuit, and tucked in beside the biscuit, a small dried fish. For the cat, he said when she looked at him. Soot isn't here. I know, for later. She took the fish. She put it in her coat pocket. She did not say thank you, because on the frontier, you did not thank people for doing sensible things. You just noted that they were sensible people and adjusted your estimation of them accordingly. Her estimation of Kaeldrith adjusted upward. Chapter 6. The Dragon Scale Cloak. On the evening of the 3rd day, the temperature in Serafina's quarters dropped. The obsidian reach was normally warm. The fire veins kept the entire caldera at a comfortable temperature year-round. But the fire vein disruption was affecting the upper tiers too, and by nightfall, the third-tier quarters were cold enough that Serafina could see her breath. Soot had burrowed under every blanket on the bed and formed a ball of black fur and displeasure at the center, from which only the tip of one gray ear protruded. Serafina was at her field desk, reviewing the maps of the fire vein system that Kaldrith's staff had provided, when there was a knock at the door. She opened it. Kaldrith stood in the corridor, holding something large and dark and iridescent draped over one arm. "The fire veins on this tier are running cold," he said. "This should help." He held out the object. It was a cloak, a long, heavy cloak made from dragon scales, each one the size of her palm, black as midnight and shot through with fine veins of dark gold. The scales overlapped like armor plating, but they were flexible, shifting and sliding over each other with a whispered rasp. The inside was lined with dense, dark fur. Not decorative fur, but the kind of thick, insulating underfur that kept Arctic animals alive in killing cold. At the collar, a heavy obsidian clasp shaped like a dragon's claw held the cloak closed. It was the most beautiful piece of clothing Serafina had ever seen, and she immediately evaluated it for tactical function. "Dragon scale," she said, running her thumb over the surface. "These are yours, shed scales. They're old. I have plenty." "What's the thermal rating?" Something flickered across his face. That expression again, the one that was not quite amusement. "I have never in my several hundred-year existence heard anyone ask about the thermal rating of a dragon scale cloak. I need to know if it's going to restrict my sword arm." "Try it on." She swung the cloak over her shoulders.